hospital 2 weeks ago, 2 days. My wife gave birth to a very complicated emergency service. The baby girl was in extremely critical condition. I went to Tzaddik and cried after the drop. He told me, think about myself to set aside. Fixed science is very learning, accepted it, but it was very difficult for me. I'm the kind of person who has no real daily routine, doesn't like committing to anything. It felt like an impossible task. In general, learning was never something that really spoke to me. But what won't a person do for his child? So I started listening to Rich Room on YouTube and hope for the best. And indeed, the very next day, her condition began to stabilize. But unlike other stories that end happily, our daughter eventually passed away after a week. Not only that, but my wife has been going from one complication to another, and was still hospitalized with no indication of when this will end. A few days ago, I happened to come across this share on YouTube. I enjoyed it so much, I started listening every day. Not because I felt obligated, but because I genuinely enjoyed every moment of it. There was so much humor and wit. She was so clear and pleasant and streaming experience. I listened with headphones, and sometimes I literally burst out laughing. The part about the Nadim scene of Key had me laughing for at least 10 minutes straight. Nobody around me understands what is happening to me because the situation is really heartbreaking and depressing. At the moment, there's still no expecting to describe days and as an addition. Listen to this. I have a 4-year-old daughter who's blind. Yet I feel that this year gives me life, it gives me tremendous strength and positive energy. Whenever people told me that Gan Eden is a place where righteous people sit and learn, Torah, it always sounded incredibly boring to me, and I wasn't so sure I was interested in Gan Eden. But if Gan Eden means attending shiur with you, then I'm definitely interested. Here's your shikaya. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could dedicate a shiur for the recovery of my wife, the Chama Baskana. Thank you very much. Moshe S. All right, let's start the shiur. Official edition, NY Shots, except for Zev and Yao Chulo, Eric, the Benedict family, Daf Chav Vav, Steve, Sarah, Corlin, Shlema, Baruch Naomi, Bas, Elisheva, Katya, David Salomon, dedicated memory of Murray, Reb Shmuel Baruch, Bernstein, Svidosh, and Rabracha, College Found Foundation, Graduate, the Consortium, and the Alliance, and all these support of the Y, anonymous, and stuff with this in the Gashman, Stiggy, she's Benny. Anonymous can include refer Shlema and Ari Hashem to Leah Baseska, the Yomin Daniel Rosenfeld, Yusuf Simcha, Ari Simon, for Shlema, monthly sponsor, for Shlema month, Avi Mari Baruch Ben Miriam, the Yomin Daniel Rosenfeld, for Nos Beshecha, the Spanish Year weekly sponsor, the Spanish Year sponsors, wishing them the white family continue at Tzlachim Siyad Shmaya, thank you. Anonymous, for Shlema, for Messiah Ben Esther, Moses Ginsburg in memory of Tzvi Akish, the Moshe Halevi. Coil sponsor, that was the daily sponsor, first, Mamish. HYK Ventures is supposed for success of all our clients. The Young Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha of Parnasa. MDY Kids sponsored monthly kid innovations on the series, Kuspaki Simcha Ben Vega, and Rifki Yehud is Batsiafa Chaya. MDY Art, Before Shlema, Yonatan Edom Ebeshover Bracha, Before Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, Sayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Esther. My voice, here we go. Just remind me what your name is again. Del Monte from London, Shalom Aleichem. And your name? From Brooklyn. And originally? Argentina. That's a lot more cautious. That's not Argentina. So you were here just recently, no? Like a few months ago you were here. No? When was the last time you were here? 2 weeks ago. Woo. All right. Welcome. What's your son's name? What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Visa from where? Shalom Aleichem. All right, we'll get to some other guests. Is it quiet? How do you know? The Duchman, that's right. I'm thinking about Mamish reminds me of that famous mice in the mirror. The guy tells his father, let's go to Shachris on Hanukkah. He says, you're not going to believe it. Over here, they do Duchmaning on Rosh Chodesh. Because that was the only time he went to show. You know? And I'm thinking to myself, how do you know he's a kind? It's Tuesday. Oh, the first thing is not always the second. Who's David? Okay, done it. Okay. Rabbi Rothschild, here's a good one. If you didn't hear the shiur yesterday, what food type that becomes tummy, you can make it hard. A person, if it becomes tummy, goes in the mikveh. Flea becomes tummy, put it in the mikveh. What type of food, put it in the mikveh, becomes hard. Who said that? I love this. Clearly, that is right. Water that becomes tummy. If you touch it to the mikveh, you do hashaka, you kiss it to the mikveh, you don't like pour it, but it becomes hard. So we have to finish off the sugya of temet, and then we're going to go on to the Mishnayos, chila, chalitza, meal, and all sorts of interesting stuff today. What's temed? Temed is when a person, I'll remind you here, Dylan really enjoyed this one. He ate 2 grapes and 200 kids come out of his mouth. He's trying to make wine. I guess anything can happen in a cartoon. I enjoyed the mind from the heart. Alright, so the Mishnah tells us that if there's machmir, if it's fermented, it's considered wine. It's considered wine. You can purchase it with Ma'aser money. It's good for a mikvah. If it did not ferment, so it remains water. It remains water. You can't buy water with Ma'aser money. If you add sink water to a mikvah, it passes the mikvah. You don't have a 40 saw and you add sink water before the 40 saw, it makes it possible. So says the Gemara, starting where it says the Gemara, 6 lines from the bottom of Tefei on the page. Mani Masnisim. What does our Mishnah go like? Our Mishnah talks about becoming fermented or not fermented. That was the whole nafkamina. Says you want to learn Rabbi Yehuda. You can't go neither like Rabbi Yehuda nor like Rabbana. Why? Desanya. I'm a Sabbath. Somebody's trying to make temet. She puts in a liter of water. Umatza today midasam. He comes back 2 days later, measures out the amount of liquid, and he finds exactly a liter. Yeah, it might start fermenting it. It's not fermented yet. It looks like a liter. It is a liter. So you punish for Meiser. Why? There's nothing changed. You put in a liter of water. You have a liter of water. Simcha Chaman, that's the indication that you didn't really benefit from this whole payment. Nothing came out of the grapeseed. Rabbi Yehuda says, listen, naturally water evaporates. So if you put in a liter, you should have a little bit less than a liter. How do you have a full liter now? Obviously, some of the grapes went into the water, and now you have real payment, so you should have to give meiser off. But there's no mention whether or not this mixture fermented or not. It doesn't say anything about fermentation. It says, did you find the liter or not? That's the whole problem. Mani Rabbanan Afagav. The estimates, according to Rabbanan, doesn't matter even if fermented. If it's the same amount, it's not considered wine. To review that, even if it didn't ferment, it's considered wine. No, you missed it. The whole point over there is that it became fermented. That's where it's not like this. And if it didn't ferment, then Rabbi Yehuda is masking that there's no mice. Who masks this Rabbi Yehuda? And our Mishnah would be reviewed. Why? Because according to Hachama, if it became fermented, it's part for meiser. If it's the same amount of water, then nothing happens going on. So our Mishnah differentiates between Hitchmitz and light Hitchmitz is talking about Rabbi Yehuda. Says the Gemara, I need to know if it's Hitchmitz not like. And only when it became fermented is not like. Listen to this book. If you purchase unfermented temet, he did the process, he mixed water with grapes, and he wants it to become some sort of wine, and you purchase it with Meiser Sheni money. Are you allowed to purchase it with Meiser Sheni money? We said no. It's Lohitmitz. You're not allowed to purchase money. But then you found out that it did become temet. What am I saying? So the guy, listen to this. Now let's go backwards. Let's say you purchase temet, and you find out that it never became temet. It didn't work. It didn't ferment. It didn't ferment. So what happens to the money? You bought the temet from a guy. He's a seller. What does the seller do with the money? And therefore what? Oh, he bought it with Meiser Sheni money. So now the seller has a problem on his hands. He has Meiser Sheni money in his hands. If it became temet, like your Nachman says, literally it became temet, so then the money changes. As it becomes temet, then we know that it was a good purchase, and the money goes out and becomes regular cooling, and the guy can do whatever he wants to buy a fire with the money. But if it never became temet, then he never had a right to buy with the Meiser Sheni money. So the man any money has Kedusha in it, he has to only use that money in Yerushalayim to buy food. Huh? We're talking about the whole time the payment did not become fun. Different men. My diamond, but if it fermented, says Renachman, if it did ferment, the glory mills of the mafreya the payroll, then we see retroactive that what he purchased here was mamish fruit. There's a person in this room who is the only person that knew the answer to the question asked about what type of water, what type of food becomes part of the mikvah. That person, if one day he realizes he changed his life, then he knows him afraid that he's always a free. He was always a changed man. It's not like, oh, it happened in one shot. It's when you talk now.
It'd be crazy if that were happening when you're working at the bank. They would hand you a note. You're like, hey, I might try this on stage tonight or something like that. I had a guy reach over the counter and caress my whole arm.
Hello, I see some funny hikmets in the hikmets loy.
I mean, if he's caressing your arm, imagine all the
It says in the Mishnah, all Askimina, the become fermented, not become fermented. The Shabki have a magnet. Still means Shabki have a magnet. Since most of the time, why would people waste their time?
You admit to not taking care of yourself. You say you drink soda.
Most of the time, it comes to it. So if you have Roy, then it should just wait it out. In other words, even without waiting out. Imagine in the Mishnah that if it didn't become fermented, right now it's a problem. Why? You have a Roy. Most of the time it's not. So it shouldn't be a problem. Why tell me possible? On a rabbi, you're right. We're talking about a situation where you put a sample on the side in a factory, they call it a retention sample, something like that. Like they take a little sample of food and they put it on the side. This is from Tuesday, this is from Wednesday. If there's any issues with it, you put a little sample. And then you go back to that sample. You see, did it become fermented? Did it not become fermented? You'll know. This is a beautiful sheet. The other Menuri says that it's always dependent on one thing. You can tell right now there's a look, does it walk like a duck, does it look like a duck? What does it look like? That's all I care about. What does it smell like? Right now, when I mix it, when I buy it, it's not. You have three loaves that ruin the mikveh, but it's missing a tiny drop. It's not 100% 3 loaves. It's minus 1 ounce. And a tiny drop of wine fell into these 3 loaves. And what happened? It changed the color of all the water. It looks like wine, so we know it's not possible. But not only that, and what if a little drop of milk fell? And milk looks like water. Now it doesn't look like wine, it looks like water. Why does it not become possible? Because now milk fell into the mikvah. Milk doesn't pass the mikvah. Before wine fell into the mikvah, it doesn't pass it. The evidence is there's a distinction between milk and wine. Right now, it looks and it smells like water. So even if you find out later that it became funnel, even if later it became funnel, it became fermented, it doesn't matter if it's ready for the burning. Now look at it right now. Right now, it's water, so it's puff. Another interesting halacha, few interesting halachas. What if I take the shear of what passes in mikvah? I take 3 loads of water. If I put it into the mikvah right now, awesome, because I don't have 40 saw yet. And I add a drop of wine to it, and it turns red. Then I put it into the mikvah. Also, or kosher according to the Rabbi Rothschild that goes by the way it looks. You say kosher, anybody kosher? You put in the whole amount. In Rabbi Rothschild, no. In Rabbi Rothschild, that would be kosher. It would be kosher. It goes by the looks and goes by the looks. What about white wine? So now I see that this tzaddik learned it down. Now I have. So, shkoyach. Very good, very good. Gave it away. They did it. Okay, we did learn it well. Good luck. Maybe that's the pshat of the shir. They can change his life. They did that before. But look, that place says over here. So Prices adds that even white wine, according to Rabbi Rothschild, doesn't pass the mikvah. Why? That's why it sticks in the word. You also go by the taste. Not only by the look, you also go by the taste. And therefore, white wine tastes like wine. Memela, it helps to capture the mikvah. I go with the beer stores and places. Okay. I only know that one. I'm making enough like this. Okay. Well, Liga the Rabbi Rothschild. This is Rav Nachman. Now what? Rav Nachman says that you go after, if eventually we find out that this is wine, that the time turned into wine, so we go by, then retroactively, it was a good sale, it works. In other words, according to Rav Nachman, the machlokes is when after it became fermented. The other law, you can, when it comes to temet, you can't take mice from another temet. In other words, you and I, we both tried the same day. We took a bunch of grapes, the pits, we put into water, we try to make temet. I have to take mice, you take mice, but you don't use mine for your mice, I don't use yours for my mice. Only if it became fermented. Meaning that everybody agrees that in order to be matched meiser from another place, it has to be fermented. It's mashma. That Rabbi Yehuda would say, he would argue, even in the case of loy hifmet. Everybody agrees in hifmet. But in loy hifmet, it's only Rabbi Yehuda. The Sabbath loy hifmet, machlok. It's a big machlok. That time lo mechayev Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says when you have to take meiser, even loy hifmet, you only take the meiser from itself. You can't use your friend. The Gemara explains why can't you take from your friend? Because what if we find out later, you always have to be concerned that it doesn't become wine. And what if I took non-wine, I took regular sink water, and I used it for meiser of my stuff? Doesn't work. That would be a big power of tevel. And what if I took wine, real wine? My friend has real wine. I have fake. I have sink water. I took real wine and I used it as meiser on my water. So I just use real good fruit, the reisa peel fruit on water. That's a big problem. All right, listen. Hakamed actually hikmet mishikoy b'mayim. So this is Mardik halacha. I have kamed temet. Tomei Temet, right here in this cup, fill it up to the top, and I kind of kiss the water of the mikveh with it. I go in slowly, let the water of the mikveh touch my temet, and then I take it out. You even have a video of it if anybody wants to see. There's a video. Shaka. Oh.
That's the way to get the show started, though. You guys having fun yet out there? All right. And onward we go with your next comedian. Goes by the name of Quinn Wright. Everybody, Quinn Wright. Here we go.
What agreement? The Iranians? Liars, sons of liars. They won't sign. Senior Houthi official denies.
Quinn Wright, everybody.
Tomei Temet. You are Shaka. That's why they make me so much. Yeah. That's the whole idea. That's where you get the flavor. Nobody asks why that brand is so geschmack. Oh, I forgot to show this video last night. Okay. Sponsors. Turning of the Daf. Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services. By Chaim Milrad, the Nishmasim Mimrosi Friday, Leto Bas, Yitzhak Shalom. You do a shaka. By the way, we have a shaka in mikvahs today. We have the main bar that you dunk in, but there's like a little hole inside and it goes into a bar Zriya where a shaka. That's where the big shamim are, and it touches what? Oh, in the sample, correct. You want to get it, please? Shkoya. Means what? It does. It has a sugar. It shows that sugar. I saw it yesterday. Beautiful, lined up, hold on it. No, he did it. Some CNC machine. Shkoya. I don't know if you can see. You see? Right over here? Let's see. You can see the holes. Right here is a hole. And right here is a hole. These are top view of the two. Oh, it says, something words here. Right over here. Can't be the same height? It's not the same height. The hole is lower down. Are you able to zoom in? Yeah. Harry, zoom in.
You are a 28-year-old virgin. This is incredible. 2 people on this stage that can't come with a woman.
Bar is real, bar is shaka.
That's great. How long have you been on stand-up? About 2.5 years or so. 2.5 years. Since I was 25, so 3 years. How do you survive? What do you what's your living situation? Photography. So how do you survive? Not very well.
You make a living
taking pictures.
He's been in since last night. He did. He came last night. Oh, my God. Dave, I thought that one. אתמול to yesterday בעברית. Oh, now you mean you should answer. No. I get it. No. So Rava says an interesting thing which the Gemara says I literally don't get it. He makes a distinction between whether the water of the temet was tahar before he started the process of temet, or it became, and then only afterwards it became tamei, or the water was tamei beforehand. He says you cannot make temet that was tamei before you started the whole process of temet. You can't make it tamei. Why? Wild Svar the Gemara is going to come up with. And we don't understand why. If you started, you had nice cup of tar water, then you added pits to it, and then you tried to make them. And then it became tummy, then take it to the mikvah and touch the mikvah. But if the water is tummy, then you added heaven to it, it's not going to work. I don't understand why. Also, Rabbi Gavia may be Kassan Amar L'Shmaita Kamei to Rav Ashi. He said this over to Rav Ashi. Ma'aseh Dvei Dvei Dvei. So maybe I can understand. He says like this. Samin and I did in my Yakiri because the water of the Temet is heavy. Shakli Tatai, they go down. Gravity pulls them down. And all the fruit floats to the top. Because Sokalu Ashokala and the Mela will be a problem to get a good Ashoka because when you try to touch the mikvah water to the Temet, it's going to be blocked by all these. The peels and the pits are going to disturb it. That's the only thing I can come up with. What's the difference when the water became coming? It's the same ingredients in the water. The water is going to go down to the bottom. The top is going to be a bunch of floaters, and those floaters are going to disturb the whole process. Element valvulate. Obviously, there's water, there's floaters, but it's going to get through. The mikvah is going to get through. How can I even valvulate? What is the difference? That's it. All right. I want to play a game here. We're doing the check for anybody interested in playing. What are the 5-6 ways that a Hama is real if a father sells his daughter as a slave? Torah says he could. How does she go out? Simonim. What else? The other marries her. Or the son. So you call that one. Age. At what age? 12. Yeah. Simonim is really 12. Yeah. No, that's a mine. That's a Evan Knani. Huh? Yoivo. And what's Sheish? Sheish. Very good. Sheish. After 6 years. Yeah, but that you said. Oh no, Mion is in tradition. That's only yours. That's in what? Miso sauce. Okay. Very good. I think we got them all. Oh no, we got one more. What's one? You wrote it special on our own. But if you can be paid there. You can be paid there. Yeah, that's what he said. All right. So we have Yovel. We have the age of Naira. If the master dies, if the master marries her, if they redeem her, if what else? Yovel said Simonim is Naira. Okay. The Torah says that a father could sell his daughter. Now, when we learn this, a lot of people, especially today, 2026, sell a daughter. What in the world? Who sells a slave? Period. Who sells their own daughter? Well, if you go back into history, I'm not trying to fire the Torah, but just to make it a little bit easier to understand, there was such poverty that people were dying because they didn't have what they eat. And the better way to save your family was let a wealthier family take care of your kid. Otherwise, it's nothing. If you think about the poverty that we just had 100 years ago, or we live in such so affluent. But I think you have people in this neighborhood that are starving. That they go to bed hungry, they go to school hungry, kids go to school in this neighborhood. There's such a thing, I think it was it, but then it was a lot worse. Multiply it by 10, by 100. So there's such a musik of, we see the same musik that the Torah says, you're not, the only person that can marry off a daughter is a father. Yet Chachamim said no. But even if there's no father, the father died, the brother can marry off. Because we're talking about this girl is going to go to waste. She's going to get lost somewhere. Bad things are going to happen to her. So they allowed this to marry her off, but some that if a brother or mother marry her off, since it's only the Rabbanon, then all the girl needs to do is say, I don't want to be married to you. That's it. I don't want to be married to you. I want to go home. So it says the Mishnah, if she's that old that you could sell her off, in other words, she's a Kana, there's 3 ages. This Kana, that's 0 to 12. Nar is from 12 to 12 and a half, provided she has some money. And the Bulgaria is from 12 and a half on. If she's so young, she's in the first category, Kana, where you can sell her off, ain't Kana. So if somebody was Ma'ana, so the fact to her, then you'd have to pay the father a commission process. But that's only in the middle stage of Nara. Not by Kana. If a mother, she's Knas, ain't nothing. At every place that there's a Knas, if she's old enough, in other words, she's in the age of 12, then he can't sell her off. So if she's a Kana, she's not a Naira. She's not a Kana, basically, that's what it says. This goes according to Rameir that says that there's no Knas if somebody is modest in the fact. After a young girl, there's no Knas. That even a Kana, there's a Knas. There's a famous film on this Gemara right here. I don't know if it was I think it was him, but that he asked the question on Purim. Obviously, it's all Purim. It says, why does Esther Malka say, give a fine to all the Jews? And what did the Jews do? So it says, based on this Gemara, because Achashverosh sold all the Jews to Haman. But there's no selling, there's no method, there's a Knas. So the whole sale would go out, there's a Knas. But the question is, we don't pass it, that's only according to Rameir. The Gemara says, Zudik Rameir. And according to Chachamim, there is Knas and Method. And we go like Chacham, not like Rameir. But this whole shot only goes according to Rameir. In the build up the Ches, it says, the Rameir says you could write a Megillah about Peh. The famous Gemara, you wrote a Megillah about Peh. And the say you can't do that. So it only goes according to Rameir that you're allowed to do about Peh, because if you look at the Megillah, you'll see the Knas is spelled with a Chaf, not with a Kof. Okay. It says, Mora, the Tanya, that's what we're saying now. This is our sheet, the Rameir, that until she's a Naira, until she brings Simanim, you could sell her, but there's no Knas. She's these Arabs. Actually, in the Naira period, yes, Knas. Then that's the only time the Torah says that you have to pay a fine. Then Lamecher and the father can't sell her. Divri Rameir. Shor Rameir. Rameir Kamakim Shesh Mecher and Knas. But Kamakim Shesh Knas Ein Mecher. That's our mission. However, some say that has to do with royal bia, and any girl from 3 and up is royal bia. So we may love this Knas by only some. So what? So Mela, there is a situation where she's a Kana, so there is Knas, and there is Mecher at the same time. But the Gemara asks, we only spoke about Knas in this line. We didn't say anything about Mecher. Knas in Mecher, how come you don't mention that? That there's also the father could sell when she's a Kana. You're right, it means both. Says the Mishnah, Riyun is when a brother or a mother marry off the daughter when she's a Kana. So she's a very strange thing. She doesn't require a get at all. All she needs to do is say, the Yossi, whatever the guy's name is, I don't want to be married to him. Sorry, so. Memela, if she's that young, then she could do Miyun, in other words, she's a Kana. In Chalitza, there's no Chalitza. What's Chalitza? If don't know, Felicia's we have a video. No, we're just going in the midst. The Mishnayos are saying it has nothing to do. This is all the Mishnayos have to do with the contract. Listen to this. It's not you, yeah, here. Oh, it's when you had Professor Regal.
Let me just take a moment to tell whoever is writing a blog about this is that it was Gary who brought up that she had on in the beginning of her set. We're live now. So it's about that. So that's why I feel.
Can you explain the meaning behind this entrance and what you are telling?
בישראל
If I can remember.
Gary, do you get that a lot? Is that a common thing? You get a lot of like cat calls and things like that? Like, other than this guy back here and everybody on the stage. Like how often does
I
that
asked him to change his voice, that's why I didn't sync up.
you have a boyfriend? You're single. Wow. Interesting.
Right Kanirla, not you.
כך היה, עשה לאיש אשר לא יבנה את בית אחיו.
Alright. So that's Chalitza. What's Miyun? For that we definitely need a video. This is Lachluch's father.
So, Carrie, how often do you get to do stand-up? Doing a lot of spots per week? Yeah, I'm going like... Right, and your job as a studio coordinator at PCU nights open. Interesting. Carrie, if you were going, if a guy that you were having sex with was to tell you that he cannot come by having sex, what would you do to try to help him?
If a brother marries her off, then she could say, yes, she be also valid, and it's all over. Kamadim sheyesh miyun and chalitza, kamadim sheyesh chalitza miyun. Again, there's only goes according to Rameir. Yesh miyun b'makom chalitza. You can do miyun even when she's a nara. How do we know? There's a very short period of time where she can do miyun even when she's above 12 with Simon. And that's how back awareness. Until what time? How old is she when she do miyun? Actually, probably she desires to Rameir. So she has 2 Simon, 2 years. So Yudah says it's a little bit more than that. It has to be that is more dark than light, more dark than skin. In other words, not stop to Simona, but it takes a few weeks later, whatever it is, a certain period of time where she's considered a naira, so she could do miyun at that point, but also certainly chalitza. She do chalitza because she's a naira, but even miyun. Says the Mishnah, in the time of the Gemara, they used to blow a shofar before Shabbos, as we do today. There's a signal, there's a siren. Today they play music, they do a whole siren thing. So 2.5 hours before Shkia was the first siren. That would tell people to come out of the fields and come home. Then they would do a trua. That was a yeah. Then they do a trua that would signal for the store owners to close shop. They did another one, like right before Shkia, that told people that they had to light candles, take the pots off the oven, etc. Today it's a whole big thing. It's such a school, whoever does the true, the Shkia, the school for kids, whatever. We tried over. We once had a MDY Shabbos here a couple years ago, and I asked them to change the music for MDY music. And you know, the whole it has to be seen. Yeah, very good. I got upon him, and then the last moment, right before Shkia, the last moment. What is it, the song? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's usually when you're in the shower. Yeah. I know I have another 20 minutes. Oh. So the last one, it's like do not do malacha is tekiah, trua, tekiah. Tekiah is the long one, trua, and tekiah. So says the Gemara, Mishnah. Come on, this is tekiah in Havdalah. When do we do Havdalah? Motzi Shabbos or Motzi Yom Tov. But if I'm doing a tekiah, if I'm doing the siren, then ain't Havdalah. In other words, if it's like Erev Shabbos, going into the Yom Tov is Erev Shabbos, I'm not going to do, we'll see the Mishnah. In other words, we're talking about a Yom Tov and Shabbos together. Either Shabbos is first, Yom Tov is second, or Yom Tov is first and Shabbos is second. So when I do a tekiah, then I'm not going to do Havdalah. If I'm going to say Havdalah, but if I'm going to say Havdalah between Yom Tov and Shabbos, then I'm not going to blow the shofar. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos here. The Mishnah explains. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos. If Yom Tov falls out, mamish like this year on Shavuos. Yom Tov fell out on a Friday. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos. Toikin. I have to blow the shofar between Shavuos and Shabbos to tell people stop cooking. You're not allowed to cook anymore. It's not. We're going into Shabbos. What am I going to make Havdalah? Havdalah is from Kodesh to Chol. But over here, I'm going from a lesser Kedusha to more of a Kedusha. So there's no point to me of making Havdalah. But let's say Shabbos, Mavdilin, when Matzah Shabbos is Yom Tov, then I do Havdalah, because I'm going from a more Kedusha to less, but there's nothing to blow the shofar for. When Yom Tov is on Matzah Shabbos, what kind of Havdalah do I do? I say, I'm not doing Kodesh to Kodesh. There's American Kodesh Chomer with Kodesh Hakal. I'm going from a severe Kedusha of Shabbos. Shabbos is always more Kodesh than Yom Tov. How does it look like? When Yom Tov is on Erev Shabbos, what do? I do tekiah, and it goes straight in to trua. I don't pause. Tekiah trua. We have a shofar here. Oh, this is my mace shofar. In this room, I was made a mace for me. We had 1,010,000 people during COVID, during Shana, and there's nobody to blow the shofar. The Mekim in Ish got up here. Gary could testify. He's one of the 10. He said, I didn't know, but maybe I made mistakes. I didn't go back even one. No problem. The bigger than this is like when I tried to throw that thing, it didn't go. So I tried to blow the shofar. I can't blow it. I don't know how to blow. But it blew. So you do it tekiah. I'm going to try now. It's going to work now for the shir.
So 1 year anniversary. What do you do for 1 year?
Okay, fine. So anyway, it's one shot. Not that was whatever. Tekiah, and then in one shot, whereas in a regular shot, you do tekiah, and then you stop, and then you do a trua. Or when the shemach is in one breath. She says, Asking Rabbi Asi Behutzol and Hutzol in the city, it's right that you should do it in one shot when you have Yom Tov and Erev Shabbos. Basically, but the problem is, it says Yom Tov is Erev Shabbos. In our case, the Yom Tov is Erev Shabbos. Like this year, Shavuos, Okim Below Marine. It seems like you don't do it through at all. It's just one tequila. It seems like you don't do it through. No, there is a true, just according to each sheet. In other words, it's a tequila with the true together, so that's why we don't call it a true. Or it's a tequila and you don't take a bread and then you do a true, so we don't call it a true. It's not an individual true, it goes together with the tequila, so we don't call it a true. Since it's one bread, so we don't consider it a true. But it's so Shabbos. When Yom Tov falls out on Motzei Shabbos, hey Chamarlo. In the regular Abdullah, we say, Hamavde ben Kodesh L'chol B'noi L'choshim. So we say Hamavde ben Kodesh L'chol, and then we say what? Baruch Atah Hashem, Hamavde ben Kodesh L'chol. So we say the same thing twice. What about when Yom Tov falls out on Motzei Shabbos? When do we say a Kodesh L'Kodesh? We say, Hamavde ben Kodesh L'Kodesh B'noi L'choshim B'Yisrael L'Amim. That doesn't sound right. We never say that. We say, Baruch Atah Hashem, Hamavde ben Kodesh L'Kodesh. That we do say at the end. Only at the end. We'd say, the Leisa is going to say, we don't pass like him. The Leisa is going to say, you don't say, I'm not a Yontif, oh, we're going in from a light Kedusha to a more Kedusha. That's a design for the Yontif. I also felt, I'll tell you, what I thought? From a farmer to a cow, yeah. This year, it was just the Hargosh. I'm not saying this is the halacha. I know that the halacha is okay. It just didn't sit well with me. There was a meeting in our show on Shavuos going into Shabbos. So in other words, they were Kabo Shabbos early, and in a way they were saying goodbye to Shavuos early because once you dive in Meir, even before Shkia, so in benching they ate, let's say before Shkia, you don't say Yom Tov anymore. You say just would say. To me, it felt like, oh, you're right, Shabbos is more common, but it's like, oh, I had enough of you. I was up the whole night with you. Yeah, I don't know, just couldn't feel it. Huh? Okay, I'm not saying it's halacha, it's fine. It's just for me. It's maybe it's just I'm just sharing my Argosh. He says you're not supposed to. I'm saying obviously la halacha you're allowed. You're allowed. Because look at people, I don't know. If you're very tired, you have young kids. Listen, what? The Ron says it's better. You see, my Argosh just fly out the window. Especially if you have little children. Oh my God. Yom Tov is Mitzvah Shabbos. I'm just going to hazard that in Chicago. Oh, let me just show you this before I forget. I'll just say my little Chicago thing in Chicago. I asked I'm sure a number of times people the next morning. You remember to say Kriya Shema? No. 90% of the people who don't say Kriya Shema. I'll invite us to say that.
Don't worry, Yushi. I'm big enough now. I'll blow the chauffeur. Don't forget. Oh my goodness. Great job, man.
Wonder very hard to figure out.
He swatted the event with your eye. That was incredible. Get that shit out of here. Andy, you ever get street fight? I have not gone to shopping apartments. Really? What happened there? That's where street fighters meet.
Omer Zero, Yom Shchali's Ben Shabbos. My voice, I don't know. No, I did that. I did a survey in Shul. So some people put the button, some people put the time backwards. They forget Sphira, they forget this. It's a big problem. The really sounds good. Rabbi said, Yom Tov Shechali is Ben Shabbos. If Yom Tov falls out, how does Yom Tov fall out in the middle of the Shabbos? How? Huh? Pesach, in the middle of Shabbos. It means the middle of the week. Yom Tov Shechali is Ben Shabbos. If Yom Tov falls out in the middle of the week, Oimer Amavda ben Kodesh L'chol. Amavda ben Kodesh L'chol. That's good. Below the Choshen, because Baruch Hu divides between Kodesh and day, between Oil Choshen, light and dark. Ubein Yisrael Amin. But what does this mean? Ubein Yom HaShvi L'Sheish L'Me'amat. You're on a Tuesday. Why are you saying between the seventh day, the Shabbos, and the rest of the week? So Zimon HaTaimo said Abdel Simon. He's saying it like it says in the Torah. The Torah makes that Abdallah, and you're just finishing off. That you need Hadun Allah Hagoshaytim, Hadun Allah Hagoshaytim, Hadun Allah Hagoshaytim, and now you can say, Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
America's Sports is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
I told him, don't hit on my cousin. That sort of sucked this day. I said, if you come around here again, I'm going to suck your dick again. Watch yourself. It's always going to come to blows. Full circle. Ironically, it was his cousin's name. Shane Gillis. ShaneandGillis.com for tickets. Here's what he said. So, Andy, fun times, dude. You got that your knickers suck tonight by Louis J. Gomez. Andy Man, there he goes. Andy Man, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Fun times. Hell
Good morning, Rabbi There we go. Day 2 of Morocco. You guys are going to be civil for 30 days straight. Sushi with breast. He's unbelievable, that guy. I'm not Micheloni. He's one of the only Jews remaining there.
All the pot before this? Is there anything left?
This cemetery itself has hundreds of homes about it. And it's really something that I'm so impressed that every little detail was thought about throughout the process. And you know, what's the inside of it, right? Hey, look at it. Look at it.
John, am I saying that right? Jan. How long have you been doing stand-up? You need to answer the question I just asked you. Yes.
They'll throw me out for being a lady. You didn't wear that, you got sand in your eyes. It's terrible.
Jan, over here. Stick with me. Keep a lot of your focus. No bonding over here. I promise you, you have to. This whole thing's gonna be completely off the rails. First of all, are you fucking serious? 8.5 years? Are you fucking with us? You believe I'm serious?
So there's air conditioning.
Everything from here on out, just answer the questions, right? Stop answering more questions.
You know, they got us out of the rooms. They turned off the air conditioner at like 9:30. That was it. You got to check out. Dear Valley, hello from Tucson, Arizona. 3 years ago, 6 families from Hudson County moved out to Tucson, Tucson, a city of 30,000 Jews and maybe 34 families. Now, we've also trying to have 8 families, pilot families on our outreach pilots. School and show. Sharing have been slowly reaching the people of Tucson. We had 40 people were davening in schools and 20 people learning all night. Many which drove to and from the pilot. Interesting. It started MDY with Menachas. I gave a shir on the dash Shavuos night. Started with Menachas, so we gave a shir Shavuos night. The whole Jaeger is a special whole year. He lives in Tucson because he's stationed in the U.S. Army here. Remember Michael, the chaplain, no? We don't know exactly what he does. Let's just say he may have played a very big role in the recent Iran war. Even his grueling schedule and constant shift changes somehow manages to keep it with the top and prison being the same. Make it easy to grow and see success in his learning at Tzlacha. The whole Kessler, Rabbi the whole Kessler, director of the Tucson Torah Center. And this is from the Eliezer Kessler. We all know that you have children in Park City. We share a similar sense of nachas by summer. My son's joined a small group of Rebbeim. He talks about his son. He just sent the email. Plus, in the Torah, 700 Jews. Eliezer Kessler, breakfast down Dalit, who's my son. Michal Kessler got Paul Yeager to join and do Dear Rabbi, I'm a Bachar Yeshiva. I learned the daven to share with you a day. I started by the Zohar. Since then, I haven't missed a day. Now, the problem is that since I'm in Yeshiva, I get tons of hate for doing the daven. I'm in the third Yeshiva for the year now. In the first Yeshiva, when I started the daven, my Rebbe gave me a whole Musar shmooze. Next thing, this Rebbe knew that he was learning the daf with me every day. And the next Shiva, I didn't really get any hate. People respect the fact that I do the daf. Now in the third yeshiva, I get a lot of hate. Started with one of my rebbeim, but I fight back hard. This Rebbe took away my chavrusas because I do the daf, so he thinks I don't know how to learn. We're learning yeshiva places about philosophy, so I knew what I was talking about right away, and I went to this Rebbe, started up and brought a riot, what I was saying from the Gemara Menachos. He told me, where's that Gemara? I pulled the Menachos off the shelf and found the Gemara, and under a minute, this Rebbe shuts down, but he can't forgive. This is 3 weeks ago. It gets better. Different places. 2 days ago, brought a Gemara from Zvachim. I was the only one who knew what it meant on the spot. It was the case of Mizal and Yayin Agabe Haitian. What? Haitian. One guy thought that it means to pour wine on a carbon awesome. Like me. Anyways, please give me tips on how to fight for MDY because it's kind of what I do for a large part of my day. Moshe Lieberman. Oh, yeah. The Moshe, don't fight. Keep it on the downloads. Don't. One day you'll be big. You'll give your own cheer. Do your own thing. Learn with the yeshiva. How you spirit top. Yeah, stay under there. Don't fight. It's not good die. Darling is not into it, so they're not into it. Not going to convince anybody. All right. One of our artists, Nachman, he got married last night. So mazel tov to him. Mazel tov to who? Who did you say one of those? Oh, we haven't shared. We're old time. We're mamish old time. Mazel tov on a bar mitzvah. There's another. No. So Wasserman had a granddaughter that's like going to come with. Okay, Zog the Gemara. Huh? Oh, that's right. Duker from the Gemara. Sponsors, the official edition MDY Shas by Zev and Yao Shohoff, Eric and Benedict family, the Benedict family, the Cafe, Isaac, Cement, in honor of Itchy and Gitti. The actual Masech sponsored by David Salomon, in dedicated memory of Gemara, Shmuel Korach, Baruch Kainski, Doug, Jepon Bracha. Oh, Rav Dov is here in the house. Rav Oisai, Shalom Aleichem, Rav Dov. You come very often. The Patrick Family Foundation, granted the consortium and the Alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Are you one of the people who's considering going to the Alps for Shabbos, or it's not you? You can't say, it's a secret. Okay? Anonymous, that stuff of the rookies of the Gashmas. I think it's the Chief Benny. Anonymous. So it's supposed to be a surprise, so now that's it. Surprise. It's over. Forget it. Here's a surprise. Anonymous, with a complete with full Shleiman Arichas Yom to Leah Bas Esther. Yomi Daniel Rosenfeld, read specific from monthly sponsors Ari Simon. The full Shleiman of Mary Borgmer, Yomi Daniel Rosenfeld, Parnas Shefa. The Spanish year sponsors for the week, wishing them the white family continue that stuff in Siyavi Dishmaya. Shlomo Naviva Mostavsky, Nachman Ben Nelson Mostavsky on his 50th yard side, you will see them. The title sponsored for the month, HYK Ventures, and discuss for success of all our clients, by Binyamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Baruch Rabbi Rothschild. MDY Kids sponsor monthly, can imagine says, because by Kids of the Pagan, for you, the spots have a Kayo. Shkoya, MDYR. Muslim Yonatan Edam and Mishon Broch, with Muslim Mordechai Ben Esther. It's a Yelet, Daniel Zev Ben Ayelet Esther. Who knows what's going on here? Okay. The coffee committee. Epic failure. No, you gave tzedakah. The outcome wasn't. Unless the tzedakah mas shichi b'noi. All right, the boys are holding up cafe on the Alpha Top. So first of all, I need to fix a mistake that I said yesterday. When a mouse enters the airspace of an earthenware kli, so the actual kli becomes common, and everything that enters the kli afterwards becomes common. Could have a havamina. that it looks like this, the Havamina, that the Kli itself is a Rishon, and the next level, whatever touches the Rishon is a Sheni, and whatever touches the Sheni is a Shlishi, and whatever touches the Shlishi is a Revi, for whatever purpose it is. Usually it doesn't work at all, but sometimes for Paraduma or Kachim are very, very sensitive to things. Sometimes they're affected by Shlishi, the Paraduma is affected by Revi. But in fact, let's go, maybe this one, let's do this one. This is a dead mouse. This is actually touching, but okay. So now that the Kli, as he pours it in, it becomes tummy. Everything remains tummy. Okay. Yeah? Yesterday I said when the mouse is still in there. Today is, that's today's mistake. Yesterday, toxin, today's worse. Well, it was all yesterday. It was all yesterday. Even when the mouse is not in there, it still gives off tumma forever on a shady level. Only about the right. So now we're doing the typical Kal Vachomer that we saw a number of times in all the sugis. We'll do the same thing. Why can't the Kliferes become Tamei when you touch it from the outside? Typical Kli, let's say a metal bowl. Shemin Hamim Ma'avirim doesn't have the special halacha, doesn't have the special sensitivity that it becomes Tamei from inserting tumma in its ear space. Ma'avirim, the Kamigadim, nevertheless, they become Tamei when you touch the outside. Kliferes, Shemin Hamim Ma'avirim, so Kliferes, which is more sensitive, becomes coming when you put a mouse in the ear space inside. And it is, so certainly it should become tummy when you touch the outside. So let's take this case for instance. You have tumas oil. If somebody brings a dead person into a room, then the entire room becomes tummy. Everything in the room becomes common. Now, what about if you have a barrel made out of earthenware that's in that room, but it's sealed? Does its contents become common? The answer is no. It's able to protect what's inside that barrel. Why? The whole people are sharing something. Now, this is a severe tumas snake that spreads in the entire room. But the whole people if it's an open vessel, then it doesn't have a nice cover. Basically, what vessel does the tuna enter in its opening? Have you heard of the Kliferes? If it ain't someone only when there's no seal. Oh yes, some possible all of the heart. If there's a nice seal, then it would be hard. Okay. So you see that the Kliferes only becomes tamei from inside and not from the outside. I want to tell you a more big to this. When I heard this the first time, I loved this. So I'm going to share with you. We started Allah in Hilchos Tumah. A Kliferes, if you take a dead rat and you touch the outside of the Kliferes, the inside does not become tamei. The whole thing doesn't become tamei. It protects. You touch the Kliferes, nothing. Go inside, boom, it becomes tamei. You take a dead person, person's hand, and you touch the Kliferes on the outside, nothing. It's to protect. Listen to this Kiddush. Now, if I take, let's say, a Kiddush cup, a metal Kiddush cup, and I put it inside this Kliferes, which had a dead mouse in there a minute ago, what happens to this becher, this Kiddush cup? Huh? Anybody agree with him? Huh? Right? The answer is that a Kli, another vessel, cannot be become Tameh from a Rishon. What happens when you put a mouse into the ear space? So the actual Klicheres becomes a Rishon, because a dead mouse is the Avatuma. The Kli becomes one level below, becomes a Rishon. A Rishon cannot make a Kli Tameh. A Rishon cannot make a Kli Tameh. Now, a dead person could make a Kli Tameh. So I want to tell you a more Chiddush. If you put a dead mouse into this Kli, so the Kli itself became what? A Rishon. If you take a dead person and he touches the outside of the Kli, now the tumor goes right through, penetrates the Klicheres. Why? Because it's already Tameh. It loses its protective shield. The shield is only there when it's a tar Kli. But once it's Tameh, even from another tumor, from a lesser tumor, then it doesn't protect when the dead person touches it. And whatever's inside, let's say there's a Kli inside, there's a better inside, that Kli will become actually a Rishon. Nothing to do with our suya, I just thought it's a nice Kiddush. Cool. Says the Gemara. Now we're just going to do the reverse. Simple Kavachayim in the reverse. All other vessels, metal vessels, let's say, wooden vessels that have a pipe, a wooden Kli, a wooden bowl, a wooden cup, is Mikamatuma. How come when you put a dead mouse in the ear space, it doesn't work on all the Kalim of the world? Look up. Kavachayim from the simple Kavachayim. We just established that a Klicheres does not become Tameh when you touch the outside. Yes. But every other, yeah, and what? It does become Tameh when you put a mouse in the ear space. So every Kli that, why is it so close? Thank you. And it is so every Kli that's more sensitive than a Klicheres. It becomes Tameh when you touch the outside. Certainly should become Tameh when you put Tuma in its space. And after all, that pasuk talks about Toifai. And what does it say over there? It says the whole Klicheres, only earthenware has the union of Toifai. Toifai says that the Lord says it's not. As the Gemara of Anatoikoi or Darshinu, we already took the word Toifai and we learned. Yesterday we learned from the two words Toifai and Toifai, we learned two things. First of all, that food items that are inside the Kli become Tameh from the ear space. The ear of this Klicheres is Mitama food. And then we learned the Gzeir Shava that the actual vessel becomes Tameh. Yeah, two things: the food and the vessel. So you're right. But the fact is, our God tells it TV. It says Toifai 4 times. What does it say 4 times when it only says it twice? Because each word is 2 words. It should have said twice. Toifai, that Vav is another time. And it says this Toif, and it says instead of that the Toifai, another Vav. So total of 4. So what are we going to do with all 4? Toifai. Each Toifai actually says the word Toif in Toifai. That's for Irish sound. Toif, the word of Toifai, it says Toif. Oh. Yeah, everybody, you get it? It's not a joke, damn it. It's an inside joke. That was good. That was very good. That was very good. That was one of the better ones. That was one of the better ones. Listen to everybody. Let me tell you. Your son. But Tony has that good of a one. Then we have to, you got to think about it. You can't even try. Now you can't even try. So you're not asking the time that I'm not in this robbery. Where it is? That was Kishrin. That was a Kishrin. The Chal is Zeir Shava. No. It's Maisa. Let me tell you. I don't know if you know this Maisa. My oldest son, you know it, but he doesn't know it. My oldest son played a game. But if he did one of these, and you look at it, then he has the right to slap you on the head. Okay? So be in the Shabbos table where everybody's behaving nicely. All of a sudden he goes like this. He looks that way, points this way. Got you, give me your hand. Boom! People are screaming the whole meal. That's his game, and if you don't play the game, too bad, you're part of the game. So I couldn't control myself. I told the photographer at his passing, I said, "Can you just take a picture right now? I'm going to put the cup, when he smashes the cup, I'm going to put the cup on the thing, and I want you to take a picture." And I put the cup under, and I went like this. And then I went like this in front of everybody. I said, "Give me your hand." I smacked his hand. I said, "That's the end of the game. It cannot get any better than this under your chuppah, and I don't want you to ever play this game again." And he never played the game again. Never. That was it. Game was over. Game over. Game over. Game over. Inside joke, game over. That says, Nigma. Certain times, game over. I just said that's game over. That's it. No more fun. Game over. The certain point you have to realize, wow, that was over. That's all show. Next. Move on to the next game. Skyler Buffet. You knew this myself? With this one? Oh, of course. From now on, him and Phil, you're smacking each other. Yeah. Koi. Skyler Buffet. This is one of the mice that can't even put in your book. His father, in the middle of Chasana, serious matzah, smacking his son. That costs more. Rather fun him, man, dude. So what do you do with all for? It says Gemara, Chad the Gufay. What's the Gufay, Rabbi say? The food that goes into the kli, even though there's no tumah there, the ear in the kli gives it tumah. It makes it what? A sheni. The kli itself is a rishon. Anything that comes in drops from level to a sheni. And one tells me that the kli itself absorbs the tumah through the ear. This halacha that we're trying to learn, that only if the teres has this ability to give off tumah from its ear space, so a lot of Gemaras have this picture. The truth is, I would tell Yoshi to get rid of this mouse. It could be really confusing because it looks like it's touching. The point is that a mouse came into the ear space of the outer kli. The inner kli does not absorb tumah. Va'afilu, the Gemara says, kli shetef. Kli shetef means even another type of kli. If you notice over here in this picture, the inside kli is made out of wood. It's not made out of earthenware. This wooden kli, so let's do this again, so we could at least know it for today. The inside kli cannot become tummy. Why? Because the outside kli was touched by a mouse, or at least absorbed the tumah from the ear space. The mouse is in the ear space, so the outside kli became went from a tumah of the mouse down one level to a rishon. A rishon doesn't have the power to give any tumah to another kli. It cannot make another kli tumah. It can make food tumah. So the inside kli is protecting all the food that's inside it. Now, if you notice in this picture, the rim of the inside kli is above the rim of the outside kli. Why? Because if the rim of the inside kli is lower, then the ear would go inside. The ear of the outer one would still have room to seep into the inner one. It would make everything inside the inner one cover. Let's ask the Gemara, if so, let's do something else. Let's say that every kli cannot become tummy at all. At all. If you touch the outside of a kli, it doesn't become tummy. But the Torah says that a kli becomes tummy. Oh, so maybe it becomes tummy only one way only. Element toicham inside a kli ubenegia ubekavah. Maybe a mouse must touch not the outside of the kli. If you touch the outside, it remains tar. Maybe the mouse touches the inside. And what's the kavah? Time Omak Nisharis in the Kama Mavir in the Kama Gabo, Akuteres could be Kama from the ear space, but now when you touch the outside, Pelicans in the Kama Mavira. So all of the Kalim that are not Makama from the ear space, and the Dusha in the Kama Gabo, certainly be stronger and not coming from the outside. So how do we come from the inside? With the third part. Amakro, the close people, Suat Hasher, and some of the person, all of Kama. This kli that doesn't have a covering becomes coming. Oh yes, some puzzle all stars. If it has a covering, doesn't come at all. A color kalim. Any other kli, they just don't puzzle although kalim, whether or not they have a cover or not, they become coming from the outside. So to sum it all up, here we go. The two on the right are the compared to the left on the regular kalim. So Ma'avir is coming. I guess he's hoping that the kids in school pick it up. Listen, there's a big variety. All right, Rabbi Rothschild. Next Mishnah, same thing. Or the Kli 8. I've always said this. There's a board that someone gave us with some food on it. This is not metallic on it. Why? It's truly Kli 8. It's flat. It doesn't have a base keyboard. It doesn't have, I would say, base keyboard ears. Receptacle. This is not a receptacle. This doesn't have a bottom, so this is not considered. This is flat. If a dead person touches this, a dead mouse, tar. So something that's tar between this exact device, item, in metal would become tar. A flat piece of metal is tar. Tar if it doesn't have a receptacle. Theoretically, it's coming. The klimatacha is theoretically, it's coming. If it's flat, the kli and it's tar. Coming klimatacha is if it's metal, it's coming. Tar klimatacha. When? So this is what the city is going to be speaking about. If you have a piece of metal, it's not 100% finished. You didn't do all the finishing touches to it. You didn't engrave it. You didn't polish it. Whatever you didn't do, it's not mekabel tuma. Why? That's not how you sell a piece of metal. A metal dish, a metal object is always finished completely. Now, when it comes to wood is cheap. So as long as you don't finish it off, you give it the splintery, that's how you can sell it off. So probably If it's not nigma melachta, you didn't finish it off, it's still coming when it comes to kliyas. In other words, if you have a bowl made out of wood, sometimes when it's made in China, it's not 100%, 95%. That's common. But if you have a piece of metal made in China, not 100%, it's not common. But Rabbanon, Golme creates clay. So Golme means something that's not finished. It doesn't have all the beauty. So if it's clay, if it's made out of wood, again, it has a base keeper. We're talking about it can receive something. It's like a bowl, but it's not 100% finished. Then it's coming. And the same plie that's flat like this, even if it's finished, this is finished, it's perfect, shiny, it's sanded down, tar. Now if we do the same exact thing in reverse with metal, if it's not finished piece of metal, no matter what, it could have it could be a bowl, it could be a spoon, but it's not finished. It's tar. But a flat piece of metal without a base keyboard, but it's finished. Sorry, yeah, it's coming. So we see that everything is in the reverse. When it's a part of the when it's pseutically, it's flat. Tar decreates when it's covered between the topics. If it's flat when it's wood, it's coming when it's metal. Tar between my is when it's unfinished metal, so it's tar. Probably create. If you have a create that has a toy, but it's not finished, it is tar. The Lord goes into a very interesting gateway. He says it doesn't. Gateway, maybe on the base. Gateway, going clear. This is what unfinished piece of wood looks like. You're gonna finish it off, polish it off. With shabbats, you're gonna put studs on it like so. Like in America, you see like in the old shuls, they have those golden nails that put the fabric on the chair. Like decorative nails. In Hebrew, it's called meat. I have no idea. That's what they're telling me. That's saying meat. שמעת שזה מילה, meat? אתה מכיר? זה לא קשור. מה זה מיטים? זה נעצים כאלו. Okay. Ligar means to plane it, to even out the wood. Lecharkev means to carve out something like this guy over here. So even though he didn't finish that, he wanted to, and he didn't do it, it's still by the wood. So obviously we all know what tuna is. I'm not sure that this is it, but why not? The light hits it and you see the so with the skin, they use it for sandpaper. This might be a problem with the tuna, because the Gemara says that the tunas, when you take it out of the water, all I remember is that when we learned this, I don't know if it was this sugya or something similar, Avi Gargir said something about tuna. He spoke up then. At bottom, it sheds its scales. The tunas. So I don't know that tunas is tuna. I decided it's tuna. Gemara said once that the tunas, the tunas. Says Gemara, the chusar kan, if it's missing the base, oigen, or the rim, oizen, or the handle. Here we have some pictures. Oigen, no, this is oizen. No, this is oizen. This should be oizen. Oigen, here, that's better. Oh, it's my mistake. It says oigen and over here it says oigen. Okay. We gotta change this. I don't know, Gershon, we could go in there and change this one to Eisen instead of Eigen. It's missing a Zayin over there. Fine. Mechutzer Chatita, this would be a Pshudik Klimatefes, sorry. A good example of Pshudik Klimatefes, who would use a flat piece of metal for a knife. A knife is flat, has no base keeper. Yeah, I know, I'm just going in, I see the picture, so I'm showing it. I'm showing the picture on the screen. Mechutzer Chatita, meaning it doesn't have a base keeper. If a piece of wood doesn't have a receptacle, it's tall. As the Gemara, Mechutzer Chatita Pshita. What do you mean? We said it has to, if it's flat, it's tall. But it's not flat. The chok, he started working on it. He did 3/4 of the job. What? That's specifically it. It has in some way, because it depends what kind. Some of them you screw in the middle. Those who don't know, just on Amara, you probably remember those pistons from the pool house in Yeshiva. Those pieces of wood, those are so crooked that they might have a base keeper in the middle. Who knows? Hold on a second. He's showing that this is 3/4 of the job. It's only a capiza. He's trying to get the full kav. If he gets the full kav, that makes it coming. That might be more than just the Sabbath is 9. Okay. So interesting. The Meiri says, "What's a pshudik creates?" So I showed you this because this is the Kuli Alma, and even the Meiri brings this. This is Siva, but he brings a chair. Yeah. This is a chair is pshudik creates. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's what he's showing, that he wanted to get here. He wanted to get to the outside. Very good. Good. He's saying that if he wanted to make a much smaller cleat with the base keyboard, it would be without a total. This my Tavruz had an issue with. So that's why I'm not emphasizing it. But according to the Meiri, a chair, since it's flat, it's not a Kavatula. And he was saying, Rabbi D was saying it doesn't make sense based on the halachas of Moshe or whatever. Okay. Says the Gemara. We have to look into that. But Yop pushy one with the Meiri. What? Tar means star. What does it mean on finished piece of metal? If you just start about shining it in the Shabbos to put some pieces, those little, what do they call them? The nitim. The rivets, the garrers, to plane it, the parker, to engrave it. You might have a here in oh here. This is for metal, very nice. Metal, the parker, we're right over here. Engraved. What else does he have? The Shabbats. I don't know. Lahakish Bakuna is to hit it with a hammer and to do some sort of design, to some sort of Mechusar Khan. It's missing the bottom or Oigen or Oizen for the handle part. Because you intend to do this in the future you're not going to sell it without it. So right now it's not a proof. The chusr kisui, if it's missing the cover, come. Why? Because it's a clean without it. You have a cup, you just don't have the reddish cover for the cup. It's still tummy. What do you show? Oh, I asked yesterday. I guess only in my yeshiva we had something like this. Hold on, I gotta see what this is. What's this? I didn't see this. Interesting. Oh, we did the oil over here. Oh, yeah. I missed this one. Oh, no, but this is the oil. The oil, the fullness of oil doesn't affect. Yeah, this doesn't affect the. Okay. So our editor takes this and puts it instead of the other one. Okay. What am I looking for? Oh, sponsor. Turning to that, but I global specialist and international. Mom, this is what I do every day. Someone sends me a WhatsApp, so I go on my WhatsApp, but it's somebody else's WhatsApp. So I start looking at another word. Well, no, I want to send somebody else. I need to send Yoshi something every single day. I need to send Yoshi something. I'm not looking at my phone for an hour, 2 hours. I gotta go straight. But I have to send Yoshi a WhatsApp. That's what I want to do. So I go on. I see Mendy already got me. Oh, Mendy, what's going on? Mazel. I put my phone down. Am I the only one? No, I'm looking at this is Right, that global specialist. No, I went here to look at the turning of the daf, and I see this jar. I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember showing this jar. Oh, that's the oil thing. Then I forgot that I went here for the turning of the daf. Oh yeah. You see, well, it's not in here that yeshiva thing. Yeshiva because I learned something about that before I was even a teenager, and we didn't have much food there. Very little food actually. So one of the things we did, we ate eggs. We ate eggs. One day we come there and there's a dead bird in the frying pan. So the distance of us, including myself, we couldn't eat from the frying pan. So we devised not more than we took the lid of the frying pan, we took it over, and we heated the egg the other way. That had a stick of handle, so that was a problem. Plastic. Now, after a few times, you don't taste it. The burnt metal, the burnt plastic. It's better than a dead bird. And some of the guys had irons to heat up the room. You see, irons heat up the room, so you can make schnitzel on it also. If you know what you're doing, 2 irons is better. Okay. Back in the day, grilled cheese sandwich. You had grilled cheese sandwich. We didn't know grilled sugar. Chaim Milrad, this was Simi Morossi, Fradel Etel Bas, Yitzhak Alel Shalom. But nobody knows what we're talking about. Maishnahani and Maishnahani. As the Gemara is the difference between metal and wood. Unfinished wood, this thing is common. Unfinished metal is not common. Says the Gemara, people use metal to give it to their guests. It's chashivas. Chashivas, you don't give undone chashivas. Not for normal, it's because you want to get top dollar for it. So all you need is another polish, another handle. So maybe you don't, in your mind, you don't bear with that this is a clear. Might be nice. So where is there enough? You mean if you do it for cover or you do it for money? If you have a product made out of a bone like this, so bones are very expensive to do this, but it's not something you're not going to honor your guests with a bone of a dead animal. So if the reason is that it's because it costs a lot of money, so this also costs a lot of money, so it's not until you completely finish. And if the reason is covered, this is not covered. Nachman goes according to his own sheet. That a bone vessel and a metal vessel are not Mikabel Tuma until it's completely finished in the lockdown. What? The Kuyatsa Mikabel Tuma, what? So a bone is Mikabel Tuma? Yes, the sack. Anything made out of a goat, you have to make sure. Let's start. It's coming to add things that you wouldn't think. Even the horns, even the hooves. This puzzle says about goats. How do you know any other animal? It's extra, so it comes to teach us any type of animal. Its bones are Makabal Tumba. The ones that pick out a goat. Besides birds, you try to make some sort of vessel from the bones of a bird. It's not Makabal Tumba. So Rashi brings here something called a griffin. And in fact, here in Eretz Yisrael, they have griffin vultures. That's if you go to Gamla, you see these guys. So Rashi said they used to make things out of their nails. When I learned, I'll just give a tip to all the Americans. Nesher in Hebrew is not an eagle. Nesher is a vulture. So if you go to Gamla and you're hoping to see eagles, bald eagles, or whatever, you're gonna see these guys. Some people say they're kind of ugly, they're scary looking, but they're massive. Man, you're talking about like 2-meter wingspan, and it's very cool. If you look closely, you'll see them like sometimes it's even hard to see. Oh, I can tell you the Maisa. I have it on video, so maybe Ariel, if you remind me. I was on my way, I used to go scuba diving before I was going to say, I used to go scuba diving once a week in Iraq. And on the way to Iraq, it says there's a bird view. It shows like a picture of an eagle flying below the side of the road. Okay, I'm looking around, I don't see anything. And then in the corner of my eye, I see this mess. Just standing there. So I pull out my phone, film my camera, and then I start recording, and I can't believe it. And I'm seeing it, it's unbelievable. I start going closer and closer and closer. And the thing is still like staring at me, and like it's gonna eat me, this thing. So like tiptoeing, finally I get there, and I realize it's a piece of plastic. it's just a vulture looking, yeah. Marvelous. So another tip to the Americans, don't be fooled with that. Great. So the Heilige Mishnah. What? How do you know? I wasn't thought if I was testing you. I wanted to see if you looked through the whole Gemara. I wanted to know. How did you know there's no Kavachaymer? How did you know there's no Kavachaymer? We're holding it over now. But as you know. Very good. Very good. Okay. So let's see. What's the Kavachaymer? The metal. That's not Mikabel Tuma when it's not finished. It's Mikabel Tuma when it's flat. It's not Mikabel Tuma, but it's Mikabel Tuma when it's flat. So wood, it's Mikabel Tuma when it's not finished. Similar to Mikabel Tuma when it's flat. Okay, but you don't sell it like that. You don't do it. I think there's an easy answer to that. It's part of the. There's a puzzle. It's part of what people use. It's not. No, it's logic. It's what you use and what you don't use. It's what you sell and what you don't sell. People sell cheaply. I don't like it. Okay, I hear. Says the Heilige Mishnah. Achai b'shkedim hamorim. There's 2 types of almonds. There's I don't know why my things aren't working. 43. Like in the olden days, I would tell them which one to show. two types. There's the sweet and the bitter. The bitter you can eat when they're small. The sweet you eat when they're large. So there's the reverse. You only can take a meiser when the bitter are small, and when the sweet, like we're familiar with the sweet ones on the left. We only take a meiser when they're fully grown. When it's completely finished, that's when we take a meiser. When it's small, it's not edible. But when it comes to the bitter ones, it's the exact opposite. When they're very small, that's when you take meiser. When they're large, you don't take meiser. There's a guy, yesterday I said this joke, this guy is rolling over there. But I'm hoping that one or two people didn't hear the joke. Old lady gets on the bus every day, and she gives us a gift. She gives us the 2 almonds to the bus driver. 2 days later, the guy says, listen, don't you need them yourself? He says, I don't have teeth. I can't really eat them. All I do is I eat the chocolate around them. But these marin, these bitter almonds are very dangerous. They have cyanide. These have cyanide. Yeah. If you chayiv a meiser with the bitter almonds, but usually eat them when they're small, that same size, you potter the almonds that we eat because they're not edible. When you chayiv meiser on the sweet ones, in other words, fully mature almonds, potter the marin, that same size is no good for the bitter ones. Nobody eats those very large bitter ones. The derech to eat it is when they're small, but not when they're large. But the reverse, when they're sweet. That's when they're finished. Nobody eats them when they're small. When both varieties of almonds are small, they're potter. Why are they potter? Even when they're bitter, they're potter because it's not considered a fruit. They're too small to be considered a fruit. And some say that it's different. So you can figure it out yourself. What would be chayiv when they're large? Both varieties, the bitter and the sweet, when they're large, they're both chayiv. It's a finished fruit. So we have to understand. So what is finished fruit? Who's going to eat a very large bitter almond? That when they're small, even if it's bitter, it's part of a meiser. That if they're large. So even if it's bitter, you chayiv. What are you going to do with it? What do you mean? You can put it in a fire, roasted nuts. You put it over a flame, and you make something out of it. The Mishnah. We're just going to learn the Mishnah. So as a preview, we know that Meiser Sheni, person has a bunch of produce. He gives 2% to Truma, 10% to Meiser to the lady. Then 10% he takes in years 1, 2, 4, 5. He takes that and brings it to Yerushalayim. If he can't bring it to Yerushalayim, if it's too much, let's say he has a giant fortune, he has thousands of fruit, so he exchanges it for money. He sells off the fruit to someone. The guy gives him money. The money becomes kaddish. He takes the money that's kaddish, brings it to Yerushalayim. He can buy any type of food he wants. Now he's very, very thirsty because he had a very long way. He cannot buy water with the money. That's one of the two things. One of the what? Salt or fish. So I have to go machlokes with the AI. I have to go back. See, I have to ask the people in the toilet. I told them. guy that you can't eat fish. He says, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Mama, she puts it back to me. He says, no, and he brings me psukim, the whole thing. You can eat fish. 100% you can eat fish. You can buy fish. He tells me. I'm telling you, my sister, try it out now. Huh? AI. Hey, Mr. AI, I don't know. He's supposed to be very smart. So, exactly. That's the puzzle you brought. So now, I'm just trying to say, do not always rely on AI. Now, another Allah. Maybe you want to give me that mikvah behind you? Why not? We can start using it. A mikvah needs 40 saw of water. What? You're joking. Maybe you have ChatGPT. I have ChatGPT. Gemini. Use ChatGPT. Maybe it took my missile. This mikvah, every mikvah needs 40 saw of water. If you were to introduce to this mikvah 3 lug of sink water, it has to have 40 saw of make shaman, ice, whatever, let's call it make shaman. Non-mindful. If you were to put in here 3 lug of sink water, this mikvah can never become kosher. You could add on 1,000 lug of water of make shaman, it's not going to help. It's something called temet. Temet means you take water, right? And you add 48, please, and you add grape seeds to it. Not just like this. You eat 2 grapes and a lot of seeds come out. Yeah.
Over here, buddy. Over here, Cyrus. So where have you been sleeping?
So at a certain point, the water transitions and becomes yayin. Wine, if you introduce wine to the mikvah is kosher. Mayim shurim is not. So therefore, says the Mishnah, Hatemed actually hifmid when it didn't ferment. Thank you. Because the meiser is considered water. So it's considered water, like bottled water. You can't purchase it with meiser sheni money. Who poisons a mikvah, and therefore also it's sink water that makes a mikvah possible. The sheichmid, but once it ferments, so now it's considered wine. You could buy high-end wine with your meiser sheni money. You can do whatever you want with your meiser sheni money. Very poisons a mikvah. It doesn't make the mikvah possible. Now, we got to do this halacha because there's no gemara really on it. 2 brothers that inherited from their father. If they leave it as is before they do any division on the Yerusha, then it's as if it's still their father. It's something called tfusas habayis is still within the. Then they divide. But what if they divide and conquer? They divide the Yerusha. So you get this 50%, I get this 50%. And now let's be partners in this factory. Let's take over the father's business. So now they're 100% partners. So what happens with partners is very interesting. Let's go to 47. Show 47 for a second, or the minute that it takes. Very geschmack. When a person has brand new animals, baby animals, so he takes the animals, puts them in a pen, he opens up the door, and he counts. And the 10th one that comes out, he puts on it red splash. He paints it red, and that 10th one goes to Yerushalayim. Rabbi, I'm going to tell you a hint. Just maybe that you don't know. I didn't even realize. Okay, sounds like me. Who gets to eat this animal? What do you do with this animal? You bring it to the English and you chef it as a carbo. How much is a plane get, Rabbi? How much does a plane get? Rabbi Schoenberg, how much do you get from the Meiser? Do you remember? Who Who's the pioneer? The Kohen gets all of it. The Kohen gets zero of it. Zero. Reb Nachum, it's a good thing you came to Shir today. You almost took away from the Israel. The Kohen gets zero. Not the or nothing. The Israel gets 100% of it. The only thing the Israel loses, so to speak, he gains, and goes on his back, the Inurim, that's it. If this animal has a month, he gets the whole thing. Great. So, the halacha though, when it comes to meiser, if you have a partner, you don't have to give meiser. It's a nice way to get out of it. If you want to get out of the mitzvah, you get a guy, give him a shut, just 2% of all your animals, and you don't have to give meiser. So Mela, that they divided the Yerusha. Now they are partners. We learned this halacha recently that if you give a matzah shekel to the Beis Hamikdash, you have to add a tiny amount for the kalban. It's called for the exchange rate, a little bit of a kalban. So if they have, each one has to give a kalban. Why? Because they come from different areas. They're two different people, and they're just partners. They're partners, and therefore they don't have to give Ma'aseh Behema. But when they're not considered partners, why? Because they're taking animals from their father's estate, and it wasn't divided yet. The estate, then the state paid for the matzah shekel. When the state pays for the matzah shekel, when you pay for somebody else matzah shekel, you don't have to add a kalban. So as if the state paid for the two kids, there's no kalban and there's no meiser behema. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
There you go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, there goes Cyrus Henry. It's getting the show started. Let's just keep it moving along. He's on Twitter at Cyrus Henry. And the show has begun. Hey, look, everybody, it's David Deary, everyone. It's touching us as he walks by. I'm excited. I'm going to hand the fan here, our present, shirtless. Okay, this looks like a new name. Let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Dan.
Welcome to all the guests. I see a few. We'll get to them. Harry Friedman, broken neck.
Come on, one more time.
Ideal. We spoke about broken neck, not his. That's Shalom. Hi. Regarding whether I'm telling to be done for Shabbos, broken neck, halachically dead. If someone is in cardiac arrest, hard to stop. Imagine they'd also be halachically dead. So clinical death. Status quo without revival, dead. Well, what does the Gemara say? The Gemara talks about a broken neck. I don't know. We don't know. And we know that Atzal will work on and transfer the regarding a few people send these kind of emails, so I'll go from me different. This person sent me different emails from different addresses with different names, saying the same thing basically. They all started Dear Ellie, so I knew right away it's the same guy. Dear Ellie, I want to expound on the point. I know I'm not regular. I grew up in Beis Talmud. I think you know what that is. It was also a time when I remember signs hanging from many of the buildings old saying that you should not have videos of classes because in order to watch them you need a VCR, and then you might have to watch other videos. Oh, how far we've come. But you know I myself have become somewhat mekukel, and I watch them DY. He watches him DY. He became a kulkul, and I watch him DY. I still think that while there are many of your viewers who are exposed to real violence videos will laugh off my concern, there are many others who still have the natural instinct that Hashem gave us to be repulsed by violence. Seeing such videos deadens our feelings of repulsiveness and sensitivity. Please, I beg of you, really take my words into consideration. Don't forget, they have tons of pure children watching, and many of them are still truly pure until they watch something else first. It's really not necessary to damage their holy sensitive feelings as regards Gershon Sorbrowski from Bensonhurst now Yerushalayim. I think he's referring to the guy giving the other guy back adjustment and jumped on him and put him in a You're saying every single one. Okay. Here he is again. Ellie, would you ever have a video of Abel Nairis? Of course not. I know it's not exactly the same thing, but it still makes violence feel more normal and doable. Especially, I'm just showing that the way you started it, Ellie, gave it away. Especially in today's society, you need to be extra careful. You have guys doing shkita and kolchazanish. Oh, you have guys doing shkita and kolchazanish. Okay, so maybe that guy watching you, that was the problem. Don't sharpness. Grape shot. We talking about I saw grape shot brought down. So why we eat milkshakes and fruits? Me, you can shop whatever you want. But tomorrow, it doesn't make a difference to the animal. But milk, the cow has to be milk. Every single day, no matter what. The Torah is compared to milk. Shavuos. It needs the yoimi, the daily consistency of learning every single day. Remind of Bitterman. It's about the yoimi. Just thought I'd cheer better late than never. Darn, I like it. Dear Belly, thanks for the amazing share you do, and also for the amazing Gemara. Just learning the daf on the Euro tunnel. Rafi Joseph, Menachas Daf Beis. What's the Euro tunnel? Oh, from England to France. So is this like he's waiting for the train, or he's on the train? That's what it looks like inside the train. What? Oh, you drive a car in. Did you have? I'm sure they have seats also for people to sit. There are no seats. Everything's for cars. Only cars. And you get out of the car and sit down on the side. Wow. Yishma. Hi, Belly. Jimmy Newman here. Just wanted to tell you that today I'm proudly completing a full year of doing the daf with this young guy. Now, there's one thing the daf that is consistently, I'm proud to say that in the past year I've never missed the daf. Whether I flew to America and the time zone was different, I had a chasana of Purim, Givaldic, Mazel Tov. It was a full year. Unisefta, official edition, Zev and Yal Shalom. Perek, the Benedict family. Daf, Abdallah, Victor Amar. Where is he? Oh, he's not right now. Nishmas, Meir ben Avram, Be'eser Bas Guna, Moshe ben Meir, V'Simcha Bas Esther, Ratzlach Harabeli. Harabeli. We just stick it like Rebelli and that's it. Then Harabeli, no, Eli makes up for people. David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avi Mori, Reb Shmuel, Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi, Doiz Yechon Vracha. The Masechta is sponsored, not the official. The Masechta, the Politic Family Foundation, granted to the consortium and their alliance, and all they do to support them do what? Anonymous. Not talking about this guys who think it's the Chief Benny. Anonymous with the Shleiman, everything to the Assessor, Yom Daniel, Rosenfeld, Prius Simcha. Are you Simon, monthly sponsor of Shleiman, I'll be Mayor Both and Miriam. Yom Daniel, Arnolds Shefa. The Spanish year sponsored. Wishing them the white family to continue its reference Yad Shmai Shkoya. Every day costing $300 to get the average, go over it and do the voiceover, the whole thing. Shlomo Aviva Mostavsky, Nachman ben Nassim Mostavsky, 50th yard side, Yumul Sibim. Anybody know what's going on with the Yiddish? And the French? Yiddish should probably be first. But okay, great. Yiddish would be easy to find a younger man who speaks Yiddish and listen to share in English. Okay, I don't know what this means, but you're telling me Michael Yeager, for merit of 8 Chavetz Chaim Rebbeim who brought light of Torah to the desert of Tucson. Tucson, Arizona, yeah? I gotta do that again. The merit of 8 Chavetz Chaim Rebbeim who brought light of Torah to the desert of Tucson. Wow, that was murder. Chaim. What did he say in Morocco? One of the deserts where so 8 Chavetz Chaim Rebbeim went out there? Now? 50 years. No, so what does that do now? Yeah. But they didn't go now, it's later. Okay, I hear. Now I understand. Shemaya. Is Tucson, Arizona the epicenter of the world? That's the Shiloh. HYK Ventures and the success of 4-hour flights. Beyond Daniel, Rosenfeld, Rachel Parnasa. Monthly innovations LLC as a skill on your growing up for the rest of the show. Innovations LLC as a skill to give a simple and fake no rifty use Basi Apachaya. MWIR, month. Before Shlomi Yonatan Eitan, no one is got a good laugh out of it. Before Shlomi Yonatan Eitan, never bracha. Before Shlomi Yonatan Eitan, Esther. It's a yellow, Daniel, Esther. The voice are holding up from Gimel on the days. By the Mishnah, it's the same theme. It's mamish, the same questions and answers. Two things that are similar but very different. Kosher ba'para, kosher ba'egla, kosher ba'egla, kosher ba'para. We have something called the para duma. Para duma, we don't want to show the whole thing because that'll be violent. You chef a para duma here, let me show you. There's a close-up even. What? And then you have a voice of the Egla Rufa. Okay, so the paraduma is when somebody becomes, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, people were coming, we're still coming today, that's why we're all coming. We don't have paraduma. You go to Mikvah 100 times, if you don't have a paraduma, you cannot become Christmeme. If a person's coming to the Vaya or whatever, you cannot become tar unless it's sprinkled by the paraduma ashes. Egla Rufa, the famous, they found a dead person. Yeah, is this fun? So this is also violent. Because we're shutting down our AI department. The people from the Yerushalayim, from the Bezin, they come, they measure, and then the city that's closest to the dead person has to bring a calf. We're not going to show the actual thing, but it's going to be very clear. He's going to eat. Now, one sheet that says there's water, another sheet that says that it's very, very dry. Okay. So the difference between the two is obvious. One, you chop the animal's head from the neck, from the oiref, from the nape, from the back of the neck. And what is the regular shkita? The paraduma gets regular shkita. So, if you do the shkita of a para on egla rufa, it's possible. And if you do the chopping of the neck of the egla rufa on a paraduma, it's possible. Each one has their way of killing the animal. So once again, we have Torah Rabban to explain the Mishnah. When you chef the para aduma, that's the way it's kosher. Ba'arifa. Remember, there's room over there, please.
Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. It feels weird to you. However, I'm going to hear Fighter from over there. It's going to be nerve-wracking. Egla Mishkila Cherry, Barifa Psula. Egla Barifa Shera, Mishkila Psula. I think he's making. What I call his wife, I'm sure. I caught. We'll talk about it later. Egla Barifa Shera, Mishkila Psula. He's not even smiling. It's good, it's good. Loved it. Okay, so we'll talk. Egla Barifa Shera. By the Egla which is the chopping, is kosher for the Egla Rufa. But if you do Shkita, the Egla Rufa is possible minces. It comes out. Pasha Bakara, the Shkita is great Bakara. Pasha the Egla doesn't work by the Egla Rufa. Pasha the Egla, chopping with, what is it called? That big, the cleaver. Cutting with the cleaver. It's called the Bakara. Doing that with the Bakara would be possible. As the Gemara, the same question that we asked in all Mishnah is, we continue to ask the same kind of question, simple kind of kalkhoimer. Okay, para shared by Rifa, kalkhoimer. Why do we say that you could use a cleaver on a para duma? Kalkhoimer. My eglos lo show b'shkidon shared by Rifa, or egla Rifa. Shkita doesn't work. We'll prove that soon. Shkita does not work, but the cleaver from the back of the neck works. So para. So certainly, chopping of the neck should work by a parakima. Tosis points out that this question could be posed on all functions. Maybe you should be able to chop the back of the neck. But paraduma and egla rufa are very similar in different ways, says Tosis. So we stick to that. The more initial answer is we're not going to go away from this. We know that paraduma has point. You don't ask questions. It's exactly as you. Bishkita, Arifa, like only shkita and not a cleaver. Why does this is the word kuka? That's the Gemara, the Chadal, the Manal, but the way of the Tzibit, it's kuka, there's a shini kavachaymer. So every time it says the word kuka, you can't say kavachaymer. We had a nice kavachaymer, a very simple kavachaymer. That a cleaver should work on a paraduma. You see, no, the word kuka tells us don't mess around. It's exactly as it. Rabbi Rothschild in Kipper it says, and you see, you can say a kavachomer, but for another reason you don't say kavachomer. Famous two goats that we have in Kipper. There's only one way to decide which one is Lashem and which one is La Azazel. And that's with a Goya, do a little raffle, and that's it. Whatever the raffle decides. What if the Kohen doesn't say, I want this one to be the second one. It looks nice, let's bring this to Hashem. Let's throw this one off the cliff. It doesn't work.
Getting way too close.
The violence.
So, like, what type of stuff would a 6-year-old do in which you didn't think about strength?
Yes, the violence. Stop them. Enough of school, we had a lot of violence. Then you got an email, and you changed it all.
6 years old. Yeah, 6-year-old.
Is it? Okay. Well, we did it. We're mad, but we sleep in Shagor. Hashem. Welcome to Kin Shagor. We did. in a place. So it's interesting. This week's parsha. You can't answer. You. But the rest of you that don't know that, if you don't know the answer, you can answer. In this week's parsha that we just laid, what do we have? A situation with a person brought two birds. Parsha's Nazir. Nazir. The Nazir. So the Nazir. So he brings a mincha. The Nazir brings two birds. Who decides which one of the birds is the fastest? Which one is the Oila? The owner or the Kayan? The owner when he purchases it or the Kayan? But you let this. All these people are big birds. You can't do a raffle. You can't, I'm going to do a raffle. Whatever comes out on a piece of wood. Doesn't work. You have to say, Tatas Oila. So, I mean, Kippur, where the raffle works, did you give it Hashem? So certainly, the raffle should work, and not the raffle. The words of the person should work. The coin should be able to decide. I'm a loimer, go so Tata. Why don't I say the Tata Timer on both sides? Because I have in the first puzzle that says the so Tata. Hagoyer likes the Tata, then Hashem likes the Tata. The puzzle teaches me that only Goyer. So the Gemara says, very good, Timer, because you have one of us on Tata. I need two otherwise they would have a conversation. What happens to the fact that the place is enforced that Yom Kippur, but Hais is also having a kuka. It's a kuka. This is Gemara. Mizrach Mono, Gabriel, Arufa, Ha'arufa. You're right. It has nothing to do with the word kuka. It has to do with the word Ha'arufa. Zoish Barifa, Ve'ena Fein Barifa. Okay, we are in the night. The word Barufa, only one thing has a cleaver by the back of the neck, and that's Eglarufa, and nothing else. Now the Gemara just goes the reverse Kavachimer, the simplest Kavachimer. How come you cannot check the Eglarufa? Why do you have to use a cleaver? I have a Kavachimer. Not partially sure about using Shita. A paradu, what we already established, you can't use a cleaver. You have to Egla should share by people, so Egla Ruben that you can use a cleaver. It's more now than you do to share the Shita. Certainly you can use a regular knife and use perform Shita. The Arfu Egla. The Arifa in the Shita law, just to remind the Oila, why not brush up on it? And when it comes to touching, anytime it says something twice, Shana when a person is active, so it says Arfu, it says Arufa, that's a double lashon. That's only Barifa and not the Shita, only with the cleaver and not with a knife. We'll pause here for a second. Shalom Aleichem to all the guests. What's your name? From where? Brooklyn, New York. And you? What's your last name? Excellent. Shalom Aleichem. Very nice. What's in Brooklyn? No way. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. It's a nice request. Shivas. And your name? From? Long Island. What was the name? It's different in the Long Island. Next to Tucson, it's Tucson. Oh, it isn't 5 times? It's not the 5 times. Where's that? Long Island Mayor. Such a thing? I never even heard. I'm not. This thing is that. Long Island's like out of town. And this is like in Mars. No, that's right. The Chemist doesn't know, like, this day and age that you ask me, a lot of American inflation. Unbelievable. Okay, that's it. Me. Him. Oh, him. Oh, I love it. It's a new platter. I don't think we ever had someone from Long Island, Merck, Long Island. Show me everything. Who else? What's your name all the way in the back? CC. Yes? Kavanan? Trevor? Okay. Rabbi, who's a pioneer in this room? Brandy. Oh, so you have Porte out here. Very nice. We have Nuffin. We have Donnie. Nope. We have Solberg. Solberg, and we have Yossi over there. Who's a Levi? Besides Nachman. Oh, we got Levine. Who else? Have a Shiloh. You can answer. Unless they don't know. Oh. The Levium in the time of the Hamikdash, how long did it take them to prepare to learn their Avodah? How long did it take? You know? 5 years. 5 years. Okay, good. You knew this? 5 years. Okay. How many years did it take a Kohen to learn his Avodah? How long? How long for a Kohen? I have no idea. I don't think I could. What does a Kohen do? What's his job? What's his main job? To collect 5 stones for picking up end. What's his main Avodah in the Beis Hamikdash? Why? You talking about experience? People steal these shoes? Yeah. They literally take it? You lose them. So you stealing his shoes. It's a thing to steal his shoes. What kind of thing is that? Or you give your shoes to your kid, and your kid's also playing. Wow. Okay. So Kayan's main job is to do that program of the Korbanos. He also watches the Beis Hamikdash. He watches, but he watches the Beis Hamikdash from the inside. What's the Levi's job? Singing, more than singing. Also using the instruments. Security. On the outside of the Beis the outside. And one more thing, Nachman. What took them a long time to learn? Also I guess the singing. But in the Mishkan, in the Midbar, they used to take apart the Kalim and then move all the Kalim. So you're going to see something super interesting. For me, it's super depressing, actually. Chosher b'Kohanim, possible Levim. Levim, a very short period of time to do that avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. Only 20 years. From the age of 30 to 50. 50 is considered too old. Who here in this room is 50? Everybody's scared to raise their hand. No, I know you're 50. I know you're about going to raise your hand. From 50 and over. 50 and over. 50 and over. Raise your hand. 50 and over. What is going on? We got to change. We need a little young blood in this room. So we are all possible. Our advice are all possible to do any. If you're a Levine, we're all possible. Over the hill. But yeah. Well, not in this. The NBA starts at 15. How old is Kobe when he entered the NBA? 17, 18. I don't think he was even 18. Okay. I'm upon him. 30. Maybe 30, because in the NBA, I guess you have to learn. But over here, you have to learn. It takes 5 years to learn. So you can only start at 30. So it's Asher B'Kohanim. There's no age limit on Kohanim, really. You start at Bar Mitzvah, but go until we'll see, until you become really old. What's this? Oh, thank you. You put on a map where Merrick is. So I see Cedarhurst, Woodmere, Hewlett, Mount Sinai, South Nassau. I know. Leave me alone. Reaper. Merrick, here we go. Merrick. It's on the same route. It's showing. Unbelievable. Expensive. Okay, man. Okay, I got it. Now I got it. No. So, possibility. Years are not the big thing when it comes to Kohen, but years are huge. The only thing that we care about by a lady. Also the Kohanim. What do we care about in Kohanim? What causes a Kohen about? Broken leg, and this and that, no good by a Kohen. By a lady, it's not a big deal. So the same kind of thing that we had before by all the Mishnayos with the difference between a paraduma and a garufa and the difference between a dove and a yoina, etc. And now we have the Torah Rabbanon that explains us the Mishnah. A client that has a moment possible, but if he has the age, he's kosher. And when it comes to Levi, if he has a moment kosher, when he's between 30 and 50, and he's below 30 or above 50, he's kosher. Comes out, possible Levi. Whatever's kosher about client is possible Levi, possible Levi, possible Kohanim. You know how do we know? This is something that has it's this week's parsha coming up. And before I even ruin, there's a pasuk that we actually read this week. It has 4 words that come from the same. They're basically the same, and there are 4 words in a row in this week's parsha. Does anybody know what they are? I know it has to do with avoidance. It's going to say it in here. It's going to say it in the Gemara, right? Coming up. Avoid. Okay, we'll see in a second. This week's parsha. 2 things, and then we have a pasuk coming up from next week's parsha. Or this is coming up parsha, which we started doing timing. But I the Torah Rabbanon doesn't show the the Torah says that in this week's parsha, that after 50 years, that's it, you're done. Look, we see that there's a limit. I would say maybe a woman should also pass a lady. They don't. I have a simple kavachimer like we have in the other Mishnah. Kohanim that don't have an age limit.
Everybody stop what they're doing. Everybody. I don't care what the fuck you're doing. But we have this motherfucker from this island that tried to get his ass whooped. And cool. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. Yo, can you hear me?
And let's do the reverse. Maybe a Kohen should have an age limit.
This motherfucker is jerking himself off raw.
A lady that the moon doesn't affect him.
Dog.
The years, his age,
okay,
limit
that's cool.
Okay.
No worries. I'm glad you're here. Dude, I don't need practice, baby. I won the last game that we played. I win them all. If anything, I let you win. Just because of the goodness of my heart, I want you coming back. I don't want you to, man, I don't want to join that Discord that has that rabbi whoops my ass every time. I want to keep it sexy. I want to keep it light. That's what I do. That's who I am. Everybody knows that. You're welcome, big dog. Are you ready to see your? What do you call them? The England Lions?
When they're not carrying anything. The Beis Laman. What's Beis Laman? The Beis Hamikdash.
This motherfucker sounds like he hasn't slept in weeks.
There's nothing heavy there that they had to carry.
Alright, well, you just do you.
These are the 4 words.
We like having you. We drink. Darling.
Are they possible completely, even for singing and playing instruments, when they had to carry stuff that was heavy, so they had a limit on that, so you're going to take that same limit and say, okay, we're locked in from 30 to 50, and that's it, even for singing. But when you don't have the avodas hakasa, you don't have the carrying, the schlepping, then you don't have that limit. We have a contradiction. The one time he says that the lady should be 25 years old because of that menstruation should be 30. Yes, a menstruation should be never What do we do with this contradiction? Okay, it's like from the Talmud. He starts studying his avodah when he's 25. And Shloshim avodah takes him 5 years, from 25 to 30, to understand what he needs to do. If a person learns Torah and he forgets, he's not going to see a sinning bracha. Try for 5 years. If it doesn't work, try something else. I guess it's decided and everything. Try. I don't know. The magician tried 5 years. It's not good. Try something else. That's what it seems like. So, years. I saw it in 2 places. The first time, and then the Sukkah brings another. I think even somebody more cognitive says. Rav says that this is the Makar of the Mishnah, Ben Chomesh, the Mikra, Ben Eser, the Mishnah, Ben Chomesh, that's for the Gemara, because each thing takes about 5 years. Not to master, I wouldn't say the word master, you can't master, to get a grasp. Funny. I saw a nice story from Rabbi Rothschild. He once asked his wagon driver, I don't understand, how do you gotten Shmones so quickly? What's the pshat? So the wagon driver told him, he said, how long will it take you to learn how to read? So that's about a month. This is very good, very good. It took me 5 years to learn how to read. So I have a lot more experience in reading than you do. There's a guy that when he was about like 13, 14 years old, I said, this might somebody, he's a relative of mine now. Not only that, I have a lot of friends that think that he's employing one of my kids. And he married my niece eventually. When he was like 13, he died in the same show. And I went over to him and I said, listen, I timed you. The Shmones was 2 minutes. If you can repeat the Shmones for 2 minutes, here's $1,000. Just have to say about that. He's an American kid. Toxin, whatever he said over there. He couldn't read. He wasn't reading it, Givaldic. And that was it. So that was the end of that. And then he told me later on, like 10, 15 years, he said, you know, he said that to me. The mamish, and since then, I never gotten the cookie for asshole. Yeah. I was always like, yeah. He was here for this break. Sitting there with the timer. No, I mean, I'm looking at this kid. He's doing one of these, you know. I said, okay, let me knock down first. Let me time him. No, I did it a second time. When did I stop?
Tracy, I don't mean to be rude by any means, but if possible, can you mute yourself? Because when you fall asleep, then you end up snoring. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you want to talk, you can leave it on. But thank you. In stories tied it's fuck. The sexiest people in the world snore. Shows they have clean consciousness. Clean consciousness.
Unbelievable. That's I don't do it anymore. It's like scary. I almost lost $1,000. Yeah. So the Gemara. It's not 5 years. It's 3 years. Shenemar u'legados shonim shalom. U'lelamdim sefer u'lishoin kazdim. So the Knesset took these Jewish children and he said, I need these Jewish children here in my castle. We're going to teach them kazdim. It's going to take 3 years to teach them a language. So it's a Paladic thing. You see now in English, but in Hebrew, I give a shir in Hebrew for 2.5 years. Almost every single day, they correct me in my Hebrew on different things. Teach me new words. I just learned. How do you say? What's B'rirat V'Dal? Never heard. You guys ever heard the word B'rirat V'Dal? Default. I'm hearing it. So for 12 years, I'm giving the shit. Never even heard of the word default. What? Maybe it's in the word. You know, like when you do computer. What do you say? Right. Every day. Every day. It's 7 years. For 7 years. Yeah. So 3 years is golden. Because the bottom line is you try to learn a language you never learn. I mean, typical person won't learn it. Period. Here comes so much. A lot of them say for Russian Tasman. I'm just thinking now about these Israeli Kairim or whatever they're called, these Styrim that they have to learn perfect Arabic. But maxed out, like perfect with all the nuances and all. Never mess up and never say function. No, these are Bali Kishrin, Bali Kishrin. These are what? Right. You have to live all the nuances. Sometimes. You can have to do all that. Yeah. It's not true. You started, you asked first. No, I'm saying, you meet these guys, they look like it's not a girl. Yeah. Somebody needs to take the clip of it. Last night she was with Yossi Cohen, was sitting right over here, buddy. And he was eating candy from a plastic bag. I punished him in front of everybody. Someone has to cut it and send it to everybody in tuition. They'd have a lot of, I mean, he watches shit. Yeah, obviously, he don't need to clip. Okay. So over here it says it only takes 3 years. How come the other man only says 5 years? Shani Loshin Kazim Kala. Okay, no big deal to learn Kazim. It's easy, 3 years. To learn how to be a lady, you need 5 years. So how come he says 3 years when it seems like it's 5 years? Shani is avoided the kifin. And it's an afkamino between avoida and to learn a language 3 years, to learn avoida is 5 years. Koyen Yovish Tisaris at Yavskin, Kashla avoida. To be a koyen, to start doing avoida, you have to be 13 and Simonim. Until you're old. The moment person boy, obviously a mole, no good. Ben Levi, Ben Shlishma, Ben Chamishin, Kashla avoida. A lady needs to be at least 30 until 50. That's it. There's a 20-year period. Vishanim Oislimba. Years passable, but not the book. How to get a guy sings off to him? No, my grandmother gave me one piece of nice shawla. She used to tell me, listen, whatever you do, don't marry a a girl that her father seems off. So what did I do? I didn't listen to my grandmother. Yeah. Oh, a lot of mothers. So, I mean, that was the one thing she told me. The one thing. Yeah. There are two in my small circle. They say that Imanim, they have a ton of Levim in the Yemenite community, and they all have good voices in their community. In my little circle, I have Nachman Seltzer and Simcha Sussman. Tops and the tops. I didn't say Schlafer. He's not bad. Not bad. He's not what? He's not a Levi. I'm talking about Levim. Here. I'll do weiter for him. Omer Rabbi Yochanan, Micro. I wasn't sure if Kol Echad means that everybody's singing together and they have this one guy that's he's off tune, or with the harmony. It doesn't fit in with the harmony. I don't know. Okay. I don't know, but sometimes the harmony also sounds beautiful together. I'm sure they did a lot of harmonies. Yeah, I know. I don't know where you got it from. What? If one guy's off tune, you hear. Right. Depends how many. You're talking about a whole stadium full of people. No, he's talking about a non-Jewish thing. I know what he's talking about. Okay. How many does it say? That's the other. Okay, he's saying that you can't hear. In a case that you hear, then the guy, we throw him out. Oh, hold on. Here, we have a video of it actually. I hope it's not violent. Oh yeah, there's a little violence at the end. It doesn't work so well in English.
No longer in the desert. There I would have had to retire. Now I can keep working. And now, let's sing. Happy birthday to Yes, Mazel Tov.
She's the Jew thing. Us too.
Yes, we will continue to play and lock and open gates. But I love singing songs.
All right.
So you have we have two roommates then, and you have one bathroom. So like what can fit in this bedroom?
Oh, now I have to do the sponsors. Turning the dial by Dark Global Specialist International Financial Services. Time Bill Rad, the Nishmasi Mimrosi, Fraud Local Basi, Sogola, Shalom. Oh, reminding the Ilam. I want to say, no, you can't tell me you're going to get me pictures. I want to remind the Ilam that Bezer Shem, exactly a month from now, on the Sunday, a month from now,
Now a lot of your
the three of us plus Mendy going. A bunch of people are going. We're going to Austria. The Olam is invited to join them. I'll be there. Whether it's tours, talk to whoever. No, you're gonna get some pictures and Gishmak. Beautiful waterfalls and Zachen and how do you say Nikikim in English? Canyons, and there's a lot of stuff. You're doing unbelievable food. Oh, it's not a vacation. What are you talking about? It's work, hard work. It's a two-week matcha. Are you coming? You should come. Actually, yes. There's no skiing. It's like, but everybody. It's because currently are coming Bezer Shem. They locked in already. Oh, they didn't lock it. Stop. Yes. So tomorrow, how old is a kohen? What's his limit? Omar Rabbi Lo Rabbi Chanina. Says Rabbi Chanina. Remember the name. Archie Rapish. When he starts shaking, the shaking is a move. And then also, Balperi Shishava Velohitro Mayim. Person saw Kerry, so he goes to the mikvah. That night he becomes far. But the problem is he didn't go to the bathroom. He didn't urinate. Shiato coming. You're concerned that maybe a little bit of Kerry remains in his body. When he goes to the bathroom, it comes out. When it comes out, it becomes tummy again. That only applies to somebody who's sick or an older person. The yellow, the babari, the young person, healthy person, far, you're not concerned. Yell at Thomas. So what does it mean? What does yellow mean? Usually yell at a child. Amar Rillah Rabbi Chanina, say Rabbi Chanina, also Amar the Rabbi Achas. You can stand on one foot. I remember doing this once in Shir. Standing on the table. I'm not going to attempt today. And he can remove his shoe, and he can put on the shoe as he's standing on one foot. What? No, today it's on AI. I can just show you what it looks like on AI here. This is shtickle violence in this. I'm going to do a warning every time. This is not appropriate for you to look on your kids.
Wait, does somebody have a t-shirt on? Yeah, and then he's like, we know it's a guy, but you have to give him the shirt back. Where did you find Miguel?
Takes off his shoe. Still a kid. Ellie, I told you. Shohaya ben Shmoinim Shana, he was 80 years old, he stand on one foot. Omer Chanina says Chanina, Chamin b'shemen shesachasni ili b'yaldusi, the hot water, the oil that my mother rubbed on my body when I was a little baby. A lot of people want to say Chana means the warmth of my mother.
Yeah, I know.
So it's Charlie Shemin. It's slipped. They slipped and slip away. She wasn't marking on the word. Okay. It's Malish person who has a beard. Well, also is Shliach Tzibur. So you can be a Shliach Tzibur. What does a Shliach Tzibur mean? You could do, says Rashi, you could do the shofar, you could do the nido, you could do malchus, you could be the shliach of the tzibur. It doesn't mean what we call shliach tzibur, because that's the next list. The layer of the fnei hateva, and it could be a shliach tzibur for the you could down for the almond. The lisa is kafa. Oh, so this is problematic for us. He can do dukani. When he has a full beard. So as Toisves, here we go, when Toimar, the cycle of Ados and Mashma, if you look at the nicest path of even a young kid could do dukani. The Shloimar, it says at the end, the other nicest path of anyone of Doila. A child can only do it together with adults. You can't go up there. But in the mice, we see that kids, 13, 14-year-olds do it by themselves. I don't know how that works exactly with this Gemara. Seems like you need a beard. And in terms of being a chazan, it's interesting. The Ramah brings down, he should be about 25 years old, 25 to 30. And there's different cheetahs in the different, the polka, the this, that. 25 or 30, there is a certain age that is more appropriate to be a chazan and to have a beard. What's the earliest to find them? Yeah, them they're right. Yeah. I'm saying you just see that it's more important. It's a mile to have a beard. It's a mile to if you have two people, a guy without a beard, a youngster, an 18-year-old, or a 25-year-old, 30-year-old, 30-year-old comes first. When does the time become kosher avodah? She obviously says. When you ask him about Rabbi Rothschild, he should be at least 20 for a time. What do you do? It says in the passage, Levim 20. So Martin's going to say at the end, Levim means Kohanim. But it says we've been answering from 20 years old, but now we're not saying Amelech's Beis Hashem. Let's say the whole place is seeing you. לנצח המלאכת בית השם. בידו, לנצח shani. So לנצח means a difficult avodah. So that you need a 20-year-old. If I grow up in Levim, so what do you do? You're right from a cousin says Levim. We're talking about Kohanim. Has to be 20. So Rishon Levi, that's why Rabbi comes to Levim. 24 different places. The Torah calls the Kohen Levi. It's back to Kohen. Is that what a Kohen Levim, but it's something. What around that, huh? Ish. Mizrachel Deroy, so let's see the whole passage because it's important. Ish, Mizrachel Asher Yeh, boy, more. An adult has a blemish. Mashma says the Gemara, it's only that adult has a blemish, he shouldn't do that. But a couple without a blemish, if he's tam, he doesn't have, he's complete, doesn't have a look, it's possible. They must have a love. She obviously silence, he needs Simon. Maybe they come as love, that's even answer. But the Kohanim, the other Kohanim don't allow him, he could. Technically start when he's 13, but the other Kohanim won't allow him until he's 20. Think of the Amroi. Oh, Rebbe, this is literally Shidas Rebbe. There's no sword Rabbanon, but the evidence is moving to do that by the Think of the Amroi, Rebbe, this way, sword with the Rabbanon. No, but the evidence is also to do that by that. But Rabbanon, see this Rabbanon, but the evidence is saying Rabbanon are the ones that hold that the evidence, it's okay. Alright, so continue with this thing. There's a very, very interesting halacha. When it comes to earthenware, if you take a dead mouse, a sheretz, what tumah does a sheretz have, Rabbi Isai? Av hatumah. When it comes to tumah, if something touches another thing, it drops one level. So I have a tumor that touches something, that thing will become a rishon. If a rishon touches something, that becomes a sheni, and etc. Then it touches something from the shlishi. A dead rat, mouse is a have tumor. If a have tumor touches the outside of an earthenware, see, let's say we have an oven made out of earthenware, and it touches the outside. It does not become tummy at all. Zero. It touches it. But if that same mouse touches a metal vessel, it becomes tummy right away. But there's a tremendous finish when it comes to earthenware that if you put a dead mouse inside the ear space of earthenware, it becomes tummy right away. So if you take now a tumor mouse and you put it, it doesn't touch, it just goes in the ear space. It dangles in the ear space, must be in the ear space, not above, in the ear space, inside a cup, inside the oven. Then that earthenware becomes what? It drops one level down to become a rishon. So all the food inside that oven will become a sheni, because the actual later on it will become a sheni. So let's see how it works. Bread that touches the actual oven becomes a sheni. The sheni touches something else, becomes a shlishi. Okay. So that's what the Mishnah says. Or between Teres, common Kela. When you touch the dead mouse, the outside of the earthenware, it's tahar. That same thing would make another kli tahar. If you pour the dead mouse in the ear space of a regular metal kli, it would remain tahar. There's that makes it coming Teres. Now we have the very consistent. We have the Hanurabbanon that explains the Mishnah. The ear of a Teres is coming. The outside is sharp.
You're not allowed to do that. What did I tell you about that? You're not supposed to just ask people on the show.
Far. There's no such thing as making the ear of a kli tame, so it remains tar. But if you touch the kli truma, it becomes tame. Nimtza tar with Teres tame kli. Kalim tame kli. Kalim tame kli Teres. There's a difference between a regular kli and a kli Teres. But on the meal, I know these Rabbanon Talifai. It says in the pasuk, Talifai. Here's the pasuk. It actually says Talifai twice. Talifai kosher. This Talifai. We're going to see what those two words mean. Talifai about a fish lemon. Even if it didn't touch, it's inside the ears was the Greek. It doesn't have to touch. I don't have a fish lemon. Maybe it means it touch. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you take a mouse and we touch the bottom of the inside of the on the klicharis. You touch the bottom of the inside of the klicharis. Tummy or not tummy? Why? Huh? Yeah, but klicharis doesn't become tummy by touching. Klicharis only becomes tummy from airspace. The only way to get to the bottom of the inside is by going through the airspace. So you already made it tummy. Okay, good. It was a trick question. So in Hebrew, l'tama means to make something else tummy, to make the food inside the oven tummy. The oven itself to become tummy, the kli itself. The tamei and the tamah. By me it says the tamei and the tamah. Just like the first Toifai is referring to the food, it makes the other food Tama, even though it didn't touch. After Tama, so through the oven itself becomes Tama without touching. Was Menor. All Rabbi Yonasan, a Torah Yidu Aklicheres. Va'afilu Moli Chardo. So Rabbi side, check this out. Let me just preface this for a second. Here. If these are two apples touching, mamish touching each other, and a dead mouse, this is a dead mouse, touches this one right over here. This is Avatuma touches this apple, so this becomes a rishon. What did this become right over here? Why not a rishon? The mouse touched this and they're touching each other. Why not? Because that's how it works. They're separate entities. So even though they're touching, so this becomes a rishon, this becomes a sheni. And what does this third one become? A shlishi. So if I have tiny little mustard seeds, I have mustard seeds that fill up an entire cleave. So there's two ways this can happen. I have an empty cleave, and if put a mouse in the top, the mouse is avatuma, the cleave becomes a rishon. I fill it up now with mustard seeds. The outer layer of mustard seeds all become sheni. The second layer inside becomes a shlishi. The third layer, revi, etc., etc. By the time I get to the center, that's it. I'm done. I can only go a certain amount. Maybe the hamishi, maybe. But everything in the middle should become cut. But if my cleat is full of mustard seeds, I take a mouse and I go like this in the inside, the entire thing becomes tame. Let me show you what I mean. Hamishi only by paraduma. Here we go. I'm saying maximum. I'm giving you the benefit of that. I'm going to touch him all the way. The queen just became a rishon. And then look what happens. The kli itself, the tug that became coming through the mouth is a rishon holding on the bottom. The first layer is a sheni, second layer is a shlishi, third layer is a revi, and that's it. Then the whole thing becomes tar. But if that remains as is, and I put the mouse now I put the mouse on the top, then the entire thing is going to become tummy, and that's what the Gemara says. That they all become tummy through the now, because Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful
America's Swift is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBIsponsor.com and sponsor MBI.com.
During the show, in between killer jokes, I said, yeah, I'm single. I'm holding out for a flat Oriental. There you go. That was a joke. Mr. All right, William Montgomery had he might not be back next week. We're recording this up, nothing further storyline. It was never a thing in the first place. There he goes. We're into the very next comedian, Carrie Douglas, everyone. Carrie
Welcome, welcome. How's everybody's Yom Tov? Shema. We had Shiur here on Yom Tov itself. It was unbelievable. People came. Shamshi walked over an hour uphill, they said. It's all uphill getting here, no? Both ways. Shema for all those walks. Been all the way from Gimel and from all different places. Shkoyach to get Harry, who organized the food. I don't know what else did. I know he did. Beautiful spread, man. It's good stuff, good stuff. There's iced coffee. I mean, regular what? Paravet. Right, in Hebrew it's paravet. All right, so Shkoyach for the guests. Shalom Aleichem. It's a new Zman. Rabbi Rothschild, so this is day one in Morocco. Somebody, as I was walking here and I was trying to think of what to say, so this guy comes over to me, he's hacking me. And then he hacked me again. But it was very, what really bothered him was how come I didn't bring anything about Morocco in the shir on Shavuos. How come I didn't mention Morocco in Shavuos? So here, this is for you. Day one. For all those who went to Morocco to relive it, all those we're thinking about next year. Here, my right now, I'm having such a great time.
How old are you?
All right, Vivaldi. I gotta tell you, I don't know who I told this to, who I didn't. So I have to say it again. We had a guy who was in my back. There's two guys that we hired for all the entire trip, 7 days, whatever it was. They're all of us from beginning to end. One of them, Yossi Klein, said he has to be outside. So he took it literally. So day one, whatever I said, I apologize. Day one, I told somebody, hey, stand over there, take a video. And I started running backwards, forwards, I was going around in circles. He's right there with me. Fine, so he became, but he had something special. Anybody that said free Palestine to us, he walked over them, whispered something in their ear, we don't know what. And the guy goes, and started running, didn't stop for 2 blocks. He'd go over, like, let's say, like, a moped wanted to, like, go between us. Goes over to the guy, whispers something in the guy's ear, and the guy goes, just complete fear. We don't know what he said and what he did. Any peddler that tried to sell us anything, whether it's try to collect money from us or sell us soap, what's over them, it's gone. Like nobody spoke to us. He had such people. I don't know what it was. In the video you saw, he did this horse wagon thing. So there's a moped. I was in the last one. There's a moped. I said this maybe. I don't know when I said this. When did I say it? In Sheer? Was it recorded? It was recorded? Okay, so I'm not going to say it. Fine. Dear Belly, I'm 10 years old and I've done 125 docking with MDY. I started at the beginning of Menachos, but this is the best part. And I love it. I love it, he says. Speaking Rabinowitz, Gates and Duche. Did I read this also? Who knows? The refreshments. It's it's different daf. We could say this. This is the leftovers. A lot of his parents, for Michal and Kazim, Vashtanis, for all the children, grandchildren. I did show it. I printed it. Bishop Ditchen and the White Shots, the Sefta, Zevin Yal, Sholov, Perek, the Benedict family, Dr. Gimel, Ari Friedman, in memory of Yecheskel Mayor, Ola Sholom, Ben Tzvi, Aryeh, Meir Yoz. Son. His own son, you think? You know? How old is his son? Alright, the Shama should have an Aliyah. Oh, I see. It's the Ari Friedman, Ari. David Sam dedicated memory of Avi Mary the Sefta, the Ritual, Baruch, Berim, Chaim, Sweet, Doji, Kol, and Bracha. Dom Sefta, not the one that we do, but Dom Sefta. Here, pull it. The Palestine Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous. Hatzlach and Ruchas Uvigashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for completing for Shleiman, Arishon, Kalea Basester, Yoman Daniel Rosenfeld, Brias Besimcha. I silent for Shleiman, be Mary Bachman Mirit, Yoman Daniel, Panas Beshefa. The Spanish year sponsors wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Yael Foundation team, the Merit of Guri and Yael Haliavich, and their children Benjamin and Mag. Anonymous. For Shleiman for Avromishaya Ben Slavic Dvorin and Reuben Ben Yehudis. Tomavi Mostovsky, Nachman Ben Nassim Mostovsky, and a 50th yard night, Yuma Siva. Pedal sponsors HYK Ventures and schools for success of all our clients. Young Danielle Rosenfeld, Rafa Pernos. Monthly MDY Kids sponsor, Kinabetches LC as sponsored by Kisim Fego, and Rick Yudis Basi Avachaya. MDY Arts for the month, for Shlema Yonatan, Itan Ben Beshem Brocha, for Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, for Shayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. Today it is Daf. What daf are we doing now? Chav Gimel. Good. So we're holding 7 lines from the bottom by Boyer Zera. And these questions are very, very similar to each other. These dafim are very, very similar in terms of the structure, the questions, the kavachaimers. A lot of freebies. The entire sugyas are freebies, basically. Boyer Zera. Well, we have to be out of here by when? 34 minutes. That's more than enough. All right, one question. That's it. Where is Zera? Oimer harei alai oilam min hatorim oi min b'nei hayoyna. So we know Torim are the mature adults. B'nei Yoina are the little guys. V'hevi tchilas hatziu shebezeh v'shebezeh. Mishnah tells us that once it starts turning yellow, you can't bring either the Torim or the B'nei Yoina. And this guy decided to bring the birds when they start becoming yellow. He said, I'm going to bring either adults or the chicks, the babies. And he brings like the in-between. And then he puts us in a sugya of the in-between. I said already before that the children of Ramat Shemesh are in-between children. They're not Israelis and they're not Americans. Here in Israel, they're not accepted as Israelis. And when they go to camp in America, everybody calls them Israelis. So somebody came over and said, you know, it's actually a thing in the psychology world. It's called Yaldei Shemesh. It is a thing. It's an old thing, okay? So it wasn't a Chavis over. So the question is, this bird, what do you, is it a third stage, a stage of turning yellow? Or we just don't know what it is? And Mamela, if you don't know what it is, and this guy brought two of these. He brought a dove that's yellow and a pigeon that's yellow. So Mamona is yaitza, because if this bird is considered a baby, it's a baby. It's considered an adult, it's an adult. So he's yaitza, either on the Torah side or on the Bnei Yoina side. But either way, he's yaitza. But if it's a third category of a yellow pigeon, then he's not yaitza. Sveika hava v'nafif. Do we view a yellowish bird as a sucker? And Mamela is yaitza. Why is he yaitza? He brought a yellow dove and a yellow pigeon. Now, if you're going to tell me a yellow bird is a baby, okay, so he brought a ben yaina. And if you're going to tell me a yellow bird is l'chayra an adult, so he brought a tar. Either way is yaitza. But by Zilma, no, it's a third category. We learn nothing. He said he's going to bring Hari Alai, means I am noida. I'm going to bring birds. I'm going to bring either Tyrim or Bnei Yoina. He didn't bring either. He brought them between states. This passage right over here, it says, the word min is extra. What do I do with it? The passage doesn't tell me that when it starts becoming yellow, whether it's a dove or a pigeon, is possible. Yeah, it makes sense that you need a passage to tell me that category 3 is no good. But if you're telling me it's not a category, it's just you don't know what it is, it's a fellow with this fake up. The Shbark is going to tell you something that you don't know, you shouldn't bring. Why not? Rabbi Shmaya, the Shbark knows that it's either an adult or it's a chick, so it's good either way. So why would the public say that the subject is no good? Says Gemara, it's a crow. You're right. There's no possible to tell me, min, this possible right over here, min achar, is not going to tell you that a yellow bird is possible for a carbon. No, it's coming to tell you that if somebody had relations with this bird, or somebody took this bird and used it as a vezar, you can't bring it as a carbon. Now, why would I have a havamina you could bring such a bird? It's a disgusting kind of bird. Why would I have a havamina you could bring it as a carbon? So Gemara says, like Rabbanis, it says mashchasam, hashchasa. The lashon of ashkasa is a lashon of avodah zarah or a right. בתור דבר ראשון, כמובן, ישתנה השקעה, הנה דבר ערך זרה, it's either a rayis or a zara. Wherever the psiv, ishkas, kolbos, is dark al haaretz, you see by the mapple, ashkasa, of all animals. A zara, that's a rayis. Zara the psiv, and the shkisa, masis, and pesa. Oh, shabun poison boy, zara, zara, poison boy. And the name in the same concept says, the word mum together with Ashkasa. So they will call Shamun Poison Boy, wherever I enjoy Poison Boy. Anything that a mum is a problem. So where is a mum a problem? By behemoth, by a large animal. A broken leg, you can bring it as a carbon. So in Mela would say that the Ashkasa also has to do with the mum. So when there's Avodah Zarah and there's Arayas, that kind of animal you can bring as a carbon. But the bird where there's no problem of mud. So maybe there's no problem of Arayas and Avodah Zarah. But I always like possible rumor of a man, Hamas is out with the Halo. Hamas is out with the Oifos. There's such thing as a Zohar and a Heva by these birds. Right? Went through this whole thing that this year I discovered there's no such thing, but there's no such thing as that. It's a physical thing. It's not. There's no exactly. There's no. You can't look at it with a microscope, not a microscope. So we can't see anything. There's nothing there. So, but there's also no house. This means that there's no such thing as being whole or not whole. So we already discussed this. By the way, I'm not as confused because yesterday, where was it? Erev Yom Tov and Yom Tov night, I did a total of 6 shiurim. 2 were repeats, and 4 were recorded. So I have no idea what I said and what I didn't say in what shiur. No clue. So you better tell me if I said this or not. I'm pretty sure I said the eagle thing with the eagles with the feathers, right? Did I say there was one Birnbaum in both shiurim? Yes. What didn't they say then? A 9, but it was a recorded. No. So you're gonna ask somebody. If I can't remember, maybe you can remember. Shmuel Birnbaum's story that he gave a bracha to a girl. You didn't hear it? You were here both shiurim? What? The base in English. In English? Oh, I'll say it here to record it. It's a Mordecai Maisa. I knew Reb Shmuel Birnbaum. I watched him learn many hours. Probably said 2 words to him my entire life. But he's the Rosh of the Mir in Brooklyn. And he's known as the Mashman Adar, one of the biggest Masmidim in the Adar. I didn't measure exactly, but he said about it. But he never stopped learning. He was always with Hezbollah. His son went to collect money at some person's house, and the guy said, I want to give you a very large check. He says, why? He says, because of your dad, my wife is alive now, and we had a great marriage, and we're long distance. He says, your father gave her a bracha, and she lives. He promised my mother she's going to live. So it's something I know my father. He's never done something like that. It's not true. It's impossible. He doesn't make up stuffers. He says, no, let me tell you what happened. He says, your father is in Shiva, and Shiva is over. And he was in such pain that he wasn't learning, and that's by this way, a lot of people after Shiva, they come to me and tell me, the one thing that I cared about the whole Shiva was the dot. Didn't do the dot. But don't worry about it. I'm not going to make it up. I skipped ahead, and most people do make it. They tell me, yeah, I already did. I do 2 daf a day, the whole thing. I'm already caught up. Fine. So remember, I was teaching to learn. Walked out of the shiva, I was walking towards the yeshiva, and this woman stops him. The shiva, she's by herself, her daughter is very, very sick. The mafia, you please come in for a minute, give her a bracha. She's going to say no. She says, okay, fine. She walks up and he gives her a bracha, and the mother says, no. I want the yeshiva should give me a haftacha that she's going to live. This is not no haftacha. She's a haftacha. She positioned herself by the door, you know. So haftacha? No. I need to go and learn. Haftacha. She made him crazy. And the shul was crazy, so to speak, to go learn. He wanted to learn, he's dying to learn. He said, stop. She's going to get the whole soul. No, bring up the kids to the whole story over again. And finally, he caved in and he gave him the bracha. I think it was like another thing, I forgot what the third thing was. And off he runs to this marriage and he starts doing this conversation. And then he tells his brothers, wait a minute, I gotta go inside. So his brother said he's never seen Shiva go to the side. So he follows him and he hears the heard them say, Abaye and Rabbi, you know that I'm your biggest fan. You know that I missed you this whole week. Don't let me down. Don't make me make it feel unsure. I promise this woman. Do me a favor, take care of it. And he goes back to his brothers and America. That was the mindset. Okay. But I said it when? She was nice. That doesn't count. What happened? People were walking behind me on Shavuos night. We had a siddur here on Shavuos night. No, it's not on video. Doesn't count. Wasn't recorded. Okay. Baruch Hashem. Okay, good. And Willie didn't hear the story, so it's that just for him. It's a good story, no? Then we sing the song about Rabbi. We're not going to do it. We're not going to be retired on that. How's the song go with the Bible, Rabbi? No, that part. Maybe that was the word. No. Okay. Zok daily, you know. Danny Oakley, so many possible movement, double man, I can't examine the name of it as well. Any more, do I hear about the Zor? None of this, I would have the word that since there's no such thing as a moon by a bird, and it's that word, so maybe I can take a bird if somebody worship that with the Zor to it and bring it as a carbon. But that's what the pasuk minat oirim. That's what it comes to tell us that you cannot. But there's a very important thing that I want you to see. Rashi says over here, the baby ksiv comes off of Lord ksiv baby, Lord comes below the sofa. Build off, Lord, possible moving. Let me see that for a second. The bag. Let me see. Straight up. Kidoi, chicken shiba'ayin. Not in a bag, my friend. Not in a bag. Not in a crunchy bag. Let's see if you're going to sit right over here. You got to know the rules. What it's his? Maybe I should have one. Let me check it out for a second. You want one? Hold on a second. Thank you. Do not break. There's no bags allowed in this room. There's no noises allowed in this room. Breathing is precaution to love and shine the Shabbos. Please. Have a life. Let's sit base. Let's talk about the Zach. Hilka. Let's pass the moment down if you're going to do Shabbat. Cataracts are not a problem. Hello, woman's daughter. Why woman's daughter? Listen to this. You're going to put the Ava. Can't talk to it's a big dog with a bird without a leg. Why? Because my creator, you know, the myself, Rashi. Not because of the problem of the moon. The problem is, say this as a good reason. This guy used to work there, came here one Friday, brought me a tray of candy, put it by his seat, and he walked to the back to get a coffee. He comes back, and what he showed me, oh, that, Garrett is saying something like this. So, a kid came and he thought it was for everybody, but he took out half the candy. Or whatever, one shirt, one compartment. He was very, very distraught. He walked in, he was not himself. So what happened? I want to give you this, I can't give it to you, that's it. Let's see this thing. Okay, this could fail. Kid took a few cans, no. Next week he comes to my house with a tray, he came up the stairs, he said, I can't bring it to the big church anymore. I can't guard it like that. He goes, what's the point? You can't give somebody a gift that's missing half the candy or 10% of the candy. There's a hole in it. It's not good. So if you can't give them a shear, a tray like that, you can't bring them up his bar food, a bird that's missing a leg. Pass it. It's not because of the moon. Because I created another Fakaseta. The famous passage is you bring something like this to the ruler of the city? No. You can't bring it to the ruler of the city, you can't bring it to the ruler of the city. So, Thursday. Oh, man, I really like Oilers Bahima. So now we're doing the same sugya again, basically. Oh, no, let me show you. I don't even have to show you. If I show you this picture, you know what it is. I don't have to show the whole video. I'm just showing it. I'm not going to show it. Oh, man, I really like Oilers Bahima. A guy says I take upon myself to bring in oil behema. From what? What type? I am Kevis is up to 12 months old. Ayil is from 13 months on. What about between 12 and 13? Between 12 and 13 is called Palgus, the Chinese kid. The Haiti Palgus now, we're just going to start calling the Toast Palgus. Palgus. Azrael, you're Palgus? No. Is it slide? Slide. Palgus. No. Oh, so we have this. This is the older one. You know, let me show you the new one first. Or no, let's do the silver that I'll show you. I'll leave it there beautifully. The bird of them are Brian. You're not yoked by bringing a Palgus because it's a Brian Peniatzma. It's a third category. It's not a Kevis, it's not an Ayil, it's called a Palgus. It's not. If you bring a Palgus to the Beis HaMikdash, what do you do in terms of the Nesachim? Now, to remind Darla, we learned a lot about this in Benach. This is just one. The guy on the right is a Kevis, he brings one Isar and Silas. The guy all the way to the left is an Ayil, brings two Isar. Just right in. So in terms of the flour, very different. Double if you're an Ayil. In terms of the wine, instead of a quarter of a revius, you bring a third. You bring a shlishas ayim. Okay. So you brought a Palgus. What do you bring? So you bring like the Ayil all the way to the left. You bring the same amount of wine, the same amount of flour. Great. The free though, maybe a little mistake, but you weren't Yosef. Why? Because he said either an ayil or comes, he brought up Palgus. I'll tell you why. So over here, what we're saying in the pasuk it talks about a Palgus. So that means it's a bria of an ayil. No, the pasuk is not going to be talking about a Sabbath. The pasuk is talking about a bria of an ayil. It's a new category called the Palgus. That's what give him big. According to Rapado, says Rapado, what do? You bring all the two shredding, let's say, of flour. You bring that to the mission. You say, if my Palgus is an ayil, so the two shredding of flour for it. But if my Palgus is really a kevesh and I bring only one isarin, so one isarin goes to him, and one isarin is just in the double. Makes it nice. I'm reading about all the Kevin's master, really master. And doesn't even mention the fact that he's a bria, that he's a Palgus, that he might be his own category. I do really not master. Perhaps he also talks about the fact that he might be a third category called the Palgus. And there's zero flour for a Palgus. It's not mentioning anything about a Palgus flour. You have 11 people in the double. The whole thing should be in the double. Eiku, you don't have an answer. A boy say, here's a video for tonight. Professor Ayal, she's a psychologist.
Everybody, it's the bucket of destiny. Bunch of people signed up for the show. Like, pull your name out. You get to come on stage. Do 60 seconds
on the
of
one hand,
uninterrupted stand-up comedy, and then we
everyone constantly treats me like a child.
What makes you interesting? You do your 60 seconds is up. You hear the sound of a kid. That means
But on the other hand, I'm already 17.
All right, that's it. You guys ready to start?
That is not a kid anymore.
Yes, I know that struggle very well. It's exactly what I went through when I turned 12 months old. On the one hand, I wasn't a kid anymore, but I wasn't a ram either.
A ram?
Uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight, then talking with all of us afterwards. Goes by the name of Joel Malance. Joel Malance.
It's called the power gap.
Palgus complex. Very good. Okay? 1 minute. I want to show you this other Palgus thing that we did a long time ago.
I am not a keves. I am not a oil.
I'm reminding you, he is not 13 years old. He is 13 months old. He finished his first year and started his second year.
Got it. Oh, yeah. You always forget about that one. I don't remind Yoshi. I have no idea what I was talking about. Okay, something you know. Oh, you should know. You weren't even here, and I said it's sponsored by mistake. Adar Global, Specialist in International Financial Services. Chaim Milrad, Dimish Masimi Rossi. That's about seats. So what? I didn't say it's sponsored. Okay. Really? No, I'm not gonna. Then for sure we don't owe you anything because you were here and you didn't make him a on the spot. So you can't come later. If you weren't there, you didn't. That's it. You're too late. Lost next. Sorry, we'll see what we can do about it. Fire and zero. All right, Rabbi Sai, same thing all over again. Same kind of question. Fire and zero. So, you know, there's something called matzah and something called chametz. Well, there's something in between. I don't remember what exactly we learned it. In office, yeah. These are the breads that if something good happens, someone got out of a disease, he went through the Sahara Desert, what else? Or he went on a private plane across the Sahara Desert, on a cruise, huh? Bit by a monkey. Who's this, your dad? Yeah, grandfather. So what did grandfather? What's your name? From where? Yeah. In London. From all those good places, you pick London at the end. Wow. Oh! Rabbi Zai, no, just reminded me, in 1 month from now, minus 1 month, I'm going to be in Austria for 2 weeks. Inviting the Olam, anybody can come. We're not doing a program. The program is a working program. Unbelievable food. That's why I'm going there again. That's where me, the Kamyanskis, and the Fixes, we went there. We loved it, so we're going back. We said we're going to talk everyone about it. So everyone wants to come. But a big arrow from England. I don't know, I didn't hear numbers that we, a contingency from England is coming there to shout, like spend Shabbos. You can come for a day, 3 days, see the Alps, see go for his things, and leave. And I'm not entertaining the Olam again, but I'll be there with Olam. So, what is it? Share every day, 2 shiurim live, the whole thing, schmooze with the guys at breakfast, and hopefully they don't tag along on my little hikes. It's not taking Morocco where we went together. I'm not going to have him. I should bring the most back. Bring the most back. That's a good idea. Anyway, so if somebody went through some sorrows, he was in jail and he came out of jail, so he brings a fight today. And we call it a goimel. And he brings 40 breads total, 10 of them are chametz, 30 of them are matzah. This guy says, I want to bring 10 breads for a toida. Either chametz or matzah, I'm not decided yet. I'm undecided. And the guy, what does he do? He does the poundus thing. He does the in-between thing. What's in between? It's called siyar. It's not chametz, it's not matzah. So the same kind of question again. It's the same Reb Zera asking the question. Now, let's talk about siyar. Siyar. Take a look at this. You have to look carefully because you see how it's all shiny? It's and now it just turned non-shiny. That's Hipsif Ponel. That Sheetus Remeir, that makes it seer. That's seer. But you get malchus if you eat it, according to Remeir. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's when it starts cracking, and it looks like the antennas of a grasshopper. Okay, so here it starts cracking. That's a later stage. And according to here, you can see the grasshopper on the left. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't get any penalty. You don't get according to Rabbi, you get malchus. And you can see according to Rabbi, it's a penalty. Okay. So the Gemara says Sir the man. The Gemara does something here just to make it interesting. Because basically the Gemara is going to say it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda says there's no punishment, and it's possible that he means that it's the category of the Torah. There's no punishment. What do you mean there's no punishment? Because either it's a suffix, I don't know what to do, or it's a category. But according to the mayor, it's obvious. That's what it's chametz. It's not good. Why would the mayor say you get malchus? It's like chametz. Okay. Who's doing here? You guys, the two of you? Someone like, what's your name? Ron? Ooh, what are you doing here? You can't be on this? Ooh, how's it? One is that? Right after, who's this for? Givaldo. Okay, and who are you? Driver. So yeah, yours must back. Excellent. What? Did you get one? Swag. Okay, excellent. So you're going to be writing us an email like, hey, to drive my nephew, and I ended up stuck here. I've used the Datsun. Hello, bye. Say hello, bye. Okay. So, says more like this, very simple. Sir the man. Sir the mayor, let's do about that. According to the mayor, it's a ponel. It changed colors, but you get Malchus. So, according to the mayor, it's only changed colors. What would you to say in the mayor's case? It's garnish. Garnish been it. If the stage later when it already looks like a grasshopper, he says you don't get all of it. So in Rameir's case, nothing. So you see the Rameir, the Rabbi Yehuda, Matzah you see. This is matzah, and if I brought 10 breads made out of this stuff, I'm yoitza my nether because I gave 10 breads of matzah, and that's also good. Either Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Meir. Sorry. Either Rabbi Yehuda. Now, let's say it happens. It's already cracking. According to Rameir, what is Rameir going to say in the cracking? Malchus. If before the cracking you get Malchus, it's early the crack. It's Malchus' Chometz Gomer. And therefore what? I'm Yotze my nether. Either Yehuda or Rameir, Chometz. I brought 10 breads of Chometz. I'm Yotze my nether. I said either Chometz or Matzah. I didn't say what. Either Rameir. Okay. Let's say that's talking about that it's just simple now, just change colors. But according to Rameir, get Malchus, again, it's common. Either Rameir, Chometz. We might just went through all these steps just to get to the bottom step. Here we are, elder review. It's talking about review that it looks like a grasshopper, but you don't get all in it. My, big it's a suffix. But I brought either Matzah or I brought Chometz. I brought Chometz or Matzah. Which one? I don't know. I shall on the side, but my nether was yours. I said I was going to bring 10 breads, either or. So it's either or. Or no. I do agree with another one. Maybe there's a third category called this Chometz, Matzah, and Seor. And because I brought Seor, I wasn't yotzei my nether. I said I was going to bring 10 of Chometz or 10 of Matzah. I didn't say I was going to bring 10 of Seor. I'm not yotzei. Okay, so that's the whole suffix here. And we remain in the suffix. What the Gemara just asked, what happened there? What? This is a story. Why in the world did somebody say I'm going to bring 10 breads of Taida? Everybody knows you have to bring 40 breads of Taida. If somebody just says I'm going to bring the breads of the Taida, maybe Taida the Lachma. You have to bring both the Taida and the bread. Beginning the time of the Taida Lachma, you come to the Lacey Matzah. Now, this person now owes 40 breads. Now, he doesn't know if the seer is Chometz, and therefore he brought Chometz, and that he owns the matzah part. He matzah with the Chometz, or maybe he brought some of the matzah, and he has to bring another 20 matzah and 10 Chometz. He has no idea. So what did he gain? Either way, he's gonna have to bring 40 bread. What happened was, he's not going to bring 40 breads. He only said I'm going to bring 10. I'm going to help my friends out. I know my friends can't really afford 40 breads. You know what? On me, I got 10. I got you for 10. Says the Gemara, so I got you. Comments, you delay some matzah, delay some comments. You didn't help his friend at all. The friend has no idea what the seer is. The seer comments, and therefore he has to bring the rest matzah. Or is the seer matzah and he has to bring comments? What should he do? What kind of friend is that? He's not a friend that's helping out over here. It's not going to help at all. But the question is, the guy that made the nether, is he Yotzer or not? Maybe a guy that neither not. The question is, this guy that promise is going to be embraced of either Hanukkah Matzah, was he Yotzer with the seer? He didn't help his friend at all. His friend is going to have to bring 40 bread. You're right. But what about the guy that made the nether? Was he Yotzer or not? That's the Shiloh. What do we do? Should we do? Well, we'll just stop over here because it's Mother Shabbos and the Israelis are waiting to come in. Thank you. Rabbosai. Have a wonderful week. Yishmar for coming.
Merit the book of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Hold on a second. You're telling me you got your culture, the most cultured thing about you is that you drove from Montana to here? San Clemente, not even here. San Clemente's whiter than here. Diverse thing about you, the most thing that you're into that would surprise us, the most something you would not want to say. You like
All we need is David, and we're good to go. We don't need 100 people here. It's Erev Yom Tov, and we're doing extra shiurim so that everybody can be caught up. It might be one of the big records. Mark Ashkenazi says it's a record. 6 shiurim in one day. And this is shear number 4. So starting from this morning, from 7:10 this morning till about 1:30 a.m. Less than 24 hours, 6 years. The big nace is that these are easier dapping of chulin and short, very short dapping. So it might not be a record in terms of words and things like this. Okay, cool. Erev Yom Tov, short coming out, especially short. Ari Simon coming over from the top with this kid. She's been doing this thing. She's a lot of that. She finished in Septa. A good idea. He showed me as a sign in his house. Every dot and a picture of you and your son together. Anything to motivate. Used to be made his bed, took out the garbage, one of those. And today we forgot. God didn't you? You ate those. You brought in, we brought you. You had no time for it. You just have to do them together. You met it. Okay. So, reminder, I know it's Yom Tov right now, and you guys are watching this on Yom Tov, so you probably it's too late. But just in case there are people on Zoom right now and YouTube. So, Hayoim Kishav Arboim Yoim, it's so exciting to say it. Hayoim Kishav Arboim Yoim Shein Shiva Shavuos Lo'imer Vo'imer. And there are a few places across Eretz Yisrael that we have an official, first time ever, official MDY location, where MDY actually helped out monetarily to sponsor the refreshments in these places, and that's something that's going to continue in the future as well. Just to show the Olam, show the Israelis, maybe when the editors, I don't know, show the difference between 2 years ago and the Hebrew year. What we have today is standing room only, basically. And you hear a lot of people, This is the second one. See, and also a reminder to do everything.
One last question, Joe. What do you think your parents are going to say when they find this episode on the internet?
Yeah, we spoke about that. Also, the different things. A lot of things change. What? Was it? I don't know if it's not spring. It's gradual. It's the same thing. Then I wasn't so. Why is this different? I don't know. It seems like the same thing. They put it in twice. I don't know why. Belly. I think he's only going to have done 125 tapping with MDY. I started, how old are you? That also good. Valvin. I started at the beginning of the Menachas. I love it. Vicky, the Bitterwitz, Gates of UK, Sarmakis. Oh, so you did South Korea. I thought it's South Korea. Oh, yeah. So how many daphnes did you got? Do you know? No, this is very interesting email from Yankee Braun. We covered my competitor, so I'm reading it. They're very. Last year, Baruch Hashem, I made a commitment to completely stop looking at social media. But we know it says in the Chumash, Before Reiki, B'mayim, Rashi says, Hey, B'mayim, before you make Gav Yesh, this from a square fussy. Yankee Braun. It's square. You can't leave it empty. You can't leave it empty. You're going to start doing the doctor from your belly, your videos, the Shmakaya, the humor, long stories, the student care, fill that void for me. Instead of social media, another Geschmackster from Guitar, Shapsiko, and Shkef coming. I found myself looking forward to the doctor every day. Is that why Mark was delaying us? You knew that you were on the way? You shook your head, yes. You knew? Wow. How long do you think you did it? Wow, so you did it. Wow. I'm out of breath. You ran it or all the way from Beitar? You turned what could have been an empty space into something full of prayer and physics. Kids, you started learning prayer instead of social media. I think we could all learn from this person. Doing that day in and day out gave each jump much more meaning and depth. Things that came along talking about the Korbanos, the Omer, etc. Now when I came around, I was by the leg of the skirt. Rabbi seemed dancing a deeper meaning and emotion than any year before. Now here's the interesting part. 9 months later, and change of the starting that review, the night of Omer became a Zaidi for the first time. Leading up to this, the short baby's name was going to be Eli after, it was going to be after the grandfather of our son-in-law. At the bris, as the Rebbe said the name, I needed to hear it twice to make sure I was hearing right. The baby's name was Shimon. Right after the Hilgah of Shimon by Yitzchak, I feel it was his source of Shimon's Torah. And through the consistency and inspiration of learning that young with this year, tremendous growth came into my life and family. So I want to thank you for all the courage, physical positivity you bring to so many people every single day. With tremendous support, Yankee Braun, Skiver. Goya, very touching. We can all learn from him. Put his name out there. I admire that because a lot of people use Shem. Put his name out there. The Sechta, Zev, and Yao Shua, heard the Benedict family. Daf Chafez, Yosef and Tamar Stern, as a speaker of song, you didn't speak it. You were up with health, Simchas HaChaim, and a deep commitment to Hashem, all names. David Solomon, sponsor of the Masech, dedicated memory of Rabbi Rothschild, Baruch, Ben, and Hansi Doi. The Foundation Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all the youths, Sport, MDY, Anonymous, our celebrations of Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Betty. Anonymous, before Shteman, our Yisrael, Kaleo Bassess, Yemen, Daniel Roosevelt, Readers Listen, Barry Simon, monthly sponsors. Before Shteman, Avi Murray, Barbara Miriam, Yemen, Daniel Roosevelt, our Naz B'Shaf, our weekly sponsors, Spanish year sponsors, wishing them the white family, Agud Yoptin, and Chag Sameach. Yao Foundation team for the merit of Uri and Yao Kaliavich and their children, Benjamin and Matt, Shokaya. Anonymous Mushlema for Avram Yeshaya ben Stavid Voren with Yehudim ben Yehudis. Shlomo Aviv Mustachowski, Nachum ben Nachum Mustavsky on the 50th yard side. You will see those. Weekly sponsors anonymous with the merit of the Shidduch for Sarah, Golda, Bas, Rivka, Mate. Title sponsors. Today, a guy walks into the waste puts down 10 envelopes. The 500 shekel per envelope is very nice, and we wrote each one. Of course, the Zivu Kogan, you wanted us to give to the thing of the light that we have in the Torah. Maybe you meant you also. You want to go something in your life. HYK Ventures is the success of all our flights. The young of the Arenza, Brahman also, and the white sponsors, the original seals, Kuzbak, the Simcha Bantega, and Rivka Yehudis Basiata Chaya, the Art, Bont, Ushlema Yonatan Edem, and Shabbat Bracha, Ushlema Morcha Ben Esther, Force Ayala, Daniel Zeb, Ben Ayel Esther. I know that the refreshments tonight are sponsored by Sapaznik, Jorge Sapaznik. I don't see it here, I know, I printed it out. Oh, I thought I put it into our chart. Interesting. Maybe it's enough for the Gimel chart. Okay. The right side, here we go. Huh? Chart tonight. Tonight, I will start tonight. Tonight is chart night. Like this. The point now is going back to the Stone Age. You know, Stone Age. The Venice. Wasn't so long ago. Right before the event is when it started. The spirit. Yesterday we discussed the word Kamishpat. Again, so let's take it back one step. If a person brings two birds, an Oyla and a Haddish bird, why would he bring those two birds? Because he cannot afford a carbon, can't afford an oil. These two birds, third one's about a Haddish. The third one's about Oyla, just do the Oyla Kamishpat, like the rules of the first one. Logically, you and I would read the puzzle as the first one means not this Oyla, like right before the Oyla, which is the Chata's birth. But no, yeah, Tanakama says no. We're going to learn from Chata's Behema. I apologize, I just threw it like this. It's a little bit, it's all the same color and okay. Tanakama says Chata's Behema. That the Mishpat means I go back to something else not even in the Pasuk. I'm going to learn from the Mishpat and from the rules of a Chata's Behema. What do I learn from it? Very simple. So you have to chef an Oyla Sa'oy, this bird that we're talking about has to be during the day and with the right hand. Simple halacha. There's another simple halacha. So he says, Mishpat means no, let's do what makes the most sense. I'm going to learn this Oyla bird from a Chata's bird. And so what do I learn from a Chata's bird? Where do you do Malika? I do Malika, not on the head, but across where you can see it. Okay. Tomorrow, I just want to point it out now, so I don't have to point it out. I will point it out again, but it'll be easier. So how did the other two learn this halacha? That's the Gemara. The Mishmah learns from the word Mishpat. How did the other two learn? That's the Gemara. Now we're holding on the final one. It wasn't Reb Shimon. What did he learn? Reb Shimon is his son. First of all, the Mishpat is referring to the most logical way that we're going to learn from the birds, how the birds, just like Reb Shimon learned. I'm not jumping to some other carbon, behemoth. We're talking about a bird in the Pasuk. The soil should be Mishpat. Like what? Mishpat, like we just said 2 words ago in the same Pasuk. So he says the same exact thing as Reb Shimon, but the outcome is different. Reb Shimon learns the placement of the Madrika, and Reb Shimon learns that the head and the body have to be connected to each other. Okay, so let's see that inside. The Chavara was raised all the way in the bottom. Reb Shimon Oimer, Mishpat, Mishpat Chatzai. Mala Halo. Oichel, Beroi, Shubaguf, Maza. So it's important to see this. I won't be able to show this one. The head, the body's all, obviously, bird doesn't know that much blood, and get excited. Oichel, Beroi, Shubaguf, Maza. What's a zah? You take a chapis of bird, you do the rika, you put your finger right through the neck, and then you have to give it a little squirt on the mizbeach. If it's an oil asayif goes on top of the red line. What else goes on top of the red line? It's down for fun. A chapis bay goes on top of the red line. Afghan or Soko Noila, I think Rosh would go from Mazda. Michael Amar. What, you have to. Yeah, what's going on here? But Rabbi Rothschild says something different that we're not so familiar with. Come. Mama Alon Shu Ochus Harosh Bagu from Mazda. For the Chata. Is that what? Oh, Vilayavdi. Let's see if we can find the puzzle here. Yeah, there it is. Come on. Oh, I didn't show this specifically before. Okay, in the Hebrew. There's a halacha that says you're not allowed to separate the head of a chata. So I think that the oil of bird is similar to that. You can't be mafred. Since it's a halacha that they can't be separated, you can't do this. They have to be connected. It's actually. Oh, I didn't realize some magic. Who did this for us? Maybe Elvis? Shema, I like it. So, time to offer the story. The good is also to manage the America like. Wow. So, manage something. Right back to normal. So, love it. Really things over there. So, you have to have the head and the body all together, and you do have that. Interesting that we're talking about the Muslim Shimon, but one of the Gedolim said, he says, what's the idea behind when the Torah says by the Chatas B'layavim, you're not allowed to separate the head from the thing, and by Oyla, there is a separation. It says, because the Chatas is Chatas. Chatas is like, forget that it's Shabbos. So, forget that it's Shabbos, get your head screwed on right. You have to have your head connected to your body. You have to be with it. But by Oyla, it's a person that has a Yura Aveira. Your Aveira, forget it. Disconnect your head. Your head is no good at it. So, maybe by Oyla also, you should only cut 7 once a week. Kamaloma being 3 though. That's different. So it comes out like this. The Krive tells me that it is different than a Chatos, you know how to sever. But Oyla, a Chatos is once in but Kiddush book says that you cannot cut it completely for you. So maybe you have something where you cut 2 simonim and you're not cutting them completely. Alright. You have 2 simonim but you're not cutting completely. So you might have done yesterday we spoke about they have to cut the head completely, you have to sever the head. No, you cut the head of the oil completely off. So what is he going to do with it? Over here, the Kriva tells me that an oil is different. You have to sever, you get 2 simonim, but you already learned they have to cut the whole head off. So obviously you're getting the 2 simonim over there. Rabbi Kriva, the Gemara is teaching us, and I think it's important because it's Shavuos, and Shavuos is Matan Torah. You're going into how to learn Sukkot. A little bit more of a drush of this Gemara. Next line. So what it says, I need all these words, right? Lavi Kriva So that's the degree of Amina. Hamishpah Chadasai. Why? Think about it. What does Tanakama say? Let's go back to Tanakama. Tanakama says that I'm not learning from a bird. I'm learning from a behema. But what's the pashtus? Pashtus I should learn from the bird. I should learn bird from bird. I should learn an oil side from a chata side. So think without the word Vikivo that I'm going to learn, the Tanakh should learn, like Rabbi Shmuel, like Rabbi Shimon. That I'm learning the oil of the Machadi's bird, not from Machadi's animal. So what am I going to learn from the bird? I'm going to learn that you shouldn't do Abdallah. I shouldn't sever the head. Don't sever the head. Learn from the animal, you don't sever the head. It says, Umalak the Hikir, the fire which is mashma, that you didn't sever head. No. That I can learn something else completely. It's not bird, Roshin is bad. I'm going to give Roshin is bad. Oh. Where do I put that the bird? At the end of the day, I put the bird over here on top. So if I put the bird on top, maybe the Malika should also be on top. Meaning anything above the line is on top. So I should be standing over here on this blue sidewalk, this ramp. What do we call it? So okay, stand over here and do Malika over there, which is a true halacha. We're going to go with that halacha then. But that's what I would say the pasuk of Malach B'Ikner comes from. Says, Gemara, third version is bad, how many versions is there? But actually, the question of one of the krivoi, the what? The krivoi that are always different in a compass. The krivoi I'm separating. The krivoi only it. It meaning only the oil. So oil is different in a compass. So the word Mishpat is going to say that that's what I'm going to learn from Mishpat. The learn from Mishpat that are always different than the Kappas. The Kriva Droish Benami, and we learn two things from the Kriva. The Kriva tells me, A, that you should actually do the weekend pass, and B, that there's the halacha that you shouldn't, according to their least, you shouldn't sever the head. Or by Oila, there is Abdullah. Yeah? Which I'll hold on a second. Because I thought someone was still in the living of Shimon. It is Abdullah. Let me just make sure. Yeah, oh yeah. You're right. Hold on. We also bring up Tanakama. Yeah, but Tanakama. Right, Tanakama. So no. Tanakama did really Abdullah. Abdullah. I'm learning those two things. Thank you. Starting with Tanakama, Abdullah, and that the Malika happens on how to move there. Now, there's three things that we learned in the Gemara before. This is the lesson in the Gemara. Tanakama. Then we're learning the other bird from a Kappas animal. What am I learning? Chulin, Bayoy, the other mother. Just like an animal. You can't buy a Kappas animal with Mazzachani money. I have to use my own private money. So too, the bird, I can't buy it with my own private money. I need to use, I can't buy it with my Mazzachani money. I have to use my own private money. It also has to be done during the day, and that can be done with my right hand. So we're going one by one. Easier. A officer. So the Gemara, short of it. Chatas Thank you. That a chatos, the behemoth could only purchase with your own money. Maybe you can use my shiny money. I can buy anything with my shiny money. It's food. So every time behemoth food, all that I'm thinking of myself, maybe if I read this parachatos is shaloi, the shaloi v'lo mishut tzibur. Says Rashi, it says over here, shaloi. In this passage, you can see it over here. It says it twice. Asher loi, asher loi. I'm going to learn a few things from it. First of all, you cannot purchase it from the community fund. Nicer. And also, you cannot purchase it from nicer shady money. I can only check the oil of bird during the day. As the Gemara, how do I know that? I know that from the Chatos. That's what I learned from. What's the word? Kamishpa. Yeah? Kamishpa. Mishpatoi. What's the word? Mishpatoi. Yeah. So, that's I don't need to learn from Mishpat. You teach me Bayom. I don't need to learn from Akatas. I don't need to. I learn from. There's a general rule that all korbanos in the way something must be done during the day. Very interesting story. You say about Rabbi Simcha, the Meshach Chochmah. He was once very, very happy during the day. And someone asked him what's going on. He said that he had a dream that there was a fatal that people were not the Chatz Kedushin. So comes the Rashba and says, there's a person by the name of Meir Simcha, he's the Chatz Kedushin. The Rashba had a Kasha on his Gemara. Says that there was a Havamina that you could check an oil bird at night. You need a positive bird. He says, why would it ever be a Havamina? You check the oil bird at night. So the Rashba took out his door or something else. And the Meir Simcha said, no, there's a Havamina because of Imurim. Imurim could do at night. The sauce could do at night. Or the side. And the Rashba says, that's a good shot. It's an episode shot. And the Shemayim, so, yeah, I don't know, that in Shemayim they were making this shopping, they told them down the Chavis. So it's interesting, it's Gemara. So if I could really learn this out from the Yom Shavuot, so why am I learning out from the Chavis? Then you need to do during the day. Right. I learned it out from the Yom Shavuot, so every single part of the world happens during the day. But just put in there, yeah, let's find the list. Let's see the list again. That's the part. You have to purchase it from cool money in the day and with your right. Don't you know? The other how you notice. How do you know your right hand? Most of you would know this answer. You know why? Because we learned in the Tzvachim a number of times. We learned in the Nachas. So what? The word kohen and the word etzba. So the word is Gemara. You tell me you're learning it from a pasuk from Chatos. We know that. We went through this. You can learn that from Rabbi Chana. Don't Rabbi Chana. We shouldn't be lucky. I'm not going to have an etzba food. I know what you mean. Either or. It says the word etzba means the right hand. If it says the word kohen, the right hand. That's what he's going to do. When by etzba, it's not by kima. We said it over there. All the times we learned it. And the Omar that says, no, you need both. Oh, we need for that too. But you need both. You need the word kohen, and you need the word etzba. And the Mela by Oila doesn't say the word etzba. It only says kohen. So I wouldn't know that you need yamin. That's why I have to learn it out from. Now, go back to this Geshmaka chart. Why I say Geshmaka is over here. I pointed out when we learned it. Rabbi Shmuel says, what do I learn from Kapasari? The location of Malika. Where's the location of Malika? Mul Ayr, down there on the neck. how does Tanakama learn it? How does Rabbi Shimon learn it? Rabbi Shimon is using up the whole word, Kamishpat. I learned from Kamishpat, but Tanakama already used it up Kamishpat for something else. How are they going to learn this idea? So the Gemara, the Tanakama, Rabbi Shimon, no, I like this chart because it's less than Shabbat. It brings it all down. I don't know what the Tanakama is. I don't know what Rabbi Shimon is. What? I feel cap. We do learn from others. I don't know what's happening. Allah? Gamri, you have another one that's also the same idea. Gamri, Malika. Once I know how you do Malika and Chata. So I'm going to learn Malika in all the parts. It's called the Mematzina. It's not a real Hekesh. What's the Mematzina? What's Mematzina? Just like I find over here the idea of Malika is Mulaira. So too, anywhere in the Torah it says the word Malika, even by Ayla, it's Mulaira. Now it's super easy. Not super easy. I told you it's going to take 7 minutes. It took me 70 minutes, but don't worry. It's going to last seriously. It should only take. You wanted that a warning? Yeah, let's call it 15 minutes. More than 15 minutes is a long time. 7 minutes. Oh. I asked the Israeli kids and they didn't know. So I'll just say, without asking. There's a good way to remember one of these. There's a pigeon and there's a dog. Okay? There's a fire and the other. And one of them has to be a mature or an adult. Yes. And B'nai Yoina, what's B'nai Yoina? Yeah? It's possible. Okay. Oh, I said it before. Oh, I said it. Okay, good. Great. It's very possible. Good. So now it's possible for you guys. B'nai Yoina, which the whole Torah always says B'nai Yoina. The Torah will never say Yoina. So it means always how do you say frock in English? Chick, which is whatever age that is. It's a very small. Basically, what I brought to the shear the other day, maybe it's not the older, the better age. That's not a better way. That's a much worse way. First of all, because of country you're in. Yeah. I told you myself, I was in Kankanesh's house. Waiting there in a massive line, you have to steer and drink the whole thing. And some guy with a frock and the whole thing pushes me away. Excuse me, sir, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your business, what are you doing? Like, why not? They're tired. What does it say? Anyone should know? He starts arguing and I lock up whether he's allowed to line. So, that's kind of nasty on such a high note. One time in Ben Gurion, I embarrassed my wife. There was a Russian couple. They didn't have koyach to work on this whole line going to passport, so they cut the whole line. So I'm like, get to the back of the line. Oh, no. So I took those little suitcases, like rugs, and I put it all in the back of the line. And I think then they got the hint that I'm in the Shogana, and they shouldn't cut me in the line. Oh, no. The worst time ever. 3-hour line in COVID. You remember those 3-hour lines in Bengal? And a guy cut me at hour number 3. Oh, yeah. I was going to have that. It's not even fun, but he didn't. That was probably the worst time I ever experienced. Remember? There's nobody there. There's nobody waiting. And the guy's not going to wait. He comes. Stops there. So he's going to listen. Kosher bit fire impossible to yoin up. Kosher b'nei yoina, kosher b'tayr. In other words, what's a Torah rabbi say? An adult, mature dog. So whatever is kosher by a Torah, an adult, is kosher b'nei yoina. It has to be a chick, a ben yoina. That's the. We're gonna start going with that. It's very easy to remember. B'nei yoina is the children of the yoina, the babies. So you can't bring an adult. Kosher, what do you guys like more? The word adult or mature when it comes to pigeons? Is it good Shiloh? What would you prefer to translate? Okay. In our Gemara it says adult. In the article it says mature. I thought mature was the better way, but then AI agrees with them, with our Gemara. So it says in the common usage language, in a scientific paper, you use mature. But when people talk, they call it an adult. I thought adults are in humans, but okay. I was right. And that's how our Gemara, the official Gemara, says. Okay. So Gemara. Sorry. And if it's supposed to be a chick, the ben yoina on the door, you can't bring it as a dog. As a dog. No, here we have beautiful pictures. First of all, this is a dog, not this one. This one. But Yoshi did a whole thing pairing. Shows you how he basically made this up with AI, a whole thing with AI. So, he created this chart. I don't know how accurate it is, but it gives you some sort of, these are all bad. So the green is once it hits a certain level of gold on its wing or on its neck, depending. So that is already mature, and it's 100 days, 120 days old. When it comes to the yoina, it's the exact opposite. You don't want to take a really small one, because that we're going to see soon is a problem. It has to be before a certain age, which is interesting. You have to catch them. Well, this is the season right now. To catch them and bring them. I don't know what you do during the year when they're not being born over there. Oh, right. So you're retired, right? Can't bring them in. So all these kids are working for after you. So I'm telling you that this is super easy. This Gemara is just like you're gonna shake your head. What's going on? Why all this work? If it's a mature dog, it's kosher. Adam tools, but they after the chick, Adam sharing the great. But the pigeon, adult, mature ones are possible. Min to mamish chazar to the kosher. The kosher possible in the yoina, kosher in the yoina, psulim in the possible. So if it's kosher for a pigeon, it's possible for a dog. How things are Kalvachaymer, the simplest Kalvachaymer chance. When it comes to the chick of a pigeon, it's not good when it's an adult. It's only good when it's a chick. The dog, which has a special milo, you could treat him as an adult, and it did. Shouldn't you retire? Soon you can bring it as a chick. No, I will not retire. Have a meal. And now we're going to do the same type of timer all over again. The opposite way. Today, down to the toilet. You can only bring the chicks of the young. She has no idea. I think he's got a fun. The dogs, which are hustle when they are chicks, but they're kosher when they're adults. So certainly the pigeons, where they have a milo, they can bring them when they're babies. So certainly when they're adults. How do you see it? The Russian is interesting. Never in the Torah. You see the Torah using the word b'nei, referring to the Torah. B'nei Torah, and never we see the word yoina come by itself. It's always b'nei yoina. It's never ever b'nei Torah, and it's never ever yoina. It's always b'nei yoina, meaning the babies of a yoina, and the adult are. Right. A few examples I put together here. Mitzvah. By Mitzvah it says, "What is a chad minat Torah? B'nei yoina." By Yisrael it says Torah b'nei yoina, and by Nas it's Torah b'nei yoina, and by Olam Yoina it says Torah b'nei yoina. And by Yoinatis it says Torah b'nei yoina. It's the entire Torah. Anytime it mentions birds, always Torah b'nei yoina. You know, the Ramban says, why not for these type of birds? Why not eagles? Why not the places? He says, because these are the only birds that have a partner for life. You never have anybody else. And if you take one egg away from a pigeon, that's it. That egg that it hatches never has a mate. He's up there. And Almana never finds a shit. In Morocco, the guy kept on showing us that Almana in Morocco, for the first 4 months and 10 days of an Almana, she wears all white. So if you go in the market and you see somebody all white, so Almana. So Almana. Yusuf. He didn't tell you guys? He told me, showing me a lot of Almana. Okay, I said, how do you know? Maybe they're making it up. Maybe they just want, to collect money or whatever. No. Says the Gemara. And they also have something interesting. They're not like getting married for 4 months and 10 days. After this, one of them, you have 3 months. One of those, talk about it. White feathers. Everybody knows. Ask me if the men know something or something special. But the Yoina, the cause of Rahmana, that's the Gemara. Tell you more of the Gazette. Talking about eagles and birds. So I have a little bit of stuff today. A little bit of a snake. That's a question. Person that I've used when it comes to Schwartz. Already 53 years old. Every year, Kabul Makkah, Kabul Turkey. Here again. So what did you do the last year? The same kasha with Shoshana and Kabbalah. Kabbalah's a player. You didn't count today that you didn't do last year, or the year before, Enough already. You tried, you failed. What are you doing? So, this is lazy, sir. This is lazy. Because of young people. About the show because I thought it was so fucking cool and it was so it says the SOS carry on the wings of an eagle. The Rambam says, bring it to me. She says, Rashi and Tehillim over there. Why is it sharp? So what's a nesher? Nesher means that it's feathers. Mosher. What's a mosher? That means they fall out. The feathers of the eagle fall out every single year, says Rashi. Looked it up today. Every single year they fall out. It's called molting. Molting in English. The feathers of the eagle, even its wings. Yeah, wings also. Exactly, the bunnies are with a little push, with a little says, maybe not this I saw my porch. Whoever wants to come, the shield is welcome to come. No, I'm just kidding. There's a bird on my porch, not a pigeon, the other bird, the one that makes all sounds. That's what it's called. It's very, any sound, a tractor, a lawnmower, it could actually imitate human beings. It's not a parrot. brown, black birds. No, they have, they're all over the neighborhood. They're mean birds. Anyways, they're on my porch. They built a nest of weeks. And Elia came to the nest, knocked down. I saw this with my own eyes. The bird came. It was shot. Shot. It just spent, I don't know how long, building the nest. And then they're outside. And then branch jumped to the floor, to my porch, and I found one branch. He swept it up. The one branch, the branch, put it in. That was the Hanachas Even Apino. From that moment on, it's 3 weeks ago, I came back from Morocco. It's still doing the same exact thing. It is partner, I know this one, the entire day. From sunrise to sunset, maybe a little bit beyond sunset, it goes and brings branches. You are no reliable. Every 2 minutes, another branch. What it already had built a month ago, nothing. But, and I look, it's massive. I know I'm just going to let it do. It's not as annoying as it could be. And it's almost every 2 minutes. Does anybody give them a reward going every 2 minutes? But human beings are not like that. You think a cow. What does a cow do? Every single day it's going to walk 3 miles because that way it's going to eat a bunch of grass and walk back 3 miles until they saw. Human beings are very different. That's it. Human beings goes 3 miles, does one day. Big day, forget. It's too lazy. It doesn't do it. Kids is 4 miles. Everything is different. Every day is a struggle. It's not much a struggle with human beings. That's what a human being is. So says the apostle. That's why it's saying. I can't be in the shadow. That I was once saying, prepare. That's the human struggle. Everybody struggles. Everybody has a struggle, right? You look around you, you know. This guy struggles with smoking. This guy struggles with drinking. This guy struggles with going on the internet too much. Whatever it is, everybody in this struggle. But that's a human being. And that's the part. Every year, we have to shed our wings, we have to shed our feathers, and go get it. That's why that's the Ganesha. That's why we can't be eagle. It's the eagle. That's why it's every year. Every year, you're right. Last year, you said you're going to be caught a little bit. You did this. You're supposed to do more. But today, it's a new year. It's a new shmur. It's going to be a custom Torah. We're going to go with the new shmur, with the new bread, with new wings. Call it Torah anew. Human beings. That's how human beings do it. So if you're the guy that every single day you're doing a machine and everything else, you're not a human. Then you're a behemoth. That's the Kiddush here. So the Chazer for my not a Kiddush hit, but this new hair that an animal. That's what they do. The mammals, they go and they go and they go and they go. You know from the end. But over here, let's see what I said before. 3 weeks straight, every minute, another day. You can't stop it. That's a behavior. That's all. It has no key, it has nothing. It has no struggle. He's not an alcoholic. He has nothing. That's what he does. He's a breadaholic. He's a whatever alcoholic. But he does his thing. So for us to say, oh, I should have been like this, and to be all upset at ourselves, we didn't do more than that, then you're not human. Sticks to it. That's a good one. Hello, we didn't get the memo. What one? I was talking about his memo. He told me he's coming tonight. So, yeah, I see him here. It's not. You thought it's now? Oh! The ice cream is in the bag. The ice cream is there. You should talk to bring up 2 ice creams. That's what about these guys. Are you going today? You can bring 2 just 2. But once you bring 2, you might as well bring. Do you guys want? Anybody finish your kids? Bring, you want? If Shopsy wants, you want ice cream? Bring a bunch out. These guys, Sadiqim that came here. Yeah. Cheated. What does it mean? Wow. Shkoya. Give a shot. Huh? Which one? Misophonia. No, that's fine. No, you can have it. What are we saying? That you built? Dapsey says that every year since this year, every Shavuos, he builds up on the next and builds up. Growing. But also working. What? But small stuff.
So you guys thought of this, and this is how you thought you were going to do it, and that's it's scary.
By the way, we have cameras facing the door also. It's not like in the olden days. The camera's right on you right now. From day one. From day one he was here. Alright. Dr. Gemara, where are we? Well, by the way, we're only getting to Bayer today. We're almost 5 minutes in. We have 2 more minutes to finish. Came up and you're not the sin. I don't see the duration. This duration can't be. It's 47 minutes. Is it here? No. Can't be. Hey, Ma, says the Gemara. I'm a Philip on that. Hey, Ma, because of Rahmana. You know what? Let's make a pshara here. Let's make a. Is it pshara in English? A compromise. Thank you. What is it? B'nai yoina? B'nai means the children, their babies, great. What are b'nai? That means golden light. I'm not going to argue on that. Maybe then I could argue. At least give me that one. You better go to the night see about animals. Maybe I could bring a small pile also. You buy animals. You buy animals. You buy animals. Maybe we can bring you there, huh? No. Give me the b'nai yoina. It's not a shot. My b'nai yoina is down in me. Golden light. I thought you did. Give me a down in light. You agree to me that b'nai yoina means only the babies, the chicks? So then you have to agree with me that Torah means only the adults. Torah Abama. I would say that all dogs and all pigeons or the baby pigeons of the world, the chicks, are all kosher for carbon. If I ask you, is that true? You'll know right away. You can eat the ice cream. You can eat ice cream for a month. I'm serious. I didn't even hear him open it up. It's honest. It's much better like this. It's not about that. The Torah says, look at this, and show you. I can't. I don't want to. Let me show you this first. This is our youngest artist. Let's put him next.
Until you're big enough for the Beit HaMikdash.
Hey, I fucking love it, and we love you, and maybe next time we'll have a bigger table for you with someone there. I like it like that. How about that? Tom Royce, everybody. Making it for 2 all-time Hilltonian appearances. If you haven't listened to the entire Portland episode of Hilltonian,
Like my dad, and we're back. Is your kid staying short? Gad loss. 98% of customers report 8 centimeters of growth per month.
Theater, and we had a lot of fun on that episode. One of my favorites ever.
Okay, so I thought it was only for children, that one. I guess it's not for either. Okay. Not for good guys. They're adults already. So it says the Gemara like this. Oh, I was trying to show you the min. Okay. Find it. I know I saw it. Maybe I saw it on a different dot. Okay, maybe I put it on that for you. Say it. So it says the Gemara. What did I learn from the word min? It says min after min b'nei. The word min is extra. Not every pigeon or dove is available for the Mizbeach. But the Mishnah mentioned that when it starts becoming yellow, then you can no longer use it. Oh, here, right here. Okay. Shkoya. You threw it in? Thank you. Fine. But let's see this picture again. Let's see the target. When it starts becoming yellow, no good. Or it starts becoming yellow, it's too old. Tomorrow, they must have a turn chain. When can a dog become kosher? She has evil and it becomes gold. Or it's Zion means gold. They must have been a young psulim, and when does a chick become too old, she has evil when they become yellow. Funny, Yaakov Karcha, it says Yaakov Karcha, Mimosai, when does a pigeon become kosher? So it's interesting, when we have the pigeon here, the little baby, the chick, 2 days ago, what was it, 2 days ago? So someone in the Hebrew Shir sprayed him out, he goes, gross! Something like that. Like, it's because gross. But Rashi says a lashon here. To explain this Gemara, says Rashi. Oh, I forgot to show it. I'll just say it. It says Rashi, Dibur Masmi must have been a yonik sheir. The yonik sheir know the day they're born, they are gross. I want to be mechadish, the shus, all the women of Klal Yisrael. I think all human beings, the day they're born, are kind of alien looking, gross. And as I said it in the Hebrew Shir, all of a sudden Benny gets a picture from his sister of Mazel Tov, had a baby girl. One of these, pretty cute. You know, he's supposed to say, so cute. But what are you cute? The color is mamish off. Face is kashmush. Sounds like this. Oh, what a cute, man. Baby, wow, okay. Anyway, that's his mouth. You don't bring someone like that to make some English. When you bring someone that looks like this, you're going to bring them in some English, seriously. This guy, right over here. This looks normal to you, so bring them in some English. So maybe, that's what the Lord is asking. So at what point, yes. Oh, play it. Tomorrow, sorry, Mishiyahu. 2 islands over there, Mishiyahu. What does it mean? He said this word explains it. That straight from Yahali gone, when the chick starts bleeding, what does it mean? He shoved got from the name. When it's wing, when it's feather, I guess, wing, it's pulled out of a bossy dog. And we only know that a little blood comes out. It's a little gross, but this is from our 1 hour. two artists. It's called Rob. He's unbelievable. He's a teacher in a school. He teaches AI art. I mean, Baruch Hashem, I mean, we have him for a while now, but if you look at his work is very, you can see right away that he's no longer a baby now. So he kicks his pacifier back. Anyway. What? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna stop here. I just want to say one thing. There's a mice up, but I want to push this mice up. This is the covered Shatsi phone, the Favero. There's a mice where somebody saw his friend's chicken. They really wanted it. He had a fight with his friend's chicken. So he asked his friend if he had chicken. He said no. So what do? You keep the chicken without asking. His friend comes knocking on his door. He heard his friend knocking on the door. He pulled up all the feathers right away. Friend comes in the house. He's got my chicken back. He's got another chicken. See, it's not your chicken. It's chicken without feathers. So he went to the Rav. The Rav said, what did the Rav say? You don't know what the Rav said? He said, open up the door. See where the chicken goes. The chicken goes to the neighbor. Then if the neighbor, if the chicken stays in his house, Everything can sagen. Ich habe gedacht sagen. Ich habe gefleckt sagen. Maybe you can say that by the Rabbi Rothschild, he doesn't look at how long your ruffle is, how long your face are, how long your beard is, how black your hat is, if you have a gun, if you wear green things. It's nothing. You have to come to the Rabbi Rothschild, basically naked. And where's your head? What direction are you facing? Are you in Torah? You go to the Smedrish? Or you go over here? That's all that matters to the Rabbi Rothschild. So all these feathers, all the shtusim. And that's Baruch Hashem, say here in MDY. Day, every single day, you have the Chassid and the Yishani and the Tziyoni, and even in this room, we have people that say Hallel and Yom Ha'atzmaut with the Bracha, and we have a very small way of it. The Hallel with the Bracha, and there's own grandchild. Let's say we got no Bracha. But you get the idea. We have all sorts of people on the Twitter today. We have people with bracha, without a bracha. I said this before. People that you say bracha, they'll spit at you, and you don't say bracha, they'll spit at you. But not in this place. In this place, we come without feathers. There's no concern. Concern doesn't matter at all. It matters if you're on a high madrega and you're doing the right thing. So, Rabbi Rothschild is there. Where's those two shir again? Huh? You got the tzitzis on the outside. You got the tzitzis on the outside. The red one is this. And what's wrong? You found it. But one minute, it's not. Don't worry. It's not going to be a short. You don't have to make it a short. You're in bed. Yeah.
Well, William, you did it again. Another fun 2 minutes, another fun appearance.
Yeah, before that, yeah. 30 seconds. It's going to be an hour. 30 seconds.
Jeremiah go. We lost Dwayne Wilcox. He had to go take a knee.
You're the Eagles. You're the Eagles.
We should go to this bucket one more time, huh?
Eagle route. What size? Says the Eagle. So you heard the shit. This is a year that does the shit twice a day. In Hebrew and in English. And I said it's even more than twice a day. Why? because he puts it in his store and he hears it over and over. Rabbi Rothschild, have a freilich in Yontev, a good Yontev, Yishkoach for coming. We'll see you should be chazik, chazak, and learn, start. Regular time.
Merry Christmas is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
That's just like the first thing I think when I see him. Needless to say, it's Trump Kelsey Lane, everybody. Sit on the show quite a few times. It's been a long time, Kelsey. Welcome back. Talking about buying another lesbian.
Twice a day, maybe even more. He doesn't realize it's in his store on a loop. He sees it over and over. This is the failure of the shear. You can come in and borrow by the next stuff. What do you do? This showing in their things. Yeah, over there. You get the sports off.
This should just be like a plain box.
There are some people, you're going to get some emails by yourself. This might be the first time that they did full timer. I don't want today to be the day that you miss. Ayoy, Yishuv Arvim Yom, Shiva Shavua. Last night, the Jew, the Dibby, Robin, and spoke to women. He had over 80 women on the Zoom. Don't believe it? With success, he's stuck with Dibby. First time that we have, I think it's 6 different slitim, satellite locations that are doing a special. Nothing to do with the, obviously, we can't show the shirt in their place. And we're helping them out a little bit. There's a 1-hour window to register. And that's the register. So
no dishwasher. How do you clean it?
What's important to us is, I don't know if this is a record. But today, my plan, everything goes well. But if everything goes well, so from now, which is 7:50 in the morning, till I go to sleep somewhere in the, I don't know if I'm going to go to sleep, but let's say I fall asleep after the sleep, 1:30 tonight, I plan on getting 6 years.
I like that question. What's the size and color of the dildo that you settled for?
When we do the shear now in England, then the regular shear, the regular program is 6 years. Now, so after your course,
Exactly. I have a
then
huge
I have to give another shear overnight. And the schedule is right here on the screen. The shear here in England is 23:30, which is 11:30. It goes 11:30 tonight in English, and 12:30 in Hebrew. Okay. This guy writes in Hebrew. I just translated. He wrote on the group. This is for years I haven't learned. It's the first year that I come to schools with the connection to Torah. That's why I was very, very like I was excited. All of a sudden I was emotional to feel like a custom of a faith in the Torah. Also patriotic with them. No, not big deal. Figures out the wrong way. Bugging, maybe bugging.
Stick it on anything. Why would you? Yeah, because it wants to do the all the way in there. It was kind of bullshitting. Now we're talking physics.
How long have you been, how long have you been hooking up with women? I mean, technically, just a ballpark, or as you guys call it, a softball field. Breaking Bad? No? So just a few years or something?
How many of them are around?
Two.
You ever use it in one position too much into like low and high? So
It's a real dad at a barbecue, Jim. That's a good one. Pleasure, Armstrong. Yeah, it was. I agree.
No, he's a seasoned learner. He's not very impressive. But
how big is your girlfriend's vagina?
so
Put it in an adequate
this
storage
has
and
one.
forget about it. Be like, oh yeah, okay, we're good.
One is my son too. What are you talking about? Boy, Jesus, Lord, if he spells and later actually was real slave on. Sweet Slave Anonymous, a memory of Yaakov, Mizora, Ben Hannah, Oakers, New Jersey, huge humble kind of platform. Official edition everyone shouts for the Sefer Zevin Yao Shilov, Herod, the Benedict family.
Alright, so Kelsey, you currently have a girlfriend, someone that you're going steady with.
Dedicated as special support for his entire family and all of Israel. Is that
Scissor? That's an actual thing. So you each you balance it out and you slap your pussies together. Yes.
It reminded me of an email I didn't read. No, that's
Chicken
bacon.
with buckwheat.
So if you mention it, I don't want somebody else. Rabbi. First, I would like to thank you for removing my local Torah. I didn't see that page in
You're an
but I saw
advance.
the
That
new
was chicken with misfit.
remind me that I did not hear the singers. I would like to thank you for reading my love of Torah. I now truly have something to look forward to this voice. The Gemara is amazing. The new Gemara is amazing. My family and I are extremely grateful. The story about Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan brought back many memories for me. Unfortunately, my elementary school experience was not always positive. I became an artist, Baruch Hashem, and I used to do up at school during class. I remember one time my teacher got me drawing a very realistic cartoon of him, but the final class was more than a little too accurate. He took the paper and shoved it in my face. I only have since worked out language. Recently, I was asked to attend a peer event and learn. The student had never been exposed to Gemara before. I wasn't sure how to approach it at first. I realized that I already had the best resources today. Like reading research the gap and looking review on YouTube. Within an hour, I didn't understand
What
any of
else,
it.
Kelsey?
I was
What
able
else
to
has
learn
changed
it.
since the last time we saw you? Anything else fun or interesting in life?
Right, thank you, Rebelli. I wish only the best for you and your family. Like some
You seem like you'd be more on set than alpha wants me inside. You're the girl that you hook up with more the girly girl. I think we
Who you guys from?
Yeah. I don't think you're like a butch, but or the dominating one could say.
Brazil, Samaleta. You just said Brazil.
Yeah, he meant basically to you.
Brazil.
You gave that.
Brazil. We're in Brazil.
When you guys put on your dildos, do you ever pretend like you ate poorly at your jobs?
You're following the field over there.
Let's get out of here. That's still Tony with Miss Pat. Kelsey Lane, everybody. She's on social media at I am Kelsey Lane. Check out Miss Pat's podcast, The Pat Now with Miss Pat. She has dates coming up in Cincy, Kansas City, Des Moines, Boston, and more. Go to MissPatComedy.com for tickets. She's here taping a pilot. Keep an eye out for her new show on Hulu, The Miss Pat Show. Make some noise for Miss Pat, everybody. This is a fucking work of art. I mean, this guy is out of control. He's on a whole new level. Check out his prints of Ryan@gmail.com. Ryan, that is fucking beautiful. Amazing. How about a hand for the band, everybody? They have a new calendar coming out. That's a big deal. It's already out, actually. Jeremiah, stand up on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on YouTube. What else, Jeremiah?
New episode of Jeremiah Wonders out with Mikey McCurdy, Blue Haha right now, and Omar Nama. And check out the Kill Tony Band calendar. And there's nice t-shirts and Jeremiah Wonders shirts at JeremiahWatkins.com.
How about a hand for Larry? Chroma Prince on guitar, everyone. Chroma, what did you think about tonight's episode? Well done, Tony. Well done indeed. And how about one more time for Phil Dempsey, Joel Jimenez. He went through a table for the first time in the show's history. He's a mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel? Shout out to Ludwig. I love you guys. That's right, Ludwig's very own Joel Jimenez. We'll go to Australia, San Francisco, Sacramento, DC, La Jolla. We're making a return to so many fun things. If you live in West Palm Beach or whatever, stay tuned tomorrow to see if I'm going to be there this weekend. Shout out to Tom Royce, William Montgomery, so much fun. Live audience, thank you so much for coming out. We love you guys, right, man? Thanks, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
What's your name? Before you live from Montreal. Look who's here. We got a real out guest. Very dandy. So later, let me see now. Okay, give all the good. You look familiar though. I saw you through the screen. Okay, how long? Givaldi. Anybody else? You all in the back. What's your name? By the way, Hasidim, they sit in the other corner. It's a good corner, but in the other corner. You also already. It's okay. Got it. Where are you from, Rabbi Levin? Givaldi. Okay. So which one does this year? Both? You want to do this year? Okay, got it. You go to the falafel place? You go to the falafel place? No? Okay. Ooh. Sure. If you do this year, you change your life. He says, not consensus. He says, live not consensus. You want to put it out you ready? Put it in there. You want to tell us how to change your life? Yeah. Start your life at what? And then put it in. You know? Yeah. What? Nicer on both sides. Claim it. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for coming on. Smack it up as usual. 20 top in the field.
Welcome. You guys excited or what? We are live here on a Monday. Great
Very,
bands here.
very
All right, so you gotta make a little more noise for that. We're here.
Very different.
We are live from the world famous comedy store on the Sunset Strip. Very fun stuff. We had an amazing weekend in West Palm Beach. So thank you to everybody in the improv there. West Palm Beach, I didn't know what you was my first time there. One of the rare cities that I got to been to. It was an amazing weekend. Yep, it was true. Go and sat here saying, stay tuned to my social media tomorrow to see if I'm getting going again. Sure enough, I went and got a blast. That's how life works out. But speaking of touring, guess what, everybody? We have
23-year-old couple on the trip.
breaking
Me and David Feinberg.
our show.
But
In
they
just
said
2 weeks,
then
hopefully
Chelsea
at the
great.
closing
Simon,
story,
the Muslim
the new Broadway and Tony Elizabeth Street Brewery has sold out in added a second show. There's going to be a late show on September 22nd. We'll Broadway and some 2 shows there. Something interesting for you comedians that might be bored on that Sunday. Take a little nice 2-hour drive straight down the coast to be Quad Street, 17th, getting out to the beautiful Wonderful Street. Then we move on to Dallas the week after that. We're going to Kill Tony there, and then Fort Sanders shows the month of October. 20 Sacramento, and then to Kill Tony Mania, October
Sort of, and now I remember the email, which I forgot to put in again. Basically, now it's coming back.
That's in San Francisco. That is 4 massive
Met
shows.
somebody's
Somebody
somebody
the audience
wrote me
for shows
about him.
all weekend.
That they were having
Yes,
some
special
phone.
rotating
They
panel for
found
those
out
shows.
that
That's Kill Tony Mania.
the kid has been a mafia.
And
He's
for
gonna
the
do
weekend,
another
we go straight to
receptor.
Australia the next week.
This is the kid. So
Sydney,
completing the
and
second
then
for
a week
Lindsay
later
cancer
we're in
case.
DC doing a Kill Tony
I
with
would
plus
remember
stand-up
when
shows
every
after
Mary
that.
time I run them up, and
Guess
now
what?
it's going to
All
be
of that
daddy
we do
and
tonight.
wife you
Never miss
to go
a
to sleep.
day here at the Comedy
Anonymous,
Store. It's all
Malcolm
scheduled
Farouk,
for
how we
us.
get
How
Ayadis, one of the biggest investors in
Australia
business
gave
to
me
take on
plans,
worldwide,
and we have a few
140
hours
plus
to
schools,
that
big
stuff.
numbers.
And also stay tuned for a New York City and Ohio announcement.
Now, Foundation team for the merit of Uri Yal,
That's what's
Ayadis,
really neat.
and the children Benjamin and Matt. Now, for the merit of the student for Solid Golden Pass,
A lot of traveling.
now,
Stuff
this is
gets
the
crazy.
famous Abraham
We get
Talia,
older,
Ben Slavic
and
Gemara, and Ruchen Ben
a
Yehud.
lot of people start
Someone
losing
that
their
being
hair
Mustafsky,
right around at the age that we're at.
Nachum Ben Nachum
66%
Mustafsky, and
of
50
men
years old,
lose their hair
Siva.
by age
The current
35.
sponsors
Once
demand
you
those
notice
twice
any
given
hair,
from
you
schools
need to
the
extinguish
success
it.
of our client,
Organs.com,
Roman Daniel,
one-stop shop
Rosenthal,
for hair
Gordon
loss,
Barros.
skincare,
Every
sexual
one kid
wellness
stands
for
for the
men.
basis of the that can super the Vega, and look for you really find out the fact. المسلمة يعرض عن إيش عن بين بطل براحة المسلمة مرحبا بأستر وفوز أيالة دنيا زاد بين أيالة أستر. We are holding Omar Abdullah.
It's the new way to do it. You don't have to visit a doctor. You go to this website and you talk to a professional, and they send it straight to your door. And our listeners can get started with a Nim's complete hair kit for just $5 today, right now.
Every
Also
bird,
flies
every
last.
animal, every human being has two types.
See website for
Very
more details
interesting
and safety
types.
information.
Made very
This could
similarly,
cost
they look
hundreds
like
if you went to the
interesting
doctor.
types. One of
Pharmacy.
them is
Instead, visit
that's the breathing
Organs.com/Kiltony. That's
type, so the trachea. The other one is the esophagus, the food goes down.
Organs.com/Kiltony.
What happens if one of the pipes
Yeah.
becomes dislocated?
That money,
What happens to
sweet
the
honey,
animal?
which reminds me, honey is a free browser add-on that
The
finds
animal
me the
basically
best
becomes
deals
a
online.
becomes
Yeah,
dislocated.
magically auto
So it looks
applies
something
the
like
best
this.
deal to my card at checkout. And honey finds discounts and coupons across 37,000 sites. Amazon's
Dislocated.
Best Buy,
Then he
Nordstrom,
comes with a
so
knife
you know all about
and
this.
before I have a knife here, very, very old knife, over 100 years old, more than 100 years old. This is original. These are like the birds.
Say you're going to buy a
Yeah,
camera,
I'm not gonna
we'll
use
show
this.
you like, hey, just like this one. Save $70.
Okay.
It saves me so much money. It's free.
It has saved its 10
Rinzai,
million
he
members
says.
an average $28.61. Everyone that's used it has saved over $800 million. Honey has over 100,000 five-star
So what
reviews on the
happens
Google Chrome
if
Store. Time
the
Magazine calls Honey
trachea,
basically free money. Look, there's no reason not to use it. It's free and easy to install on your computer in just 2 clicks. So shop with confidence. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/Tony. That's joinhoney.com/Tony. Honey, the smart shopping assistant that saves you time and money when you're shopping online.
it affects the pain
And with the
frequency
money
money
that you
that's when it
save,
happens in a bird, it doesn't matter
and the
if you buy a
time
bird
that you
anyway.
save, how do you treat
All
yourself?
you
I'll
need to
tell
do
you what
is
I've been
check
doing lately.
one.
I've been a busy
The
guy,
amount of
right? I don't have time to cook, and I'm going to be honest with
when
you.
you use your finger,
I'm a little bit better
you're in the
than
base
eating
on
a
big
normal
dog,
sandwich
and you go to the
nowadays.
back
I
of the
used
neck
to
of
be
the
able to
bird.
settle for a ham
So
and
if you
cheese.
find
I'm a little bit fancier now.
that the trachea
What
was
do I love?
dislocated,
Postmates is your personal food delivery, grocery delivery,
that's
whatever
not
kind
a
of
big
delivery
deal.
service
So
you
why
need
is it not a
all
big
year
deal?
round.
Because there's no visa and there's no halal. What's visa? When you take the knife and you push down, you don't go side to side. It's a pressure downward, and that's what Malik does. Malik, you take your nail and you push downward. So obviously there's no visa when it comes to Malik, because that is illegal. Malik is visa. No halal by Malika. This is halaba. Halaba would mean that you hide the knife under something. In this case, we're hiding it under the system. So since there's no visa, however, so there's no problem with secret. The dislocation of the system.
$100 of Read with the Reaper for 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmates. Download Postmates and save with the code KILLTONY. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Are you ready to start tonight's show or what? We are live, and it's exciting. We always have one of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week is no different. You know this guest is his first time here, so give him a hot Kill Tony welcome. You know him from your mom's house and so many other great things. Make some noise for the great Josh Potter,
So on the
everyone.
flip side, on this side, is all kosher for Malika. On this side is kosher for Shkita, this side is kosher for Malika.
Josh Potter's first time on Kill
Oh,
Tony.
kosher for Shkita. The negative, but kosher for Malika. On the flip side, on the next, it's kosher for Malika. But if someone's passing, let's say, she's like, I just got
avid fan of your mom's house. It's one of the few podcasts that I listen to and laugh hysterically. And you are something special on that show.
Well, thank you. You know, it's helped me a lot in my career. Not only comedian, but now I'm a sex worker. So, yeah, I've heard about that. You're a cameo guy. I am. I'm a little cameo is the vehicle I use for trafficking my sex work. They reached out to me, and you can pay $100 to get a glimpse of my feet or my shoulder.
Wow. Yeah, if you use the promo code KILLTONY, they save.
and more guests.
I'm excited to have you here. We're going to watch comedians together. I
Look
don't
at
know
this
if you know
print left side.
Hey guys,
Kill Tony fans out there. And you know, the band is one of my favorite things in all of comedy. They are truly some of my funniest friends. We travel all around with these guys. We've had a lot of fun times. We've seen a lot of different characters every week. They perform and stay in a different character. We never know what it's going to be. Maybe it's a brand new character. Maybe it's the return of characters that we've seen before. Some of our favorites. So let's see what happens tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the one and only best campaign in the land of the Kill Tony man, Jeremiah Watkins, Joker Joe Bennett, and Crumble Chris.
But we sponsored by Malika. You just told me what Rothschild. We just said that by Malika it's okay to have an uprooted drink here. So let's keep this about it. It seems like a possible. This is where you're right. Oh, here we go. That would be actually a problem. That would be my point.
I have a feeling I know what this is. Is this a bachelor party? I believe this is a bridal shower of some kind.
By Malika, the uprooted Hana
Joel has
is
the
a
dick
problem.
necklace
And
on.
my daughter that was looking forward is not a problem. All my
Flat
opinion.
ass. Jeremiah has
Red
what appears
guest
to
for
be
a boss or female.
pigtails of some kind. And
We're
he's
gonna see
trying
a
to
whole figure today.
untangle this sign. He's minutes away from that happening. We have
We all know
here's
so
the
many of us car accident or any type of accident. The first thing we do is what do we do?
after slamming the craft services table for a
Secure the
few
spine.
hours.
You have to secure the
Just
neck.
kidding. Straight from the show.
Many times they, people think they're alive and everything's going well, and they move, and all of a sudden their life is over. It could happen instantaneously. Why? Because life goes through the spine and the spinal cord, and if it breaks, if the spinal cord breaks, now you have something called blood vessel. Blood vessel. Blood vessel is that area right there with the red arrow. That's the muscle that holds the spine together. Without the muscle, the spine will break all day. The muscle holds the spine together. But if the muscle tears and the spine breaks, it's over. I wonder if this guy is not alive, or this animal is not
What
alive.
about you? Are you pitching up anytime soon?
Well, that's your fascinating sideline. There's going to be a big argument down the road. Get ready.
I love this. I'm excited.
Tell me a car accident.
Wow. Are you hitting on Josh Potter?
And the zip snaps. And they're immediate. They have one of those portable MRI machines within minutes, within seconds. The guy goes, with his iPhone, he goes like this, and sees that hey, the break off his cord, neck is snapped. Within 10 seconds, he gets the alert. And it says, AI says, how long it is? Guy's dead.
appears to be one of the least healthy Mexican women I've ever seen in my life. Come on.
Are you allowed to transmit this individual or child to the hospital for repair? Because the hospital could repair. But I left these days.
God, bunch of slutty bridesmaids. Are you slutty too, you Kathy Griffin with AIDS?
I'm not too sure, but there's too much of
AIDS, Donna, Dick
Today
Swallows.
we can repair it. We can repair it.
Donna, are you a
Right
slut
now,
too?
he's dead. I love him.
Yeah, obviously.
I think you might be repairing a dead person.
So it appears that we have a slutty bridal shower here today. This is very exciting.
Dead, I love her. That's what we're talking about. He can be talking with you. That's the whole food
This is
day.
what West Palm is.
We're going to have a whole thing in a second. We're talking now about an animal, but we're going to get to the human being. They can be going like this, or waving his hands, even the circus. I love it when he's dead. And if I love it when he's dead, can you be the false promise for it? I don't know.
Oh my God. Even your saxophone is slutty. So we have the man, we have Josh, we have Brian, and the soundboard, which brings us to this, everybody. The Bucket of Destiny. It decides tonight's episode. A bunch of people signed up for tonight's show. If I pull your name out of the bucket, that means you get 60 seconds to do stand-up comedy or something promoted on this stage. You know your time is up and you have to send a big hit. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. And then we interview you afterwards, talk more about your life, figure out more stuff about you. It's interesting. You guys ready to start this show or what?
You're going to be shocked to hear that it makes a person says, I'll see the things that I've done.
Let's do it.
No. It says there will technology to save his life.
Going
I
up
love
tonight.
this means
It's
that
very interesting. It's a one-word name.
you're not, there's no
No
mitzvah to
Twitter.
save a
Makes
dead
noise for
person's life.
Shane.
You could save his life. You could revive him. You could be Machiah Mason. But that's not something you can be the power for. You can't be the power. It's crazy story. I know.
Here he comes, everyone.
What do you know about the voices? Of course. We're not going to sound so argues on here. What do you mean nobody argues in here? What are you crazy? Of course. Nothing very serious. Never lose a fight. Never nothing seltzer. And I'd rather only than nothing seltzer. I feel like you. I feel like you. I know. That's it. Said it because I knew it was gonna really get some problems there. But now I just ruined it for all those people. Yeah, okay. But obviously, it's not something that's been received. How do you know they get stuff? So you don't know any of this stuff. Let's say. Okay, so let's not talk about an animal.
This is the craziest thing ever.
You have an animal.
I stopped. I don't know if
You have an
anyone
animal
has
that
ever
is
tried to
best
stop
grown, his muscles
masturbating
are gone. He's considering the
the
Vela.
way
What does
through,
that
but
mean?
it's so hard.
It means that he gives off a
Killed it.
tumor.
I was done.
If a cow dies in your backyard, it's in a Vela. If you check the same cow and it's dead in your backyard, there's no tumor.
Your first time
This
on
cow
Kill Tony?
has broken its
You
neck
just moved to LA?
and its muscles around its neck. It's
Every
considered a
Monday for
Vela.
how long?
You can take a knife from today to tomorrow and chop, and it's not going to help. It's done. It's a goner. I love it when he's in a Vela and you mix it
Coming to
together.
Kill Tony. Have you been signing up every Monday for 2 years? Yep. Yes.
I don't know if he's not going to come in. I'm asking you a question.
For this to be your first time ever doing stand-up.
I'm asking you a question.
Really?
Here's a good
Is that true?
question.
How about that? It's his first time ever.
This guy,
Hell yeah.
with all your feelings and
What
everything,
made you
this
want to
guy
start on this show
was in
specifically?
a massive car accident. You're about to transport him down to you feel sure. You touched him. You have to go to the mikvah because you touched him. You touched him. It's even Tommy.
What part of LA do you live in? I mean, clearly
It's
you
really
look
bad.
like you
Right
sleep
now.
on the beach. I do. You really do.
What do you mean? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. You're not going to
How
find
do you
out
feel?
that
You just
person.
stand up for the first time.
Okay,
How you
but
thought it was
Diamond
gonna go?
agrees with the Gemara that he's dead. And it gives up from okay, good. We got somewhere. We got somewhere.
Did you have a joke for the different subject? You moved over really quickly. You gave us all the information.
He's got an Canino. No, it's the South, the Tama, the Governor, the Korea. So, famous halacha that when it comes to a kosher bird, kosher bird is not the mitzvah right away unless you swallow. Should we go through this whole thing? I wish you sped up a little bit, but okay. The kosher bird doesn't give up kosher unless you eat it.
This is Kennedy's vision. One day from his father's company, Vince wanted to be his dream attempt, and he needed a star who would embody the essence. His choice.
I think that's the first ever Tim Riggins reference we've ever had on the show. I'm just saying, this guy fucks because of his hair, for sure. God, the on show business. Yeah, you think his mom is creepy like a poster. Oh, damn. What's your name again?
When you eat the bird, the whole dance will spin. You didn't even see how the whole AI just test a little over.
Oh, you're crying, Becky. No, don't cry. Oh my God, what's wrong? What
This is
happened?
like what if? Perfect. Thank you for being nice. By the way, really.
Wow. So Shane, what do you do
The
for
soccer
work?
means you put the knife to the wrong part of the instead of doing speech on this side, you do it over here. Now with this finger, you don't come up. So what happens? Well, the soccer is the time that is up to you. So you're creating a play over here. You got to stay up, yo. I want to do
Finance. What did you do?
if you play the pitcher's leg, it's only a trade for not in the play law. And what's the difference? If it's a trade law, you're able to shut it and remove. If you were to do shut the side, there's no criminal. What if you have to pass on it and see that a lot of guys are big bigger cards? If you trade for those guys, do that. Just do the work. But it achieved that I removed it in the middle. But you're going to tell me, trade the audio, that when you break the neck, it's only safe, but not in the Bela. So the question is, what's the best? But when I went like this, look at back of the neck, how you do? It's so wrong. So why is it that when you eat this bird, you put it on it? Donnelly, Socket, and Dyer within the Bela.
Two cities mixed together. Is that an area? You're mixing those two, right? Yeah, it's like a
town. The nights of
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
That's what, yes, that's
I would have a hardware with this side, not in this side. That it's going to remove any kind of the vein. Let me do something like that. So that I don't see anything about checking the wrong side. Or it could be a trade. I have no raya. Don't tell me that the knife should have done something. The knife doesn't work. And what's the reason? I don't know. I put on a pair. When you take a knife to the back of the neck, what are you trying to do? Mostly trying to humiliate us. You have to do like Malico. You're not going back and forth. You're pushing. That's all. That's the reason. Hiding is that you go into the neck and you're not going to see part of the neck. The other story is Rabbi Rothschild that's pushing the pressure down by going very trying to be like what Malico is going down with the neck. Down. So I don't want to mess with these guys' neck.
Sports that you're good at or anything like that. You seem like the kind of guy that can throw a frisbee and run and catch it yourself before it lands.
You have to put down good points. You go back and forth. That word is also a skateboard with a frisbee. MMA doesn't set a power to do so. Go back and forth. Alright,
Shane, well, congratulations. Your first time ever on the show. You got the party started. There you go.
sucking the breath from the wrong side of the neck. Because you're putting downward pressure. That doesn't say because you're hiding the neck. אבל לא, חלון דמי, כפול זה הדור ביקר הבא. What is חלון? חלון? From a lesson of the full of a weasel, but it's an animal.
This looks like a fun name. Makes it really straight.
That's right. And the whole
It's
animal, you could have a rabbit in your eyes, you'll never know that it's there. You see some rabbits in your eyes, but you won't see it. You know, that's it. Walking the guy. Over here, when you feel the part that's inside the bird, the neck of the bird, you can see it.
One more time for Destiny Lily.
Now, the most
Hello,
please.
everyone. My name is Destiny, and I have to be honest, growing up, the best form of birth control was understanding Destiny's child.
Yeah.
For starters, everyone wants me to call them daddy, but no one wants me to call them dad.
It's like shooting it. I don't know.
My mom is asking me a lot of interesting questions lately. She wants to know if the men that I date have a 401k. She wants to know if they have property. She's super curious if I'm listed as a beneficiary yet.
That's what Malik is. Special thing that
It's
you
weird
do
because I had no idea my mom cared so much about money.
But I had to have
Considering
it
we
if you
definitely
this
didn't
night
grow up with any.
on the back
So weird. What
side
else
of
is
the
going
neck,
on here?
watching the work.
So
I
my mom's not
went
earning
through right
money,
from the
but
circus
she's
and I got to
actually a
see
lot
money.
better
Okay,
than
well,
I
what's
am.
that
So
I
I'm
did?
trying to take care of my
I don't know. That was everything is second day time. It's 9 minutes later. And they do that. Like, special thing is to me. So tomorrow, we will look. Listen to me. We're going to go in.
on and off since 2015.
Since 2015. Exactly what we used to discuss. And we're all being passionate about passionate. Now I have a question. We're not going to discuss this question. If it's true what you're telling me that every time you break the spinal cord and the muscles around the spine, it becomes a break, it becomes an inflammation. So when it comes out, every time I do the Rico, it's good. And by the time I get to here, let's do this. By the way, I like to show you. Definition of the screen is scripture. David James is going to have a whole conversation about it. It's a beautiful presentation. But this is his picture, okay? I don't think he's the world's greatest artist, but he did a fine job. And this is what we look like. So that when we were children of boys, this is what 7.5 years ago. And we used to walk all the way. That's the world. We have these pictures. And look at this picture. I want you to look at this picture. They had a rat in the street. The feathers around it. Look what you took from this picture. It's incredible where we got. You can even see the bone marrow. The texture of the bone marrow. You can see where the spinal cord goes, the hole. Anyways, look at the muscle structure. Everything and the feathers. And the feathers around. Either that that's how it works. Okay. Like little feathers around and around. Beautiful. So, now once we see this, so we're going to cut. The guy's going to zoom the leak off from where the red arrow is. He's going to picture figuring. I wish I was able to stop this, but I forgot to tell you to stop in the middle. It's a, hold on. So that's what we're talking about. Again, he goes right through the waist also. He rips through the muscles. He breaks the spot. And only afterwards he gets it in a unload depot. He's dead. And a really set from the bird died by hitting the spine. By the time I got to the spinal vessel, if I was able to pause it, it was great. And now I can't even do anything here. I don't know why. He's dead? Too late. I just shot at that bird. Just to manipulate that bird. Says Gemara, but to make some Gemara, Abaye, the teacher of Panasah, the Abaye stays in my name. This is always like to do that. You have to do something. We'll see. We're not allowed to solve it. Only one. On the other, you want something else. But I don't something else. What's like something wrong? It's a dead. By the time I get this second one, what did I accomplish? Like 7 pieces of money. Which it makes you know that somebody. I don't like the style. I think that it's a wonderful thing.
Champion by myself, all by myself. WrestleMania 3, guaranteed victory. WrestleMania 3 at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. That's the thing. Nothing means nothing. What do you mean by that? Intercontinental champion today? I never noticed how scared Miss Elizabeth was all the time. She always terrified to do anything. She has like Jamie Lee Curtis and Halloween energy. The whole time she's just like walking. It's like exactly. Everybody doesn't watch it, but how is your soul? I think it's a deep voice. I think it's natural. Naturally have a deep voice. Also, the key is break it down. At that moment, exactly like this. They cut promos from each other. About like roommates. Where you're like, yeah. We all got a pro. When they shoot the lights, that's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. And it's all fingers for me. If I get a little finger wag, I'm standing up and so grab my phone. That's all I feel like. He was macho man for this. He just whispered, whispered. That's what I was thinking. Like a dad getting mad, but he doesn't want to yell from his screams. So he's like,
The rabbi's advice on how to stay. By the time the person gets his fingernail through the spine and the muscles, the bird is dead. And then he's going to for that bird with the soul that you're suffering. And also, I have an idea.
When life turns back to the one, I'm still living. In March, one side is worth the other. Then you made it. You took it to the Rolex. Diamond rings wearing. Gifted. Really. Living better. Just fine. And I'm having a hard time. You gotta get it done. The Rolex. The Rolex. Wearing. You're talking to the Rolex. Wearing. Diamond ring. Wearing. Gifted. Feeling. Living the life. Just fine.
that's why he took on the name of like, so when he went like,
Everybody. Oh my God.
I don't know what's going on. He's saying, he's doing it. On the way, so he asked him a bomb question. He asked him what was question. He drops the bomb and says, if you make something in the white flag, what's the shot? If it's true that the animal becomes unavailable by breaking the spine and the muscle, then you're sucking a dead bird. That's very little to talk about. He's a pasuk in Daniel.
Put that camera on that side one time. In just about 20 minutes, I will lean down the steps, get driven by my spine, get my limousine, ride on 85, get my Learjet, and take off. And you won't marry all my life. I'm not telling you that. Giving you all my left to marry all my life. But I'm not telling you that. Which one am I supposed to wear till I get there tonight? Bottom line is, if you got the butterflies, you gotta wrestle the world champion in the New Orleans tonight. I walked down that aisle. Do the dusty right. Anything you want.
No consequence, dude.
Smart.
If I
What
had a
did he
kid for
write?
every guy that is just inside of me, not to brag, but I make like a pretty diverse classroom,
What?
I'd
Your
say.
Bible says? In the Hebrew it says?
Like a pre-K 20 to 25. No, Orange County, honestly, it's my first time in LA. I feel like everyone abused and me drunk. I have that talk.
And now he starts doing the Hebrew. Okay. But stuff with this old the other day, once we have a rave over here, the nice one itself.
That's all true. You sleep with a decent amount of men. Yeah, I do.
So,
Not
what's
sometimes,
your name?
but
From the
everyone's raping everybody, dude.
that's
I lost my
Leslie?
virginity, and my aunt thought it was rape because I didn't ask for it. I thought it was sophisticated, but it was a dick.
Not the one with the sin.
You're a real slut when you think you're being fisted and you're like,
Oh my God, you're
I believe across the street to the Highlands Exchange and drink all the champagne, anything you You gotta wrestle the world champion. In New Orleans.
By the way, Rich, you have to finish here in 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, let's now.
No, I don't. Thank God, dude. I only had chlamydia once, and I was
No, you better. If you get this right, then you
I only had chlamydia once, and
who's the guy? Who's the guy? What's your name?
no, dude. But I saw this chick that went to my middle school as I applied for another STD test, and I was kind of like life
Okay,
altering.
Rabbi Rothschild, we got to continue over here. Otherwise, I'm going to be
No,
here
I
tonight till 4 in the morning.
I didn't get
Finishing
it.
off
I
this
didn't
back.
get it, Becky. No, but I was thinking about it. I went to Atlanta and I went to Cheetahs, and that's just
Slightly
lit.
dehydrated.
Yeah, no, I my brother. My brother.
Okay, I will give you a couple person on the payroll time. This is super interesting. You know, I'm going to say, what is this? Right. So why are you telling us two things that are contradictory? Either go with one, right? What is the level? Is it 50, 51%? A normal human being, 51% doesn't see what's before. It's 49. It's also possible. That's the thing. Check this out, Survivor. This is a new one for yesterday. This is it's only you can use what for the use it. The whole room becomes silent. That red. The whole room becomes silent. So as soon as a person's neck breaks with the muscle, he's a goner. I love this move. He's just in time for the whole room. Então, mais o Bailey. But what happened with Bailey fell off his chair, and it says in the top, must recognize the lower dog rabbit. It says in the bottom that he broke his spine. It doesn't say anything about the muscle, and the body is telling us something. It doesn't say he died how. Somewhere affected, then you become God's bringing him a present.
Ticket.
He's
Hey,
I believe.
I know.
Shit,
Shit,
I
which is
excuse
the
I read
ticket.
really him. A Christian over there, but he can holler, he's a rabbit. He's a backwards guy, he's got a shot. But the shoulder not fractured by always is spine broken. He's fucking, you should have it, and he's also heavy.
This one way I made a kid cry recently.
He's old.
My defense,
He's
he scared the hell out of me first.
He's okay to
I was
age.
walking through IKEA for
Old.
3 hours.
Big
Like
time
a
of day is
monster.
heavy.
And this little kid turns around and looks up at me and goes, Dad,
So
my heart
there's an
stopped.
added factor here. Once you add the
Just going. So I picked
age
him up. I was like, oh my God, son. He starts crying.
person, then you understand why you guys are based on here's a beautiful
God,
video.
what are you doing to my kid?
I'm just gonna ask you, if you have something in your mouth, like a drink or something, put it, swallow it. There you go. This guy's a muscle releaser. He's doing that for a living.
Jacob, welcome. You've been on the show a few times. I've never been on the show. Really? Is that true? Wow. It feels like I know you. We met a couple times in Salt Lake. Oh, you do understand that you're from Salt Lake? Yeah, I just moved here from Utah 6 months ago. Congratulations. So you ever work with me at Wise Guys or no? I met you at Wise Guys. It's a great comedy club there. Is that where you started? Yeah, that's where I started. And you just moved to LA? Just moved to LA. Salt Lake isn't the last comment called their pussy. Oh, shit. Except her pussy's deeper than Salt Lake. So, Jacob, you just moved here in April. What's your living situation? I got a really big anytime I say, hey, I'm from here, you have the least chest hair of everybody. Yeah, actually. I'm pretty fucking happy. Is that true? Is this your first time when dealing with Armenians? Did you know what they were before moving to North Carolina? This is my first time. Did you know what they were before moving? No, not really. Like Armenian. Have you figured out what they are by now?
Based on a true story. Yeah, based on a true story.
Yeah, can I do it? My review of
Something about it.
Oh my god. Is this something that you pre-planned in case anybody brought up Armenians? Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I learned.
One word. Yeah.
If you have a fish like this, let's say you go fishing, you do, you go fishing, right?
How many
You
stars
shouldn't
on
be going
that?
fishing if you're Jewish. Because if you catch something, you
So,
don't know what to do with it.
you're dealing with Armenians. What do you do for work?
I do it. It's nervous. I'm telling you. I brought it this home. My wife, what? What do you do? You brought it this way, that way. I'm telling you.
Is that what you did in Salt Lake too?
There's a podcast with the Jews ass. He's a true guy. He's an Ellie. Who's that?
That's great.
There
Now you're doing it.
He knows.
Do you have to
Anybody in this room know how to
do you
play
just
fish?
leave them
Seriously.
indoors and like outside
Oh,
places?
this guy,
So do you have to
man,
clean
the guy who sleeps outside of his house 90% of the time in the backyard. There's 3 people there. And then the rigs up.
Wow. What do you like to do for fun, Jacob?
Okay, out of 80 people in this room, 3 knew how to do it. So anyways, if somebody cuts a fish, if you're trying to fillet a fish, when it's a live fish, a dog, so if you do that to a human being, obviously we're not going to show a human being, if you cut it like that, immediately it's coming up. Talking to you, he could be screaming, notice that he's a dead man. I love the thing he's dead, everything in the room becomes common. And like, when everything stab him, it's talking about he did it on his back. They're like this. On the front and the back. So, Yoshi did this. I was very upset with him. This way, because I love this way, it's like that. Come on, you have an opportunity. Let's show that opportunity. So you're right. You did one like this. This. This is what I was hoping for.
Jacob, you ever drink or do drugs or anything like that? I like to drink. Why is that? Why do you feel like? Because I've been a truck driver since I was 21. How old are you now? 34.
That's a good story. I don't know about his little This is more like
Is that a semi truck that you drive?
is anything in there?
Straight truck.
I'm not sure. So it gets to the Vela. It goes in the Vela. Okay, so to understand sign the tomorrow, it would be more like this, okay? I got a nice bazooka pipe somewhere. It's right down. This pipe's not in half. It's in the Vela on the spot. All it does, when you tell you don't have to close it, you take the tip out and the inside is the Vela. What does that mean? Get to the Vela. Now you can understand more, bro. If you shot a cow's
That's gross.
fire whip in the inside, cow, I think the cow could live a little bit in my mind. Well, it doesn't matter. 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes is in the vein. It's a pelvic thing. It's going woo, woo. And you touch it.
Do you think maybe we could fit one of those
You become coming.
dick whistles in
So, what do we need? Hold on the polish it up.
How many you want to see a dick whistle go into his ear?
We have a beautiful picture of it. Here's the missing. And when it sits down, it boots up. Then you'll see that moving. That's how much is missing. From inside, then that's considered in the bowl. It's not up. Boots are return. You have Notice Russian. I forgot the charger. Notice Russian.
Throwing up gang signs, baby. Motherfucker barking.
Let's say it's seven. Instead of 7. Even though it's jumping around, slave, it's a killer. Why? We're not on course with our guesses. We even have a video of it. A real live video. Here we go. I'm not exactly sure how it's actually cut its tail, but it's cut somehow.
I don't know, it's dumb. I don't want to pay a guy to put up your cheese. I did this to myself, so I can leave it.
So if you just touch the bottom of the tail or top one from the middle?
It's so interesting that you're so shy and you do so many things by yourself. Have you,
That's what it is. Okay, so let's do it again. The guy's coming close.
Have you kissed a girl since moving to Los Angeles?
Really?
Not one? Yeah,
But
girls.
he didn't even move.
Is there any girl here that be willing to
Everybody understands that there's really lights in that color. So I think moving
You
around.
would like to see that,
The
huh?
immune system. It's not a light, it's not a living thing. So then over here also, you see the top of the tent. So then you find that the expressive, it has, it's not light, it's a dead thing. It's just moving around. It's like, by the screw also, they show you, actually, the screw the leaves like twice. So it's both. You make sure it has the right, but it's not part of the why. It's not. It's one of those who's one of my community service. Rivasi Omar, Rabbi Mani, says the name of Rabbi Mani.
Congratulations on your first kill, Tony. Fun times.
That is the first thing that means. Right. That's also over a better than the she's in a positive for one of them. Are you saying that it's light?
You know what? Let's take a
That
look
you have to
at our
separate
favorite
completely
sponsor,
like Obama?
Infinite CBD. We've been using Infinite CBD since the
That's
first time getting a chance to work with
are you
them.
saying the same thing
I
as Obama?
use
That
all
have
the
a
stuff
complete
that they
separation?
send
That
me.
is
I
one of them?
reorder it.
I
I
think
use
that
so
most of
much,
them
so much. And stay using Infinite CBD regularly. On the cleanest, healthiest, purest forms of CBD available. It's grown organically in Colorado. Pure CBD isolate tested at over 99% CBD.
No, we're not going to. We don't know. Because I was going back to see Mama there. Still might be like, yeah. At this point, like, that's the they only talk about CBD. So it says. That's what it's like. We're loving the chili. No, we're talking about chili. One chili says it has to be complete separation of the
Point, there's going to be tests and things like that for you back to school people. CBD AM provides caffeine and CBD will have you calm and focused. Infinite CBD.com. Use the promo code Tony15. You get 15% off. That's InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code Tony15 for 15% off. We are back in the show. You guys having fun out here?
Does the signal bears and he doesn't have money. He doesn't have money for a real carbon, for an animal. He could bring 2 birds. Says the other day said, baby said, Shana, she's fucking. So your two dogs
Your hands up your next Canadian tree. Something
sleeping in
you
one or two young chickens. The dogs are old, the chickens, and the young are young.
That's a good
That's
one.
not the patos, that's the
I'm
right.
so excited about this
When
second
are
show.
when five one out?
This second show added.
It sounds like this.
One more time for
It's super later.
Teresa
This
Lee.
costs it's so when are like possibly down or something?
So
It
you guys know
says
about me? I have an identical twin.
they are shaking the ass and over the second bird should make a what's the first bird? The second bird should make a and the two others should miss that. So to me, like the book you just did, which is the patos, or to me like the patos animal. To me, the patos behave. And I chose them to be like patos. Well, the reason patos behave, maybe it should be like the patos side. And the patos side, birds, you don't ever don't see them. Only one. It's when they revolt, or the oil itself, it revolts. It, only it, you should be market. Don't get into the patos so you don't choose which one would you pick. What do I do with the commission to be like saying more?
I like men because it's nice to have a big, strong man. Makes me feel safe.
According to the laws of the person, you make the patos behave. I do make them behave. If I behave a ball, that's
It's you. Very rare blonde
this is a
Asian.
good question. No one got it wrong last night. So I'm just going to ask the question. How
So
can you want to
that's
give
fun.
money
How long you been
to a
on stand-up,
fourth person
Teresa?
when my
5
friends of
years.
yoga?
Awesome.
Are
Where
you
at?
permitted to use your mice or not? Why not? Why not?
So, there's a lot of people getting lucky
Oh,
tonight.
he said it like
3 and
Donald
5
Trump.
years. Where at?
Say it aloud again, dear.
Oh, in LA?
You cannot use mice or money.
I thought you said you just
Simple
moved to
said it
LA.
better.
No?
You cannot use mice or money for a fee.
Gotcha.
And my thoughts
You
of
were
yoga
part
is a
Teresa.
deal.
Right. And now what area do you are?
Anything above the minimum, yeah. Yes, anything above the minimum. Correct. Good point. Yes. So, I have to bring a carbon, I have to bring a bird. Now use my mice or shiny money. What's my mice or shiny money? I had a bunch of apples, and I didn't want to trust them out in Yerushalayim for my mice or shiny. I had to eat these apples in Yerushalayim. So I traded the cash. So now when I use the cash, when I come to Yerushalayim, if there's anything with the cash, I could buy steak, I could buy beer, I could buy anything with it. So I want to buy a bird. A bird for fun. What's the difference? No. That matters. It has to be for cool fun. Cool beyond. And you shop for good. Day, every other honest, with the right hand, it's life and a ball, and that's what I learned from Mishpah. I learned that I only saw it in a ball and a cooler. Really, how you know? So the thing is, turning the dots, sponsored by that global specialist in financial financial services. I'm Murad. When he's passing the Mirasi, by the boss, it's like a lot of player. Says Gemara, Allah, bridge. Nine, bridge. Nine, but Hema, by an animal you have to ship. Whole Simon right? And the Lord now, Morak, Yitzi, by Ola, the Zohar says,
Teresa, tell us more about you.
I was fascinated about the so let me show you this video from Zohar, and you get a much better understanding. This is how you do the Ola side. You go to Bromson's office, take the bird, you see it doesn't have the head on, you smear the glove on that corner. Now the head draws a smear by itself individually, and the head and the body go onto the mizrach in separate parts.
I apologize. Yes, my dog is also Asian. He is gender fluid, and
Yes, it's a pretty big head. And then he does the same thing to the body. Okay. So that's what it says over here. Sarah, I wrote back. When it comes to putting the animal onto the layout, the head is different than the body of the Mika. So too, when it comes to the Mika, you sever the head. You have to sever both simanim. and you have a separation between the bottom and the head. There's one other man who's going to finish off this. The voice to remind them again. Tonight, English is at 11:30 and Hebrew at 12:30. Rabbi Rothschild learned that Hamishpat, it says by earlier the word Hamishpat, right? It was the word that we had in the beginning. Should be the same a lot. I argue. It's not like that. It's just behavior. Sorry. From the lawyer, when you do it, you have to do the loop from this part, mask over here, from the back of the neck. Sorry, from the lawyer. Allah moida keinu makul b'simin echad akan by oil also moida keinu makul b'simin echad. Maybe you should only do one simin. I'm learning the fact maybe you should only do one. No, if you go by the other thing, you read the Vela tells me I have to go to money. Rabbi Rothschild is just that's not the same song. Brooks and Dunn is not Britney Spears. Alright.
Well, it's going well for me, and I acknowledge that.
It's good. I would have acknowledged it for you if you given me a chance. Is there anything else interesting about you that we'd be surprised to know? What instrument does your sister play? You said she's a musician.
Yeah, she's a DJ. She's much cooler than me. You're never gonna meet her.
You said she was a musician.
Yeah, she's a musician. She's a singer-songwriter. She plays guitar. She DJs. She writes songs.
Oh, okay. I would say singer, guitar. I can always say that before DJs. If I
Good
morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Teresa, I should recommend Infinite CBD.
Mordecai.
Extra anxiety and energy.
Welcome to all the special guests, including myself. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm under the weather. I have a little bit of a virus. Still in the same matzah, basically. But we're getting better. Bezrat Hashem. The shaila is, if it happened from the monkey, so we have a raya. If my wife gets sick, this is the first time I really hope she gets sick. She's getting sick. She started complaining. So then I was feeling a little safer. Otherwise, I have a problem. Why? But also, the Siyach of the Shmaya said, the Sabbath Shmaya, that nothing went wrong. This could have happened during the trip. It happened at the tail end as I landed here in Eretz Yisrael. We went to a hotel program, our hotel program, that the whole hotel got sick with this thing. Even my wife had to have liquids, what is it called? Fusion. IV. Yeah. So, I just received this from Chaya Rivka and Meyer Fischel, reflections from the Morocco trip. And I'm reading this because we're in Shleikus Me'Hagdala, and the Chashivas of Torah. This is not a regular trip or an excursion of any sort. It's a special opportunity of connection and deep appreciation of what true Torah learning looks like and encompasses. The highlight was definitely that the entire day revolved fully around when the daf would be learned with Rebelli. The schedule was planned around this and adjusted to fit the situation as needed to do the daf both in Hebrew and in English. This is a true Kiddush Hashem. We remind that no matter where we are, Sahara Desert, on Camel, or Marrakesh Market, the priority remains the commitment we have to the Shir and Paris Hashem. This is true inspiration can only happen through the remarkable devotion of Rebelli and a special reverence. Being with so many people that all have a part in this Torah learning was a truly humbling and special experience. We're so grateful to have had the opportunity to join. Thank you for all who organized and orchestrated the entire program and schedule, leaving out no details. Sometimes you want to take a break to recharge and fill your cup emotionally or physically. But this experience filled the spiritual cup with added fullness toward Torah, mitzvahs, and a better awareness of being other Chavera or Chesed. Understand and feel the impact of Torah learning in Das, but more than that, how it infuses one with Chizuk to keep Paris Hashem on another level and to include others on a higher level of Chesed. It is truly an inspiration.
I should have rebellion for all you do with the unwavering support of your with the utmost yadishma. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of something having such an impact on us, our family, and the entire clients. Hashem should bend to rebellion is ready to call for bring Torah. He's got so many much mazel brach and nafas for many years to come. Meyer and Chayrit official. And now I want to show you a small clip that Ari Chaim was put together of just Torah. Just the Torah parts of the cheer. I don't wear those headphones, so I didn't hear noise from the outside. That's my much back. So the guy? Oh, he's great.
It's wretched.
This is a song. It's incredible.
You're wearing a Rocky shirt. Is that because the road is your favorite type of ice cream?
Short Harry. Unbelievable. All right. We'll jump into the shir. I don't know if this is going to get people here. Maybe, yeah, a lot of you, the women here speak Hebrew. So the incredible Billy Robinson is giving a shir to our women tonight at 9:30 on Zoom. So there's a link somewhere going around. Check it out. He's unbelievable. If you understand Hebrew, it's really today. And from the Power Chip Family Foundation, check this out. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Moroccan trip this year. You have FOMO?
Here we go.
I don't know. I don't want to. Okay. No, it was terrible. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Moroccan trip this year. I'm sitting in Manhattan overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning the dot by myself, but not feeling alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to devote themselves to a cause greater than themselves, and to genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in MBY. Best, Naftali Palchik, the Palchik Family Foundation, Shekoya. Let's jump into it. Breakfast sponsored by Shaya Spear of London, UK. Welcome home, Rebellious Stefanski from Morocco. Poor money secured. Now let the party begin. Okay? Serious Oimer. The first has more Vishishnitok. The Vish is more Bishov and Layasir with full Shlema. Maybe it means to ring those important things. Huh? I should really say Serious Oimer. I don't want that guy who could have missed the first, almost on the last day. Ayoy! Shmoina, Barboim, Yoim, Shem Shisha Shavuos, Bishisha Yomim, Boimer, Loimer. It's Rebelli's fault because he forgot to say it in cheer. She was honored by anonymous for the merit of the Rushloim Hero, the Rifka Sarah Bas, Hayat Vayra. The Masechta Zev and Yal Sholach, the Paris, the Benedict family, Daf Chof, Kobe and Moses, Zech Nishmas Frumat Pastor by From Yaakov Elel Shalom. Shalom. Dalit Silon Tafshin Samaches. The Shir, the Sechta, sponsored by David Sal, dedicated in memory of Rabbi Rothschild, Baruch, David Fancy, Doig, the Classic Family Foundation, graduate consortium and alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, it's not Rufus Magashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous was the before Shleiman Arifin Scum, Kalea Basester. The Yeoman Daniel Rosenfeld, Brius Simcha. I'm thinking here, this is the cheetah man. What happened? Nothing for all the new people. We're on Inspiring Serengeti. The hardest thing to see is a not a kill, a catch, a chase. An ending of the neshama of Israel. And because we didn't see one, and we're on the way to the airport, and we're driving for 2 hours. We haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant garnish. And somebody said that if he sees a kill, he's going to give a certain amount of money to MDY. So the next guy in the same Kitzer, how much money photo was raised in that Jeep? $12,000. And a few minutes later, we saw one of the best chases, kills possible. It was a cheetah chasing down a gazelle right in front of all our Jeeps. It means that every single person on this trip got to saw it, which was extremely rare because we never had all the Jeeps together. And the chase was in circles. That's what happened right in front of us. It didn't go far away from us. It was in front of us. Over and over. Boom. And then by the top itself, it was higher grass. It wasn't that gory. Okay. Today, in this trip, we had something that we went to Lala Slika and everybody cried there. We didn't know when we prepared. We didn't know that it's going to be your yard site the day that we're supposed to go to the cave. So this is a bigger, yeah. Yeah.
Since we have so much momentum in the show right now,
True.
we just do
People,
something special for this audience that came out on the normal, average old
it's
fucking Monday.
usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers and the people that say like, wow, why this trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is it's one of the reasons we do it, because our time comes, they support and they help, and otherwise we have to go through the whole process of charity, and you know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear it. Even the time comes, some of them say we should still do a charity. Everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to point out that everybody that came on the trip paid their own way. MDY did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation trip. We put the trip together, and we give it at cost, and it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they won't pay. Because I had already some people, emails, oh, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But, diagnosed, you know, concentrate on the dot review. Next year, Raise the Show, because we'll give you the opportunities that you can give, and we'll take you also on the trip. The way it works is that if you donated $30,000 from DY, then you can pay $6,000 and come on the trip, or $10,000 if it's a couple. That's how it works. Those were the numbers. All right. Jump to Gemara. Anonymous. No, I'm still in the anonymous. I saw the relatives were owned by. Yeah, but woman, let me just finish this. Anonymous, for completing full Shleiman, I read the Yom Talev, Assessor, Yom Daniel Rosenfeld, Bruce, Simchai, Simon is a monthly sponsor. For Shleiman, I'll be Larry Park and Miriam. Remind me to drink. I'm not joking. Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, and also the Shefa. Spanish year sponsors, wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Thank you. Yishkoyach, I love this sponsorship. Yeshurun Deer. Hold on. Mazel tov to Yaakov Schreiber for completing a Masechta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. No, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully it'll be in there tomorrow. Michelle Deer. Maybe it was anonymous, right? But it's a beautiful email. However, Leaders myself in Mari Chaim Avram Ben Nachum, and in honor of Bernie Vita, who got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous, Lazarov Tori Palyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, by the Yao Foundation team, to the merit of Uri and Yao Palyavich and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous, to the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka, my good friend, and he got us the naming of the building. You see the naming of MDY? Louis Cohen made a shidduch as his youngest daughter. Sheila is engaged. I already forgot the name. The Mazel Tov. Anonymous, for Shlomo Far, Bernie Shaya Ben Slavic Boren, Ruben Ben Yudis. Someone to be Mustavsky, Nachman Ben Nosson Mustavsky, and Steve Yoshai. You will see them. The Malone family, Mizit Nishmas, Ramon Chai Boaz, Ben Avram Yosef, Wumkin, who at the age of 80 received Smicha. At the age of 80, received Smicha, Rabbi says. By Mati Stengi. Mazel Tov to you, Ruda Stengi, MDY graduate. Remember, he used to come every day? What do you think? No way! Rudy's daughter. And Ariella Bar Chaim on their engagement. Wow. That's Mama's MDY shooter. Yeah, there's a lot of our parts that play with MDY, Mati. Ezra Abrams, in honor of my Shas anniversary. Ezra Abrams, where's Zilla? Thank you, Rebellion, for the past 2,711 days since Vachim Daf 20. Remember Ezra Abrams? Came over there in the building over there. He's all the way from Australia. I want to say something like oh, so right from Rebezra, Mazel Tov, what a big thing for 2,100. All with MDY. Wow. Yivaldi. Yossi, stand up a second. Tell me what you got us over here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it today. I know. A cheese chocolate babka. This is Loyeg LaRoche. If the owner was going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go, go, go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend on getting them back right now. Go ahead. You slicing it up? Yeah, there's a satellite location in his. What's going on there? Let's go. Robby Schwartz. A little bit cold. Okay, good. Careful. Oh, okay. What's that? No, bar park. Yeah, bar park. HYK Ventures are both inside. We gotta go. Toilet sponsors the month. HYK Ventures is supposed to be successful. All our clients, Young Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracham Parnasa. MDY Kids sponsors Conventions LCS is supposed to be simple and fake. You can use this box to have a chaya. And the way are, if we're showing you the Nathan membership of Bracha, if we're showing you Ben Esther, if we're Sayel, Daniel, Zev, Ben, Ayel, Esther. The boys are holding here by the Mishnah. You pass on the base by the Mishnah. If somebody chefs from the side of the neck instead of, let's say, directly over here, chefs from over here. Rashi points out, unlike all other Mishnahs, Hashoyt means only after the fact. Over here it means l'chatchila. You can chef on the side of the neck l'chatchila. Boy like minatz dadin, the concept tzila. Malika, what's Malika? You take your thumbnail. You have a nice long thumbnail that's sharp, and you go to the back of the neck right over here. You push through. I'll show you a video. There's different types. This is a little corner. Boys, I'm warning though. It has blood in it. If you don't like blood, do not look. We're gonna get some emails about this one. Oh, we really looked away. is two-handed. He grabs with one hand.
What up, pimp?
Functions with the second hand. It's a lesson.
Yo, dog, you just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off, or you gonna talk?
This is the same hand. The same hand does it.
What up, pimp? What up, pimp? All right. Well, is that an issue for me, or is that an issue for you? That's true. All right. Are you gonna call Riser?
Already did.
And what did he say?
Or this could be right over here. This is how Yoshi did it.
What did he say?
It breaks the spine and the spinal cord and goes through the veshet and hits the kana. It's going from the other
What did he say?
the other side. There's a way to show it like this. There's another way.
Oh, there he is. What up, pimp? Riser, how you living, big dog? Yo, dude, that's amazing. Dude, I gotta tell you, our man Riser is like a modern day Parker brother. This motherfucker put together a sick ass Scrabble game. That have you made it 3 players yet, Riser? Just now?
Every Israel has one of these on his
Oh,
added some features that I feel like
Oh wait, no, I didn't send you.
Oh, okay.
I did tell you about it, but dictionary there.
Okay. You're used to this from yesterday.
I think you did.
Malika is from over here, this side. Now,
I didn't see like
this is
I
the
said
head.
maybe something. Okay.
Excuse me.
Is it?
Just the side. This is the head. This is what we call
That's father
This
spot.
head is a
Does it have a thing for Riser or for Zoot?
It's
3 players.
Let's do it right now, baby.
Rabbi, have you ever seen Bridge to Terror?
Baby, everybody's seen that. What the fuck are you saying?
You like it?
No one knows what you're
I saw my
referencing. In
I
the
saw
history of
my
human
customer.
kind,
I saw this guy watch
Bridge
it
to
on a
Terror.
video, an AI video.
Yeah,
He's
nobody
getting
knows.
over. He's going to finish
I
it
don't
out here.
recall.
Hamburg when I saw the concept. Shoichet min ha'oiref.
Makes the lobby
If you shut the bird up,
Okay, well, how about you?
We need a one. I changed
Do you wanna
diaper
go
before. I
first? Do you wanna
never
go
changed
first?
a pit.
Actually, I'll send you the link to it.
We were in a real tent.
This one here on Twitter. Yeah.
Unbelievable. That was one of my favorite
What
parts.
phone do you have there? Android.
It's
Yeah.
massive, massive.
Let me know how it
And they had
works
little
on
mikvahs.
Android. It's on Android.
You know, 50, 60 little boyrois.
Did you make this?
People were in it. Real
Yeah.
life people
Yeah.
inside.
All right. Rabbi, you want to create the game or shall I?
And they were,
You shall.
the hides in. I was like in the time of the Gemara.
All right.
And they said that when the Jews left in the 60s, they gifted it
No,
to
he
the
just
Goyim.
coded
Yeah,
it
they
all.
gifted it. They gave this whole, it used to be owned by the Jews, that's why they were nice to us.
90-second timer.
Really,
Okay.
it's really a Jewish place. But to watch it, it goes from thing to thing. You just push it all day, and they make bupkis per day. They sit in this stuff all day long. We're making like $10 a day. Crazy stuff. Anyway.
Alright, so in join game, the code is
It's from the back of the neck. What is it called in English?
Doc, where's the thing? Did you send Zoot an invitation?
Obviously, when you shchita from the front of the
Yeah,
neck,
you go to
that's
the
a
website
wrong
and then you
shchita.
join with the code.
But if you do Malika from there,
Scroll
it's
bottom
no good.
versus
And the
join
minute
game.
you finish off, kosher the Malika, the entire
NW4O, not a zero.
neg is kosher from Malika. The Kol HaTzaber, the front part of the neck, the whole.
There you go. Did you join? Did you join?
Is kosher b'shchita.
NXW40.
And then the Mishnah says, Ninsa kosher b'shchita possibly. Everything that's kosher by shchita is possibly
NXW4.
it's on the opposite
Oh.
side.
That's the letter of. It's not as
Yeah, dog. I keep hitting join.
Someone join. There's one of you here.
N is in Nancy. Oh, I'm in, baby. I'm a sex beast. Everybody knows that.
Why can't you do Malik on the head?
Well, Riser, aren't you going to tell him how this differs than any other kind of
that says not on the arpoi, not on the head, but mimul arpoi. Yeah, it's a little confusing.
On three-player.
What sees the arpoi?
Make it like the same.
Let me show you on this.
Thing for two.
This is
arpoi,
player,
but like whenever me and
this
Rabbi are playing each other in Scrabble.
This is whoever
wins, even if you win sometimes, you're just like saying how like the same way for another person.
You have to say that
Usually it's like lopsided where someone hits the ball.
And I'll prove it to you because it says the entire now.
Stop that from happening, and then
How are you going to do it? What's the ball?
unfair
This
tiles.
entire area,
So that's
that means that I can understand why it says called. From here, all the way
10 seconds, make it down.
here is good. It's a good area for Malik.
In order.
Call higher. If it was
What's the problem here?
they don't stop. So it's a natural. Higher.
Yeah, if you want to place a tile on your board, you put the tile in your rack.
We're going to say goodbye to our star. Check this out. During shear, they inserted this. This is what we saw in the boys' side. Crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw in the
Tile you want to place,
people in here.
highlight it.
Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside the bar. You see him inside there. Not shy. Here. Yeah, they give you mint because it really smells. Here's the hides all over. You'll see hides.
Where's the
different? They put a yellow on it in the beginning. We sat there and just we're
it's in the game. It's in the game play log.
I think it's just the regular hide. They put some yellow on it. They smear it. They put this one, that one, each one. It's different.
that's
on the east side, on the whatever the what side? Put a Borski on
the
the certain side of the city because it smells so bad. And the okay, let me do this.
No, you're not sure that you're playing is a word that you're playing is a word that you can search in a dictionary.
So Gemara.
You're the one who's like, I guess I could have that feature. Probably should have.
What sees the head, which is the nape that sees the head. Balak tells Bilam, Klai Yisrael is sitting across from me. I see them. I'm able to see them. So that's so you see the idea of
word helper is word that you're playing.
You can see
you definitely can't shuffle the tile. I think that's why I was like,
now I have another puzzle.
Why is this so much harder?
It's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the iron. What's the second puzzle?
It's a lot harder to shuffle the tiles here.
I don't know what the
It's
iron is.
like a monster. You
I don't know what the iron is. I don't
cannot
even know what sees the iron.
Can I have a turn back?
So I know that iron is the opposite of the face.
You didn't get 90 seconds. Why didn't you play?
Because I'm listening to what you're saying.
So now I know that the iron is the opposite of the
you have to
and
pass.
the iron is down a little lower than that. It's the middle.
Pass turn, but you have to pass because
just pass, and then you get your
Rabbi didn't go.
you'll get to go again.
They come along and they drop a big bomb here.
Zoo, please press pass.
Mitzas Malika Mazer
There you go,
Simone
thank you.
You thought the Malika is one way.
I'm listening to what
Tell you
he's
something
saying.
completely different. Malika is like this. Where the you gotta pull the con and the vesha and bring
thank
them
you.
all the way around to the
I
neck,
think
to the back of the neck. And then
especially because we're using a different dictionary,
what do you gain by that?
that word helper
You gain that you're not coming
is
in
not
directly into the spine.
is like until we
What you do now is go to the spine.
through the
Spine,
know
you pull
the dictionary pretty well. I think word helper is okay.
And then you continue going weiter into
Yes,
the
please.
con and the vesha. It's kind of late, no?
There is a word.
If you do it this way, it won't become trade. If you do it this way, you don't want to become trade.
Like if I'm playing right now,
Mitzvahs Maliko.
Invalid layout. Oh, does not recognize it.
Mitzvahs Maliko. Marzer Simonin La Hoire Hoire. If you take the two Simonin, the con and the vesha, you pull it back.
Tile will say that's not a word, valid word, this is a valid word. So there is a word.
Okay. Look at the gameplay log, and it says Sex Beast played Dab 6 points, Debbie 5, Baller debut,
Bring it back.
M 4 points,
that,
the name of the Latin script letter M, and B 4 points for a total of 14 points. What's B?
That's not what. No. The first shita is no. Look at Pila. You go.
No. What's B? It doesn't give a definition for B.
First, and then the spinal cord. Mitzvahs Malika, Magzer Simon La Hoire. Yeah, the Dikidamrit is not. Now, what's the word?
That wasn't your main word. The main word that you played.
Why don't I have any points?
Bring it to the head.
You do have.
Mine it says scoreboard 0.
Yeah, it says you played. Total 14.
Then either you're not going through the Arif, or you didn't see money.
It might be a glitch in the game.
Rashi says I hear a voice on the second line. Look at the second line. Bob got the Malik Chiro. It's part of the belief.
I have not tested this out as well. So it might be there might not be any code in the game to calculate 3 people's
then it's
points.
animal strength.
I can
So when you
but I
take
can
your
go
knife
patch
and
that
you
in.
go in slow motion,
You just played.
are able to capture.
Now it gave you 6
You like this, and you hit the
I have
vesha
no
with
idea
your
why.
knife. It became trade.
Should
A millisecond later, you went through the vesha and you did shkita. But there was a moment where you made this animal trade. That's not a concern. What if it took you 4 times to go back and forth to cross the vesha? It's okay. Aber Shochem in Eure, give the Shchita. So you could say that when you do Malika, that's how you do Malika.
You said at one point it was your favorite game.
Put the Shadra, and then you go to the Konan the Vesha. The Vesha
Pluto?
But that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not an automated trick. That's how it's done. Every animal, you make it a trade with someone in between. Yeah.
Because in Australia
they call it Pluto.
Okay, why would you do such a thing?
Zog the Gemara. Who missed Big Adamri Mazadaf? Big Adamri Afmazer. Some say you can also do like that. Big Adamri Mazadaf. You must bring the Simon to the back. So you don't hit my freckles. You don't hit the spinal cord first. Well, Mr. Eric Mandoma Afmazer makes a lot of sense. Like the Mano. But it says you can do both.
What do you call where's all this? It's the sickest thing of all time. Why?
You have to pull the Simon into the back of the neck.
Zoo.
Shouldn't that work also by Shmita? Why doesn't that work by Shmita? If you pull the simanim to the back of a cow's neck and shech from the back of the cow's neck, it should work.
Nobody
Shech
knows.
with the two simanim.
Nobody.
I don't care where the simanim were, in the front of the neck or the back of the neck. It should work. So why? The reason why it doesn't work by shechita.
You haven't met many Americans in real life, have you? We only care about one thing and one thing only: the good old USA.
The Mishnah says it's no good. No good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because we're not talking about a case that you slip the simanim to the back of the neck. And if you don't slip the simanim to the back of the neck, it only works
Zoot, you're up.
by Meliko when you come from the back, and you get, but by an animal it wouldn't work if you slip from the back of the neck.
Why is your mic so scratchy?
Again, by an animal, an animal you don't touch, you don't mess with the simanim. And you take a knife and you go from the back of the neck, the shechita is possible. By
Dude,
her,
isn't this
if
amazing
you
that
don't mess with
Rice
the
made
simanim, you go
this?
from the back of the neck, the Malik is kosher. That's what the Mishnah says. It says it doesn't work by shechita, it works by Malika. But the question
Dude, don't put my man down.
is, but I
This
do
is
have a
amazing.
way where it works by shechita. If I do mess with the simanim, I pull the simanim to the back of the neck,
Is
and
it
then
so
do shechita.
negative?
That's what you're right.
I could say
In that
anybody
case,
could
it
make
wouldn't
jokes
work.
about
That's not what we're talking about in the Mishnah.
pedophiles that bust as if they use AI.
Tweety bird.
Orgies at
Mormon
Mormon orgies or Amish orgies.
Says the last words of the Mishnah are comes out or whatever it is kosher by shechita. It's possible by Malika. Malika possible by shechita. Whatever is good by Malika is no good by shechita. Whatever is good by shechita is no good by Malika. What are you adding to everything that we already said in the Mishnah? I'm going to
use the
but you're not supposed to mess around with the simanim and pull it to the back of the neck.
The Jericho came up with
I really wanted to ask the Olam.
I think any good party
Is it possible to do Malika with another one of your body parts? What else? So according to Tosfos, it would be possible to do with your teeth. Now the problem is, it's a beautiful Tosfos, no. The problem is that Malika has to be done with the right hand. The right. And teeth don't have a right and a left. So how do you do it with the right? This brings a raya that you could do chalitza, a woman who doesn't
Why
have
is there
hands,
just a random path? Like it took a. Oh, never mind.
Chalitza has to be done with the right. So you see that when it comes to your
What up, Pam?
now, there's no right and left. The teeth are equal right and left. So he says, maybe you can do Malika with your teeth. And
I don't really know that much about either. You tell me.
yeah, so what? So your nail also has gimmels. There's a lot of gimmels. Maybe you sharpen them. If gimmels are a problem, you sharpen them.
both said that impregnated a 12-year-old.
What's that here? No. This obviously says you don't have to do that. Here. The boy side, take a look.
Riser. I hope everybody's aware that I have.
We are on the front of the house of a Mr. Shalom Cohen.
Yeah, I'm probably at more.
Nothing but his bare thumb.
Almost.
Security footage captures a terrifying moment. The robber was never expected, armed only with a razor-sharp extended thumbnail, to fight back and send him running empty-handed. At his home, we realize this is no ordinary man. Instead of a key, Shaul unlocks his front door. Using his fingertips.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Scoot the thing over and you'll see it.
For the biblical sacrifice ritual known as Malika in the Holy Temple.
I thought the same
The
thing.
nail is so sharp, he uses it daily to slice open canned food with ease. It's incredible feat. Earned him an official spot in the 2001 Guinness World Record.
This could be impossible.
His thumbnail is even sharp enough for traditional kosher slaughter.
I don't know. Maybe people have
The real script. The real
Either
scrap is
it's
2 to 4.
this is Jim Roberts.
Okay,
Mercedes.
yeah. I was just wondering, like, why the hell you can't play?
So there are people out there that grow their nail.
Why you
So I
can't
forgot
play?
who it was. One of the Rothschild said that you don't have to, because there's no, you have to
Players
bring up Oilas Oif the day that the Beis Hamikdash is built.
That's a good question.
You have to know all that law. Kayanim have to know Hilchos.
I don't have a good answer for you.
But not necessarily
But I think-
for okay, right?
It may have to do
You have
with,
your fucking nail going.
but I could be wrong.
All right.
I have to develop it. It's just like then it's
So we can model
they're already
Shane Vitziparin that you should not use a tooth or a nail for shechita. So it's Gemara Hashem Vitziparin.
and that stupid game
We already had a whole Mishnah about Shan, Tziparin, the Magol, the whole thing, all the things that you can't use.
they'd have enough
Hello,
people.
Mary, really mutek.
50 million.
Maybe that with your nail, you shouldn't go like this. You shouldn't use your nail as a. How do you do? Thank you.
The daily active
What do you do? How do you do? Malika is actually drisa. What's drisa? A pressure, forward pressure. It's not a slicing movement of the nail. It's a forward pressure. So there is no drisa obviously in Malika. You go like this.
0, 0, 0, 0.
And a back and forth movement is no good. And that's what the Mishnah comes to exclude. That's great if you hold it's also, but if you hold it's okay, what do you do? The Yudachizkiya hold that maybe is no good, and that's why we have the diuk in the Mishnah that
Monday night.
So, Omar Kahana mitzvahs Malika, how do you do?
Have I done it
What's the best way to do it? And you yell to the Kula Allah, you cut the meat, the yored, and you go down, you do a trisa. There's no mitzvah, so two things. You cut the skin, go down, and one is portion.
What else, man?
What's the most offensive?
So that's it. Time limit. Sorry, I'll have a name. I put to the yoredin.
That's what you asked, big man.
But maybe look, the chayr over here, you can be medayik that you go back and forth is no good. Maybe we can talk to no. The opposite, maybe back and forth is great. My zoom is possible. Why did it say
What is it, big dog?
It's also another way to do it.
That one Kanye song.
I don't know if that's the most offensive. What about a song that just goes, I fucking hate you, 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 for 1,000 straight minutes? Can't somebody make the argument that that's more offensive?
It's not possible to if it's not good for shkita, it's possible for malika. What is the context? So now we're going to get into a sugya of ikur simon. Thank you, Benny. Remember the third word. This is the simon, yeah. This is a kana. Ikur simonim just means that this popped out of its place. I don't know exactly how this. Okay, let's say the vesha. You don't understand it better in the vesha, maybe. If it pops out of its place, it's not in there. So in a bird.
No, it's everybody. It hit everybody.
What if one of the two simonim popped out of its place? What would that make the bird? Before you do any shkita, anything, popped it out. It'd be a treifa. So he says, that the simon is out of its place. It's not an issue by a bird. You're right. It's coming to exclude. They can't do malika on its head.
Oh, right. So what is a jinn?
We already established this. That the malika is not on the head. The malika is below that.
Dog, I'm reading it. You tell me.
Which means the bottom part of the head. The end.
Don't worry about that right now. Look up what a jinn. What's a jinn?
He went in over here, but went downwards. Here. Like this. Take a look over there.
Islamic
You're going in the
Okay,
bad
is
spot.
that in the
Down low.
gameplay log?
The entry to the Malika was in the head. You're not supposed to go there. But he eventually got.
That's fine. That's fine. I understand. But do you see the gameplay log?
But do you see the gameplay log?
Yeah, some of the
words are not.
Use Maghrib. Use Agrama to the good. Agrama for the good.
Is it fixable?
And he went until he got below. So this is the case that we had by an animal where a person starts terribly. Like, where was it? This one. The red arrow. He's going in the red. It's in the koiva somewhere. No good, no good. But then he takes a right turn and goes into the Tabas Hagdoila. That's great. Tabas Hagdoila is okay. And they did 2 shlish in the Tabas Hagdoila, which is a good shchita. Nevertheless, we say it's possible. Why? Because the animal dies after using the first third of no good and the second third in good. So it didn't have a good shchita. Yes, you're right, you continued another third, and you went all the way down, but it's too late, the animal's dead by then. I just want to say here, it came to my head, so I'm going to say this, that one of the highlights of the trip, Mark Ashkenazi, as a surprise,
Wow.
To me, it was a very special surprise for me. I want to explain what it was.
What are you doing?
I was looking at settings.
I made a scene when I set shadows, and it's one of the most emotional field that I was at. People were very, very emotional.
No, it's okay. It doesn't count. It's okay.
That was the gap that he had to finish shots.
I should have gotten 14 more points. So I don't know what you do.
So he took it upon himself to go to the
You're just testing.
beginning of shots, and it took him 3 years of flights. On all his flights from New York to Phoenix and back, he did Dafim with Gemara, and he finally finished. And he was constantly told me, "Oh, and this daf, you mentioned so and so. On this daf, you mentioned people that are new to the shir, the chulu. And it was almost like
what the fuck just happened to Zoo?
the fuck seeing the shots kind of thing for him, and for us it was a very big thing. So very proud of him, and we're all proud of Mark because he does so much for the shir and so much for Klal Yisrael and Hashem. And for those who are not going to be finishing shots, by the way, it's exactly a year from now, right? So yesterday, exactly a year from yesterday, I think, seeing the shots. So even though a lot of you are not going to be finishing shots, it doesn't matter. You finish shots when you finish a half a year later, Zok the Gemara.
I mean, isn't it Zook's turn?
There's no such thing as ripping out the simon by a bird. So now we say,
20 seconds.
does a bird need to be shefted? We chef birds all day long. So here's the 3 sheetas. One sheet is Moshe Rabbeinu got it from the Rabbi Shalom and Har Sinai. The other sheet is more than that. It's in the Torah itself. Make a heckish between a bird and an animal, just like an animal needs shechita, so to a bird. But there's one sheet that says the Rabbana. Interesting, only the Rabbana. In other words, a bird is like a fish. Take a fish, you whack it on the head, you give it a good set, kill it. Take a bird, bang it in the head, and that's it. This only goes according to the Manon. It says there's no shechita to a bird from the Torah. But if you hold that there is shechita to a bird in the Torah, there's no reason to say that a bird is different than an animal, and therefore, just like an animal has.
How is your name?
If one of the simonim popped out, it's a treifa. So do by a bird. Because I hear the Gemara doesn't go into a bill. The Gemara's going to say, take a look at what we're saying now.
Getting a little bit hazy.
That shechita is in the Torah,
Overall,
so you could say,
overall, not that
that's
bad.
what you said. I learned that there's no equal. But if you don't know,
It'd be nice if you could rug
it should be like
the game and make it good not online.
What do you think happens? If you hold, it's going to be like a chomer now. You hold that shechita is only with the Rabbana. So if you say it's a complete Rabbana, then you have to learn everything from an animal and equal. If the one of the simonim popped out, it's going to be a big problem. Turning to the DAF, Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, by Chaim Milrad, the Nishmaskini Murasi, and Babas.
What do you mean glitching?
I'm not sure if I said this in the last year or so.
I said it Erev
Shavuos a few years ago, and Barry mentioned something over me, so I'm going to say it again. I wasn't sure if I should say it, but I'll
Let
say
me
it.
check that, big man.
I like it, but it was, you never know. Many times I go to a wedding, I walk into the wedding, and I don't know exactly what the chassan is.
Dude, it's still
Looks
really
like everybody
good.
else. They're all wearing black suits. If you go into the ladies section, so you know exactly what the kala is. She's the one with the white dress, the only one with the
Oh, fuck that. No. We gotta work out the kinks of this bad boy. But it's getting there.
How do you know who the chassan is?
I think the Kings on two-player are pretty
The one who takes the kala home. The one who takes the kala home. Rabbi said, we're here, Erev Shavuos. We can proudly say, but we learn Torah every day. Most of us for the whole last year.
I'm going to play.
20 daf.
Can you
timer is supposed to
Can you?
I'm here taking the kala, taking like this water home. I'm the chassan. I'm the chassan at Torah. Zog the Gemara. Omar
Can you
we'll finish over here. Omar Ravino, Omar Li Robin Bar Kisi. Hada Tony Robin Bar Cheskel. Ain't Iker Simon Boif. There's that Robin Bar Cheskel said there's no Iker Simon by a bird. There's no it popped out of place. No more Ela B'Melika. Ava B'Shchita. Shchita. Yesh Igor. We'll stop right over here. Rabbi Sai. Have a wonderful day.
Can you take, if you don't want to do this, it's fine, but notes on how this can improve?
Yeah. No, I mean, you should have seen the amount of screenshots I was sending to try and get the diagonal to work right.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, first thing.
Just tell me them. Don't just rush.
I'll go slowly. I'll go slowly. Are you ready? Okay, first thing, the timer should always be on the screen.
It is on this. On my phone, I can clearly see the timer.
No, it should always be, like, even if you scroll down.
So I have fever, and I'm weak. And stomach thing.
Yeah, there you go.
So I figured it's better that I give shiur here in my home. Last night's shiur in Hebrew, I did not get skipped.
That way he's looking something up. You really don't have to look dictionary. They'll tell you if it's
It's about the yoimi. I am going to make mistakes more than usual. That's why you are here to correct me. The way I say today is
Let me know when you're ready for the next one.
it's also 1 year. Special day.
Emotional distress, rage quitting,
Say
causes.
Sfiras Hoimer. Ayun,
I
Shiva,
like
Dark
ADHD is
show your
too
meaning.
enough to try to control the sound game and I want the game and I want
This
OC.
tzaddik
Or
is one of
OC.
the singers. Do with feather.
Yeah, I think that's really important. This is amazing. I do it.
Gave shear, and then we found out that the internet wasn't good and nothing worked.
Where are you doing?
Where are you doing out here? The listener, the whole shear in English.
Press release.
With everybody, and telling them how to know. That guy on the left, that's Mark Escher. That you're talking about. I at least give a shit. I get a lot of calls. He didn't put his spot. Mark Escher is here for 5 hours.
Wow, you can see here what's going on here. It's beautiful.
Okay. Now check this out.
Are you ready for the next
He
thing?
has talent. Listen to his words, how they flow. Style.
When you have fewer than 10 minutes, 10 seconds left, the screen should be red.
The word?
And when it's your turn, the screen should be green.
You don't know the word. Poetic. Yeah. There. Poetic. Call you back.
I don't know. I mean, the timer is pretty clear.
Dude, just make it super clear. Like, keep it like you gotta make this so that like not just you or I do well with it, but like two.
And it was very inspiring. First of all, the unity between everyone. Everybody comes from their background. And the last week, I don't know how much money each of you have in your bank account.
Dude, he just left.
Living. You just kind of left everything behind. You just came with your heart and your soul and just spent a beautiful time together. It was really beautiful.
Like,
everybody
you gotta keep it engaging.
That was one very strong point for me. Another one was the dedication. Dedication for Toyota, the dedication for this beautiful NDY. You can call it the organization, whatever you want to call it, but the way everybody puts in their whole heart and soul in it, and nothing stays in the way. Like Erev Shabbos, I saw Eli giving the last year a few minutes after preparing myself for Shabbos.
You're making a better game than Literati. You're making a better game than Literati.
Sitting and recording last year, it was one of the recordings where something else didn't work. It was such inspiration for me, and I saw these kind of moments the whole time. Also the vulnerability. Sign off the Shabbos when everybody shared such Shabbos. Why we see this?
You want both. Wait, do you not understand? You want both. You want the timer, and you want the thing when it's your turn, it's green, and then when there's fewer than 10 seconds, it starts red. That tells somebody. Then you don't have to do so many. Oh, can you pass back? I didn't see.
To be part of such a beautiful, amazing holy avodah. And also another very, very strong point that I took along, and I think it's going to stay with me for a long time, is this together with life. Meaning that the way Ali brings it into our world, 2026 to our life. And it's not something that's so far.
The information that I give you for this is going to turn this game into something that you can sell if you wanted to.
So thank you, everyone. And yeah, I really appreciate it.
So we really hope that doing better jumps on the battle
Why not?
one of these days. Joins us with that.
Actually, maybe I would, and then feel like that.
So just lift that one. His father was doing that. Yeah. Okay. We could pretty much jump in, I think. We'll just see. Let me just read this because I set a sponsorship for this person. Dear Belly, today marks exactly a year since I started doing the davening. Right last year I told my daughter is born with an extremely complex heart condition. She needed open heart surgery in the world-renowned children's hospital that we were in. Was refusing to do surgery, saying that there was less than 10% chance she would make it out of the hospital alive. Everyone's davening for her. We asked for a second opinion from a different hospital. We were warned. Little chance that we give us different answers. That night I sat next to my daughter's bed crying without showing. And I made a couple of cutouts. One of them was that if my daughter has surgery and comes out alive, I would start doing the daf. This is probably one of my cousins sponsoring the daf. This is supposed for her. The next day, we heard from the other hospital. They said they would take her, not her out of her. She was on Kodesh year, and a month later, she was allowed home. The day we got home, I sat down to do the daf. Which was daf kaf tes. At the beginning of this year, Rebelli played the Golden Dove video. Look it up if you don't
Is there
remember.
any? Is there any?
Oh yeah, there's a ton of shit, dog, and I'm gonna lay it on you. The next thing, there's too much. There are too many space. There's too much space between stuff. Like you have to scroll too much. It's just. It should be like much more condensed.
Now my daughter, Esther, is doing really well, Baruch Hashem. Although she still needs another surgery in a few years, but Hashem will keep performing really
And the dictionary should go. First on the game setting should be below like top bottom.
I agree with you.
From MDY
There, that's too high up. And possibly the dictionary. Oh no, the scroll goes to the scroll goes to obviously that
that he wanted to call his twin the girl from DY because he believes that that's why she's alive today. Mamish, I got it the same day. Well, I didn't put it in. Okay, maybe the editors will put it in. He said he can't. He said he wanted to, but elegant figgy. Very nice, Ellie. The only one of them was in things like Nigla. One of them had you could give everybody the ice, the fresh ice that would go from America. Because American it comes from Americans. It's schmuck. Okay. Let's jump into it, Rabbi Isai. Sphere Sa'imer, the first Admon Vision Shlita Point, which is more of Israel and Leah Esther, the full Shleimam. Official edition of the Washas and the 770 Al Shah, the Vedic family. David Best, Kibi Nuzbam, in honor of our
Alright, next thing is.
Dedicated memory of every murder of Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch, Chaim, Tzvi, Doiv, is in front of the Baruch of the the Patrick Family Foundation, and gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all
the scoring has to be accurate. So I don't know
thank you to Chief Benny.
How you make it so that double check. Maybe ask it to double check every single time. But the scoring has to be accurate.
Oh, here it is. It's on my table.
Yeah, that was the first time playing free play.
That's okay. I mean, it's still really good.
Players. And a beautiful cassette. Very, very nice cassette. Also, I think Court is part of one of the top speeches. A lot of top speeches. Very hard. People ask me, what was your favorite speech? There's a lot. Very hard to. Okay, Shkoyach, the Cheetah Man. I'll explain Cheetah Man a different time. I saw the words of Yashua, name is Chief Benny. She responds himself on to complete before Shlomo and Arkin, some Kalei Basas, the Yemen and Daniel Roosevelt brings with Simcha. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor from Shlomo Avi Mary Baruch Ben Miriam. Yemen Daniel Roosevelt, pronounce B'Shev. How's he doing? Doing better? It's a whole. Weekly sponsors Moshe and Rookie Market, which probably supporting the Framing in Spanish with Shlomo Avi Yaakov and Lulu. Yishmas for Joseph and Amir, Chaim Gedali and Yeshua.
Are you ready for the next thing?
Mazel Tov, Yaakov Schreiber, and your Siyum, and Schos for you, and for Shlomo, for the Chaman Batz. Weekly sponsors Howard Wimmer.
What the word's definition is? What did you give all the definitions? Not this one.
Chaim Avram Benachem, and in honor of Bernie Lita, who got me the DY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous. Mazel Tov, Uri Olyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yachtel Foundation
take up a lot of
Uri.
space.
Yeah,
that's fine. People can scroll as much as they want.
Anonymous for the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Pass Rivka. This actually could be a really good fit. MDY with the Yachtel Foundation, because we really do a lot for children. Many thousands of children around the world that watch this year and benefit from the AI, etc. Weekly sponsors Anonymous from Shlema for Avram Yishaya, Ben Slava Dvora, and Rabbi Ruchel Ben Yehudis, Shlomo and Aviva.
Let me know when you're ready for the next thing.
I'm ready.
Daily sponsors,
dark mode. Dark mode when you click the blank tile.
I don't get it.
Sounds like
You can't see the tiles.
The matters of the
Like
merit of the
the letters in white and the tiles in white, so it just looks like.
Current sponsors month, HYK Ventures, and Silo, for the success of all our clients. And Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha, and Parnasa, NYK sponsors, Innovations LLC, as schools for consumer and Pega, which we use by Samakaya. Month, Mishnah Yonatan, and Meshav Bracha, Amen, Mishnah Motna Ben Esther, Amen, Force Ayel, Daniel Zeb, Ben Ayel, Amen. Rabbi Rothschild, we are holding in that, it says, Amud Beis.
You sometimes have to click the button on the stuff twice.
Let's see what we have here.
for what?
Like when you create a new game or when you submit.
See that? Let me do it again. The purple line is the foot of the koina. I don't work because I don't have a lot of room.
Okay, well I have every single game. Every single game.
The smartest thing. Okay.
Okay.
Who did the koibam?
Anything else?
Yeah, tons of shit, dude. I've got so much it's gonna blow your fucking mind, dude. Alright, next thing is
over here. This is the Bas Hagdoila. This is the final read.
Can there be sound or no?
This is Shikuya Koiva. This is the Adam's apple right over here. This spits. This is the Shikua. It goes downwards.
And there
this is the meaning this is the end of the Koiva. So the Shlakish. You can do Shkita all the way over here, as you see in the chart.
I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
Get
Get that bad boy on there.
Gisa is also gas.
I mean, it's just like something it's easy to program. I'll probably never use them, but I'm just telling you, like, you want people to use this bad boy.
I don't. This is not for people to they literally just made it so that you would stop
But I thought you were going to publish it.
No.
I never said that. That was your suggestion.
Oh yeah, Koiva. Oh, he calls it a Koiva. Okay.
If you actually play the
see over here, the Shitas. Now, it says that you go all the way to the end of the Koiva. It says Yochanan exaggerated. The Ritva says a beautiful thing here. Yochanan, so you made a play on words.
Next thing, okay, I understand it sounds not going to be
exaggerated my brother-in-law. Like, it's a new way to play brother-in-law. Gisgas.
There should be a thing for word helper. Especially at the beginning when we don't know, like, because it's not really fair. We at least for short words, we've got a certain dictionary memorized. And then
I think you're not looking at the screen. I can show you what it appears on my screen.
Just can you just make it if it
this word is invalid. And if I play it correctly, then it shows like the word and the amount of points.
I get that. Like, can it just have a green square around it that says yes, this can be played here, or no, it can't, like in literati?
I thought you don't want the word helper.
I do as I'm learning the diction.
Basically, the Chite are I have them. These two guys, perfect. They look like me. These are the. I'll show you guys. This.
Yeah, that'll have to be set in there. Make it green.
That's what
Highlight every time you make a word.
What's he sing with?
Literally doesn't
Yeah, you got a
do it
beautiful.
like that. It's like the
Beautiful. Look at that.
thing like the
He's
green.
got. Okay, fine. Gemara, please. I need a Gemara to learn.
I can make
Wow.
I can make it
Thank you so much.
feel like that maybe.
That's
Now,
okay.
for a voice side, the Hite is at the end of the Kaiva. Let's see if we see it over here. Yeah, well,
What are you so distracted?
that's in
I said,
this
I'm making,
area by me.
press
In this
release.
area, let's see what we got.
On what?
How amazing I am.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You can see over here in this picture. You see the Chitim? These guys, funny looking shaped things. It depends from what area. If you look at it from the front, like I showed you, it looks
Okay, next
one
thing
way.
that
If
you
look
can
at it from
do
the back,
to
it looks
improve this.
okay. So he says like this.
Allow us to give people handicaps.
If you butt them to the vocal cords, you already went too far. You have to understand what he means. In Hebrew, I'll give you a mushroom. In Hebrew, it's called pagash. Pagash, what does pagash mean? I met him. But does it mean I actually touched him? Not really. I bumped into him. You say in English also, bumped into him. So bumped into him doesn't mean he physically touched him, he bumped into him, or he bumped into him. It's like he was right in front of him. So that's the most question over here. Did he actually touch him? He bumped into him, literally?
I think we would do it for Miss Aquarius.
And I started reading it, and I couldn't believe it. It's my name, Joselowski.
Okay, I didn't know she said.
And you wrote me that the Hamas did a protest in front of a show.
Yeah,
I said her name. Then I had an emergency with my stomach, and I just dropped my phone and I ran.
You might be good at
That's my first cousin. She was Joselowski.
Okay, but I mean,
Her maiden name. I don't know if you remember.
she doesn't play like all the time like we play, so we're gonna know like really, like minute words.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, there are other people too, like, Zoo.
Maybe man means they don't have to go forward. You don't touch it. It's still true. Because you got to it.
And there should be a thing, like there is in,
Right. So we're gonna see there's many different cheetahs here.
like there is in,
You can't overuse
that
this
one thing,
and,
like whatever person starts, they get a plus, the other person gets plus 11.
Over there, obviously, the knife hit him and he died, so it actually touched him.
I don't know.
But the Malachim came.
Okay, why not?
They met him. His mama,
It's based on the statistics every game.
that if you cut
Like
the
it,
chitin,
that'd be like the solution.
but you leave a little bit of
Overall,
the
that
meaning,
averages
you
out
didn't go past the
on an individual basis. Depends on which tiles you draw and the sequences you draw and what you're playing.
Let's go back over
Stuff. If you want to make it even, just let's do the sum of 2 games or total of 4.
So here you can see that he's mafia.
Are you serious?
Because then if you lose, I can already picture it now. You're going to do it.
No, I'm saying that I'll beat you if I have to go second by more than 11 or whatever. But I'm saying it's an option at the beginning.
Yeah, no, you can make it an option.
And
for our
at least
game,
you have some left over
don't even
towards the head. There's two. You have the cut and the veshik going to the body. You have the side going to the head.
Stop.
So you have a little bit going
That's
to the
fine.
head.
Okay, my next question to you is this.
The opposite.
And if you don't consider this as one of the great questions in the history of humankind,
Puzzle. Everything
that's
that's
on you.
puzzles towards the head, towards the eyes of the animal. Kosher, the closer to the lungs.
Are you ready for this?
As long as you leave a little bit of the vocal cords, the on either side, so you cut them in half, so to speak, then you're okay.
I know, this is a big thing. It's cool that you can hit plus to make the board bigger, but the rack, at least on my phone, I have to scroll left and right. Is there any way to just make it so that there's like a fit to screen?
Over here, it must mean, Hoga means you didn't touch it.
I made a note of that.
Shear is here. This is foolish. Shear they trade.
Okay.
If you cut it even one little bit,
and
it's completely
I don't know if you know like the board.
Here we have a sheet that's touching the board.
yeah, I saw that.
Sideways, so align it properly.
The sheet is touching. In other words, in the matter. Let me see what we have here.
Okay. Now what about this?
You have when you see that
And if you don't think this is a good idea, I mean that's on you. But
the corner,
the possibility
towards the right
of having
zoom in on it.
a thing. Okay, we may argue over this, but maybe there's a thing that tells you what has been played and what's available.
Towards the body, towards the trachea, things with the ring. Everything from the blue to the thing in the ring is good.
Like if we're playing against each other, I should be able to look and see what letters are still available. I don't know, maybe not, but maybe. What are your thoughts?
And that's okay because you left some pite on the left side of it.
I mean the programmers already do that. Basically like spreadsheet of it.
Yeah, so that, okay, so they already do that, so then we should do it.
Not bad setting to have. Personally, I don't really care that much. I like the size
No.
if you're taking it seriously and you want every edge possible.
He said that? Are you serious? That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
If you have a presentation you can watch, I highly recommend that. But the point is,
Okay.
Okay, I have another idea, and you may not like this, but okay, so you got the thing that tells you like what the thing was, what the it's like the game,
even this part, even
what happened.
cutting it to here.
Yeah, there's like the definition in there and everything. Is there a way to just turn on like? You're gonna say this to complicated, but like, if I just want to see what words were played, it can give me a list.
We have a big problem because they hold that the shkita must be done in the Basag right over here. It's the Basag
in literati,
today,
he's like,
he's like, it's impossible to know the thickness of the skin of the bull.
You know what I mean?
It's impossible to feel.
I do.
How do you even tell this? In a chicken melee here.
So basically, it's like that feature that you want.
The Matzah Gdola,
Yeah,
I don't see it
exactly.
here. We don't have it, but maybe this, this red over here. It's right after all these rings comes the Matzah Gdola.
Can you not just scroll through the game log?
It's Choshev Shebechoshev. Yeah. Maybe he just, and then he says he had a good
I
catch.
think
He
you
says that
could.
if you do it, I forgot the Lashon, like the Ismail, or I forgot the Lashon, but basically if you cut like this, it's a kosher treatment. How's it possible?
Can I come back when you're
And that just has to be.
I don't want to distract you. I don't want to distract
Thank God.
Look at what they today do with the CT scans. Look at what I'm looking at.
Yeah, you can't. Here's my question for you. This might be one of the best questions ever. Are you awake or are you going back to bed?
I know, Shmaiti done. Let's get this away from me. Those.
Probably awake. Fall asleep. I don't know.
I know, Shmaiti done. I know. I just know Bryce.
Okay, so here's my question. Are you ready to watch Tony Hinchcliffe, Man of the People?
I couldn't prepare so well yesterday. There's a lot of freebies. A lot of names today.
Why would you say such a thing? People are saying that this is the worst stand-up special in the history of the world.
Anything from the Shipoy.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think
Did he perform in Austin?
Did he perform in Austin?
No.
You want to know where he recorded it?
So this is Rems Rabban.
Incorrect, dog. Incorrect. He recorded it.
And all of a sudden he made a left turn.
In
and he does
Phoenix.
red somewhere else past the Tabas Agdola. That, according to Rabbanon, is true.
Why?
You really want to know why?
It says as long as you why in the right place, which you did over
here.
here.
You know why?
You can see what Yoshi did.
I think Phoenix
There's
is.
a lot of lines, but you can see there's the halfway point.
They have a very big.
The blue line.
Phoenix is the largest stand-up comedy room. I think it's called the Stand Up Live or something. It's the largest stand-up comedy room in the United States. But I don't know if he recorded it in a theater, or in a theater, or in like an arena. But it's also Phoenix is like a bunch of transplants. Like nobody's really from Phoenix. It's kind of like a city that's newer. Yeah.
Gonna see that idea.
Like everybody moves there to this comedy stuff. Yeah. It's generally seen, I think, as a pretty easy crowd, as opposed to like Atlanta. Atlanta, you're going to get somebody yelling. Chicago, you'll probably get somebody yelling. New York, you definitely get some people. Austin is fine to do, but I think he wanted to spread out and be like, I do stuff other than Austin. Miami doesn't really have a room to do anymore. Their comedy clubs are shut down. I think they're building another one though. And all the other rooms are pretty small. Oh, and then there's LA. But LA is very liberal. No, that's another thing. His special is very offensive. People are calling it the worst special ever. And I think that it's a mixture of people. Some people who say that it's garbage. Other people say it is the opposite. It
Yeah,
is
it's
brilliant.
says
To me, Tony Hinchcliffe, I think I know his comedy better than anybody else at this point. I've watched him at least for the last like 3 months, every waking hour of my day, aside from when I teach a Kabbalah class or I'm on a podcast, and or talking with you. And
You watching Tony way longer.
that's true, but I mean just recently, in the last 3 months. But yeah, you're right. I watched them like a year ago. I watched all, or like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. I watched all of them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've watched him. There's an argument to be made. I'm the biggest Kill Tony fan in the world. Although I don't know if that's true because I always think it's that funny, but his humor is very weak in terms of a lot of its creativity. His racial jokes are just like easy. They're too easy. And personally, I think that someone who wants to be seen as somebody who is like one of the great stand-up comedians of global history needs to have like more than just Asian bad driver, black people can't swim, Jews are greedy, Italians are loud, Mexicans got here illegally, kinds of jokes. Like they're just lowest common denominator, easiest kind of like stereotypes. And I think he wanted to be seen as like an enemy to some people. Like frankly, and
I don't know about that. I don't think he cares for delivery being enemy, but I do agree with that. I do agree with that critique a lot. He started out with the wrong flick. Like, but then he finished not super creative jokes at some point.
Right. And
so I was going to see.
I gotta tell you, Reiser, he's probably the stand-up comedian that I've seen the most of, that I've never seen his stand-up. Joe Rogan used to be, but then not too long ago I watched like all of Joe Rogan's stand-up specials, and some are better than others, but I wouldn't consider him one of the best comedians of all time. I mean, not like top 10 or anything. I didn't think.
Who would you rather watch?
Joe Rogan. I think he's gonna have more intelligence. He's also older, more experienced, and wiser. He's been doing stand-up comedy as a professional. He was already a professional stand-up comedian for a decade before Tony Hinchcliffe even came to LA. So like he has way more experience in being a stand-up comedian. And Joe Rogan had this one bit. It's one of the bits that I think is the most genius of his bits. It's somewhat controversial, but it's my favorite Joe Rogan bit. And that's about formerly Bruce Jenner, who became Caitlyn Jenner. And he's like, can you blame the guy or the person? Can you blame her? Like, if you spend enough time with these crazy bitches, you're gonna start to become one. And with the Kardashians, and I just always thought that was a funny fucking take. Like, you are literally around glitter and lipstick and high heels and skirts and tanning and all kinds of stuff 24 hours a day with these girls. Like, all of them. Not just your stepdaughters, but your daughters as well. They're all models, they're all in plastic surgery and stuff. If you're around this enough, maybe you just want to experiment with it. And I just always thought that was just a hilarious, absolutely hilarious take. And, sort of. I just think that, like, that's one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard him say. And, yeah. I was thinking of, dude, there's this Ron White joke that is, in my opinion, it's so simple, but it is so funny to me. He goes, you know who Ron White is, right? You know, he's like this hard-nosed, blue-collar drinking kind of, almost cowboy-esque kind of a guy. Who's lived a good life, but a hard life in some ways. He'll say something like, yeah, I got pulled over the other night after being at the bar for too many hours, and the cop comes up to my window and says, "You've been drinking tonight?" And he's like, "I think that's a biased question because maybe I was drinking water. How am I supposed to answer that?" What he's really doing is doing a test for drunk driving. I think we all know that. But you know what the best test for drunk driving is? Drunk driving. Get in the passenger seat and I'm going to run around the block and we'll see how good of a driver I am. And I was thinking about that joke. I was watching a chase, a high-speed chase. There was one 2 nights ago. And this guy's driving all through LA, fucking up all of LA's traffic, fucking up all of Orange County's traffic, and I'm like, you know, our tax dollars and our time is better spent than just like chasing this motherfucker all around. And he was just suspected DUI. And it's like, dude, I was thinking to myself, this is just like that Ron White joke. Like, if he's a suspected DUI and he's able to drive through all of the freeways of multiple counties and through all this urban congestion and he doesn't get into any accidents, that should be the test. They should be like, well, I mean, all his lawyers got to do is say, Your Honor, my client is being accused of drunk driving. Do you see how well this person is driving? Nobody got killed. Nobody got hurt. This is an innocent person. And by the end of all that, you know that they are sober anyway. So it's like you can get them for all kinds of stuff. There's another thing that I always thought was interesting for these high-speed chases or whatever. Why they like. I've looked this up. Okay, so let's say a cop pulls you over. I don't know how it is in Canada, but in the United States, it usually goes like the cop comes to your window and they're like, license and registration. And if you run, then the cop runs to their car and they start chasing you. And then you'll like run through like. If you're running, you'll run through like 5 lights, or 10 lights, or 20 lights, or 30 lights. But these high-speed chases, they don't charge them for every little thing that they've done wrong. And I've always felt like that's kind of an unfair thing, that like they should get charged for everything. Like the little guy's getting charged for every little thing. If the little guy goes through a red light, he's going to get charged for going through a red light, or they're going to get charged for going through a red light. But if it becomes a high-speed chase, you don't get charged for every red light you go through, and you don't get charged for going over the white line, or even like some of the crimes that you're committing. Exactly, and I always thought that should be a thing. That, like, by the end of it, they're like, you ran through 650 red lights, and these lights were yellow or whatever, but they don't do that. The prosecutor just says,
like
you
start to add up on like around like this many miles. You could drive like 180 or whatever, but you get away with driving 300 kilometers, and you get one 100 maybe.
Exactly.
So they can make it like every 5
Exactly. Exactly. And I always thought that should be like, if it's okay for the little guy to get charged with all that stuff, why isn't it okay to charge like the big one? But I think that's because they can just have an overarching like running from the police charge or whatever. But in addition,
their license is still fucked anyway.
yeah, but the thing is, if they don't have a license plate, they can get away with it. The guy I was telling you about 2 days ago, he got away. And he did it in a way that is becoming more common. The FAA, the Federal Aviation Agency, has stated that you need to keep more of a perimeter of a no-fly zone around LAX. So all these criminals are doing is just driving near the airport, and then the helicopter can't go there because it's a no-fly zone. And then all they have to do is lose the police on their tail. Like it's easier to lose the police on the ground than it is the helicopter. The helicopter is basically impossible to lose. But if the helicopter has to stay like 3 miles away, they'll zoom in on you, but at a certain point, especially at night, they lose track of them. And this guy the other night was just like smart and just went within that range and got away. And another thing was, I think, well, I mean, it's 3 miles, and 3 miles. No, they don't. They don't. But once they start getting chased, they know this, and they do. They come to Long Beach Airport. They come to the John Wayne International, which is Irvine Airport. They go to LAX and they go to Burbank. There are 4, and then there's also Ontario. There are 5 major airports within the LA regional area, and all you have to do is get within like a few miles of them, and then the helicopter can't be on you. And that's not just the television helicopters. It's still a no-fly zone because of planes.
No, he started from the top in the wrong spot. Comes back, makes a right turn.
And that's how these guys are getting away.
And then he goes out again.
Whenever I watch them, I'm always like, I go back and forth. I want the guy to get away, but then I want him to get caught. But then I want him to get away, then I want him to get caught. But at the end, I love them to get away. It's like, unless they did something to really hurt somebody, or like a DUI, I'm not cool with people driving under the influence, but you could have been innocent for that. Or their test could have been calibrated incorrectly. Or the cops just being a dick. Like, that's different than, like they kidnapped a child or something like that. I don't want them to get away, obviously. But I was watching this chase, and they have something called it's the on-duty captain or something like that. On-duty commander, something like that. And they're the ones who make the decisions. This is too much time, too many resources. Let this guy go. And then they just let him go. And you can tell that the cops are like with their tail between their legs. Like they want to get him, but it's like, no, you're not allowed to anymore. It's too much. It's taking too many people's lives at risk and everything. And if you ever watch these on television, the television is always out to make the police look really, really good. And so when the person gets away, they're like, all right, well, in sports, it's the World Cup. Like they just cut away and they don't talk about it. They're not like, oh, what are you guys doing? You're just going to let them get away. They never comment on it because they don't want the police to look bad. And they also don't want to give people the idea, that this is, that you can escape. But
That's right.
Isn't there like
Shafach,
watch
this
cameras
really
on
Shafach,
that
Shafach,
track those vehicles and
that's what
footage
says.
Footage in public
Because
that would catch people if they got away.
If they don't have a license plate, and I don't think this guy has a license plate, then it's tough to be able to check.
Maniac driving without license.
It's a good question. They also have license plate flippers as well, though that's much less common. And then they have a thing that will, if your license plate, that you can use your phone to change it while it's going. I don't think he had any one of those, but I was also seeing in the comments, people were saying what you're saying, like, hey, if they have this person's license plate, it's over. But if it's a stolen vehicle, then it's not really relevant. But if they do have the person's license plate, then all that person, I mean, it depends if they were going to charge him with the misdemeanor or felony, but if it's a misdemeanor, they just have to lay low for like a year, and then nothing's going to happen to them. And with a felony, it's a 5 years. Now, I'm not saying that that's like definitely going to happen, but then the argument is too, how do you know I was driving? So I gave my car to a friend. How are you going to disprove that?
Let's they photograph you in your car at every single light.
Absolutely. I get that. I get that. I know what you're saying. And the police do have access to that, but they don't always want to show their hand that they do that. So many times they'll just use it for an investigation, but they won't use those pictures in court because they don't want the general public to know they're basically profiling these people. But yeah, with the flock cameras and everything, it's pretty easy to say, hey, this person was driving. But then again, you could pretty easily say, it was my brother, and he looks just like I do. And usually the pictures are not, they're okay, clear, but like, not always the best. And you don't have to be identical. You could just say, I let my friend drive the car. What, and they're going to say, okay, who's your friend? And you're going to say, it was a friend. Okay, and you could say, no, that's an American. That's an American. It's an American. It's an American.
That's kind of like sad to think about anyway. They like police cases after this one happened because it's so good that it's like you're getting caught.
They'll just be able to shake.
Or that too. They could do they can do spike strips.
So they asked what happens if you did this.
Yeah, those are dangerous though.
No? Can we just make sure? Shotgun says, yeah. Good is the bad, good.
Those are dangerous.
So you can master share. If the shit that looks like a W,
right?
It looks like a comb. Kosher.
And that's why they don't. That's why they avoided it all costs.
Avoiding it at all costs.
I need to buy a new comb.
Well, no, it would not mean that. It would mean they avoid it unless they really have to do it.
He's using the comb with it. One to throw. Okay.
Yeah, but you have the option to not do a pit maneuver.
That's true.
So if it looks like we should, no, you usually should have done it, but I was saying
they do have the option to not do
if it looks like a zigzag, like this, like a double.
But they want to avoid it at all costs.
Then it's a kosher shchita.
So
Says Gemara,
let's say
where do you see from there that he's talking about that he went in and out of the Makom Shechita?
escape it. Like it depends on the crime. So at all costs, like if they think that somebody could get hurt doing it, they're gonna avoid it. But if they don't have any other choice, they're gonna use it.
I would think that's not kosher. They're going to use it. Go like this. The shech like this. Even imagine. In the long context.
Right.
Why is that okay?
I mean, that's what that
What's
means.
the problem? That the Gemara says more than that. It should be not okay.
Do you have high-speed chases in Canada?
You do the walking shechita. Shechita ma'alemer. What's the chiddush that you can do?
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
It is.
People are just like kinder there.
You can look inside.
And
You can pop it open. Look inside. It looks like a W. It looks like an accordion.
I've been in one chase before in my life, honestly.
how were you in a high-speed chase?
I was the person running.
What happened?
And I was lucky. So I was driving down Lakeshore in Toronto, and this road is like the speed limit is every car literally dropped by 80. I was like at the group or whatever, red light on, I was like literally just in the road. So I just drive my car and go. I was probably going like slightly above 80, like 85 or something. And I was just driving, coasting, everything's good. And then this guy in a like yellow like reflective jacket, literally like with not a whole lot of time. Like I was in like the far right lane, and so some guy in the fluorescent yellow jacket basically steps out in front of my car and like, hey, pull over or whatever. And he stepped out in front of my car where I had like 2 seconds to react. I couldn't really process what he was saying. I did. He was probably a cop, but to me it was just like such an insane way of pulling someone over, like stepping in front of their vehicle, that I was like less than 2 seconds to spare before being run over, that I was like, oh, that's just insane. And so I just like swerved around and just kept driving. And I drove for a minute and I see this guy like clearly like sprinting for like his motorcycle comes at me, and I was like, oh fuck. And I could have I so wish I could have taken my left hand turn. And I was debating it, and there was a left hand turn, and for whatever reason I guess I was like, let's make sure. I missed my like one little chance to like escape, and coming back to the office like what the fuck do you think of? What the fuck? Clearly cop, I was like, dude, I just thought you were like if I do it, then I will finish the suicidal person in front of my car. I wasn't see that you're really speeding, and you didn't actually, I'm pretty sure I didn't I had like a ticket basically, and I just went to court, and they negotiate your ticket with you in court to get the line. Which I didn't even know until I showed up to court. Like I got there, like I was tickets. People there, they're like, I have like a $50 ticket, and that's the first plea deal, 20 over. They give people like good deals. So I got like a negligible ticket.
this one.
Wow, that's a wild story.
Bad, good, bad. What's the outlaw?
Yeah, no, I think that was not a good way of when someone over at all. By just stepping in front of their car. But as I'm driving,
What if there's already
Absolutely.
a cut in the corner?
You got
Shut it
really
in there.
fortunate.
It's okay. Shut the
yeah, the cops was
This
pissed.
is where you have to use
I
it.
guess my
What is the
story
difference?
didn't make sense because he
There's
literally
a
just like
existing
I
hole
was
in
caught off
and you
guard.
can leave the hole within it.
I did
If you
suspect
shut
that.
it normally in the place with this little hole, and then you came towards the
Well, that's good that you got.
something happened after 5%.
It wasn't a big deal.
Usually it seems something happens after 0%. Over here, all you shut this 6%, you
It
didn't
could have been a very
But
big deal.
together with the negative, you have a rug, and then he dies.
Yeah, I am actually pretty lucky for that. I'm glad I didn't have to hire a lawyer or anything. I guess
Let's say
police didn't even show up in court.
when he came, there's a 10%
No way.
cut. And then he caught another 40%. So total you have.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
Another 50%.
thought
Another 50%.
you.
So total is 60%. It's special. Now what happens if he cut 50%? And he gets the 10% cut.
That day,
So
I
fire is
did.
50%. Made a whole full shit together with the cut that was existing. We have 60%.
Wait.
What's the difference?
I saw some guy on like a motorcycle. He was like a 19-year-old kid. And
This is 10%.
videos like
You start the street, there's already 10%
teenager on
existing.
teenager riding motorbike, just like ruins his life.
That's okay. So you're using the existing 10%.
Fucking around on his motorcycle, getting into these chases, taunting police.
So you see,
He just like racked up like so many charges. He only got like this fight on
what's the difference? What's the difference? I don't see enough green. And a Jew finishes
But he only got, aside from probably never being able to ride a motorbike.
So if there's already redneck, and you just
not
not
being
10%
able
and you
to drive
10% deducted, and that's caution.
a really terrible idea. Sorry, I said he only got like 6 months.
It's as if
UV
the final 10% the guy
considering like what he did.
nature
I thought he was gonna be like police and now we're multiple charges like that.
I don't like what you're saying.
Jail for like multiple years. Half a year in some community service. It was his first offense, so he probably got
Are you ready? Are you ready to
my cousin was here in high school. He was doing like a prank at his school, and so his buddies, I guess, convinced him to steal his mom's car at night and then take him to the night school so that he could do the prank. And his buddy got pulled over by the police. He didn't have a license. He was like 16, and he literally like stole the car. So it took him like ages of not being able to drive, and through the insurance was just years and years of like not being able to drive a car because of that one stupid idea.
Are you ready to lose a minigo?
We have 17 by 17 Scrabble.
Well, we've played minigo. We've played Scrabble. The last like 15 times we've played. Not that many, but the last like 6 times we've played.
We've never played a 17 by 7.
Calm down on that. We will play. I want the fixes that I requested if possible to be put in there. And then once it's good and you need a tester, you've done it a little testing and you think it's good,
Very, very geschmack
then
on that.
by all means I'll play that.
It's like everything else in life. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. To be on the road is
It's really good.
It's really good. Right? The shiurim are, challenging.
Oh, stop.
So
Oh, yeah, it should.
The trip is a tremendous success. We set out,
Especially because it could, it's so good, I think it could be sold. That's a miss. That's devastatingly bad.
Give and show first, I'll tell you.
Big dog.
And
your 8 straight bullshit fake-ass wins are over. I wouldn't even consider those wins. It's over for you, son. It's over for you. This motherfucker's on the ropes already, people.
Every single one of them enjoyed it immensely. Every single one of them made friendships. We mixed it up every meal. You're distracting me.
How am I distracting you?
Somebody else, literally during my and really people the whole thing you're like bonded in crazy ways, creating this MKL distraction on the side, 2-3 hours to know each other. It was getting into it. Asking me about literati, great band development. We didn't have 3 guys with great voices.
No one knows what you're
consummate singers, professional
devastating.
Harmonies,
Oh, make it. You should. This should be the greatest shot.
Instruments. Everything was set up perfectly, and we had a great time. In the middle of
yeah.
I'll tell you what happened. What's the Shabbos? What's the Shabbos? What's the Shabbos itself is like just maybe 9.
All right, cool, dog. Now it's even. Now it's a best of 3.
Was 11:30. 11:30 is
easy. This is the best shot you've ever seen. Best shot you've ever seen.
11:30. Something you start with 11 Malka.
You can memorize it or whatever.
Singing the stat, and then at the Malav Malka, every person got up, spoke about what MDY does for them, or what the whole week did for them.
Go baby. Oh, boy, you go the rails.
Return to people special. So, it's a lot of a space.
Oh, thank you.
But a lot of good stuff. Kids are 3:30. It's my turn to speak. I'm really exhausted. Maybe I'll tell you a little later what I said. I think it was a good.
You need to win 2 straight.
3:45 a.m.
What are you gonna do?
Cheer in what language? Hebrew. Cheer in Hebrew. The problem is that all the 9 Israelis are leaving to the airport at 5. 3:45. That means 0 sleep.
That's wrong.
Not a 15-minute sleep. It means that we had to go back and pack and da-da-da. So so you go through the night, and we get to the airport, and then it's a whole entire day of traveling through Paris. And we got home. We landed at 9 o'clock. At 11:30 p.m. Sheer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
And here I am.
Ice. Oh, I'm fucked.
Now, there's a word that I stopped, and people told me that it was an impressive word for part of the trip. This explains everything. I started off my speech. I was also supposed to speak for 2 minutes. I spoke for 2.5 minutes, whatever. What's pshat? As a guy, what's pshat that Yossi Klein spends 8 hours a day, 8 hours of his own time, and he gives from his own money over $100,000 a year, MDY. And I rang it down on this trip, like he has nothing else to do. Every detail from beginning to end, what car, he's going to pick up who, and where he's going to take who, and this and that. What's pshat? And he said a pshat, it was a mamish. I had to make fun of his pshat. It was terrible pshat. And then they asked about my wife, how she
devastating
to live with her, like go to restaurants. a lot of side things, side benefits, we'll call them. And
No.
a lot of passion,
What
a
an
lot
amazing
of
shot.
different things. It's about all the people that give my official
Give it to
3
me.
minutes to give it to me $1,000 project of the Gemara. 3 minutes. 3-minute phone call. Yeah. What's the shot? I said it's a word. It's one word. No, what's the
Hit my ball.
word? I'll let you guys that weren't there try to guess.
This is a tough shot.
Huh? This is a tough shot. I hear.
Garbage. Dog, garbage.
I'll tell you it was one. What else? No?
Garbage.
Huh? Somebody.
Warm-up game. You and I both did. Dude,
I
makes sense. Hit his bell.
Hey, you know what I think is the flow state?
What he's doing is hours. 8 hours a day that he spends on MDY. $100,000.
You copy my word.
Dog.
It's over.
You fuck up.
That's straight in the hole. No.
Are you fucking serious?
Crying.
10 in a row.
Hear these things. A 6-year-old might be in the room.
This is garbage. Devastatingly bad. Devastatingly bad.
Some kids are
terrible.
It's the impact. The maskim, I think it's a very strong word. And
That is really good.
then maybe I'll say it tomorrow. No?
Devastatingly bad.
I'll speak to somebody first. But a life change, not a life change. It's going to be, I hope, something very different. Within the realm of Daf Yomi, that a Kiddush Gadol that occurred on
Terrible shot.
on Shabbat. So there, sounds like a guy comes over to the Yossi Klein during the Black
That was terrible.
I'm enjoying myself so much. I want to give you a love.
That was even
That was the environment of it. That was the. And then another guy came over, a younger guy. He said, I have a real time.
I don't know why I did that.
What? He came over to me to ask me if I want to sponsor the Gemara. So, it's millions of dollars. I would have done it. So, but I didn't know
You
you
need the best shot
capabilities.
in the history of the game right here.
Million history it's a missed opportunity for me. I can't believe you didn't come to
Make
me.
it. You could make
So
it.
anyway, these were the things.
But you didn't, son. And I just tied this bad boy. I know I tied it. You know I tied it.
Okay.
Jeanette McCurdy knows I tied it.
For sponsors, William and Gail Hoffman, the family. Where's William Hoffman?
That's not the
The Yortzei, her father, grandfather, great grandfather Morris Hoffman, and Moshe Meir ben Chaim Yaakov Zevach Kohen Shalom. Yortzei was on from Aleph Iyar. The boy says Spheres Oimer.
Yeah, I want to see the real shot. Let's see if I can. Devastating.
Showed up.
That was way better.
Ayom Shisha Bar Bam Yom Shem Shisha Shavuot It's Bar Ba Yomim Loimer Boimer. Spheres Oimer. This has more of a vision. Speak the quick more. So the last Shlemo.
Hit my ball.
Additional everyone shots.
Stop.
7 Yal Sholhav.
Stop.
The Benedict family. Daf Yilches by Jacob Hindi. Dedicated in honor of our children for that stuff.
No, I don't want to hear your opinion on things.
David Salom dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, the entire Sefka, Shir sponsors the Sefka. Shmuel Baruch, Tony Ruffle. But I got to give Ruffle.
What the hell? The hole's great.
Thanks. I could have made him a Zionist on the water at this point. The Polachek Family Foundation.
That's a devastating miss. Devastating miss.
Why? Anonymous. That's not the movement. So the guy was thinking
That was traveling
anonymous. That was another castle. Why would a person go?
Wow, you got incredible. You guaranteed 10 in a row.
Yeah, because your ball was going 1,000 miles an hour.
And the answer is the impact that he has on thousands and thousands of people. He sees it. He speaks to them. He sees it. They tell him, I didn't do this, and now I'm learning. Every day. So for him, it was a no-brainer. And now, for complete refuah and everything, Yom Talei Basester, Binyamin and Danielle. I learned her name. Binyamin Danielle Rosenfeld, Rios Besimcha. Are you Simon Fushnaima? This is not these parts from the Fushnaima, Avi Marie Baruch Bamir. Binyamin and Danielle Rosenfeld, Parnas Mishefa. Moshe Ruchi Markovitz, Charlie Sapang of Yomin, Span,
you can consider that what you want. It's just
There's Masar of Chaim Gedali Ben Yeshua. Shum Deer, Mazel Tov Yaakov Shmuel.
Consider whatever you want. I mean, it's not like you want straight up. I mean, consider whatever you want.
2 years ago this week, remember? Bernie Liptak. Anonymous.
That was a terrible shot.
Tupuri Liavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, as yesterday, he supports over 143 schools, children, he loves children's schools. It's a big,
that's a terrible
what's it called again? Yale Foundation.
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Don't
Yale
stay in my
Foundation,
way.
check it out. Here, Yale Foundation team.
Are you fucking serious, dude?
Yale, Liavich, and their children, Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous for the merit of the Shidduch Court, Sarah Golda Pass, Rivka. Anonymous for first name of Avram Mishaya, Ben. Is it Avram Mishayahu or Avram Mishaya? They call him Avram Mishaya, but the real name probably is Avram Mishayahu. I wonder. I'm going to say both. Avram Mishayahu, Ben Slavic Gevora, and Rabbi Ruchel Ben Yehudis. Biyama Groves, in honor of my father, Alan Groves, for getting me to join the DAF 3 years ago.
Get there.
It's Alan Groves. Biyama Gutman, in memory of my Zaidi, Avram, Zev, Ben Yitzchak, who's 90 yards today.
Devastating shot.
Yuda Zev, Stepsky. The celebration of 1 year doing the DAF with
Closest to the thing?
last year.
Probably.
Shavuos, DAF, Fest. Involved in Mazel Tov, beautiful. Anonymous complete refuah shleima for
This game sucks.
Shakovitsky, the Nishmas, my grandmother, lived yesterday.
Short. You left it short.
Should have an aliyah. Your family should have an achama. Kyle sponsors for the month HYK Ventures in the schools for success of all our clients. The Yaman and Daniel Rosenfeld Brocha
Short.
Parnasa. And the YK sponsors monthly innovations LCS schools for simple and Fego.
One of the best shots. Oh, no.
This one
You're in trouble.
Today. You're in trouble. Time. Before Shlema, Fiona Tanita, Ben, Basheva, Bracha.
It's a corner.
Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayela, Daniel Zev, Esther. Shavuosai, exciting daf today. You're gonna love today's daf. Very chulundik and not technical, but in a geschmack way. We're holding 3 lines from the bottom of Yitzhak and the Omar Avunu Bar Rav Katina, Omar Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish, Shalosh Begimo saying there are 3 nicks that ruin things in of the Korban Pesach.
You need the best shot I've ever seen in this game right here.
But you have to be careful not to break. That's someone says you're not to break a bone.
Hit it off the ball.
Your knife touches the bone and a
Corner.
little tiny piece pops off the bone.
Get in.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely
The
beautiful.
firstborn male animal goes to the cut. Provided it doesn't have a mum, it has a mum. As small and as insignificant as a little missing part of the cartilage of the ear, a little part of the ear is missing.
That's just not how you do it.
Okay, well, let's see how you do it, dog. That's
You didn't even, when you look at it, you probably, maybe you didn't even see it.
That
That's
is a
considered a gala, which makes the
amateur
fight
shot.
super
I'm
happy.
going to show you
Now you can
pro
just
strategy.
bring it and chef it at home. You don't have to bring it to the Beis HaMikdash. And different guards out the can and try to, get
Amateur.
dogs to bite it or whatever it is. But
Amateur.
put a little chocolate
Devastating.
on the animal's ear and Shalom Aleichem. What's your
Are
name?
you serious?
Muncie, Shalom Aleichem, Mepesha. Gimas mum b'kachim. This, says Rashi, is an added mum. You think that this mum, a little part of the ear missing, covers every single mum. Certainly a mum of the heart,
Stop.
the lungs. What else could there be? Oh, there could be a female mum. Meaning in the womb, a little gam in the womb, that enters the womb, that's also Gimas mum b'kachim. That's considered a gam, not used as animal. Rav Tizda Amar Av Sakin, so this brings it back to our sugya.
Are you
Even a little nick of.
Are you serious?
Why doesn't this knife? How come he only has a list of 3? There should be a list of 4 the kind of time. So it's more vidal b'chulim nikimayir. I'm talking about things that are only in
Dude, whatever you want to do, dog.
Atlas of a teva, or zafar. A knife goes also in the weekday. You could chef in outside of the Beis Hamikdash. There's no Beis Hamikdash, so a knife is not included in the list. But how much is missing from the ear? As much as will make a mizbeach non-kosher. We know that a mizbeach has to be perfect, has to be smooth. And if something is missing from the mizbeach, you can no longer bring a carbon. In fact, we had this video, I'll show you. I'm going to use some of the old ones.
He gives up.
Take a look at this. This is the plan.
He's defeated.
The area is clear.
He is defeated.
I got it.
No.
The plan worked. Hello.
Oh wow. I'm guaranteed 11 in a row. That is crazy.
I've let you. I'm distracted. I've got distractions I can't even discuss. I got distractions I can't even discuss.
Basically, how much? Give me some of that. How much? Half of you $10, 2 lines down. You take your nail and you run it down the ear, or let's say the carbon. If it stops, there's a little bump in there. That's the gima. As the Gemara, but we see that the gima is a lot more than a little tiny problem with the nail. Basic, how much gima is bath? How much is it? It's a whole tefach, not a little tiny nick in the ear. Okay, a whole olive. But where did you get the nail? The kasha. I want you to pay attention to this video because you might know it, but the first part you see how they discard any stone. This is for the building of the mizbeach. Any stone that had a little nick in it, even such as your nail getting stuck in the rock, they put back. You didn't have to do that. Okay. He's checking for nicks.
Everybody's awaiting, dude. That's a garbage shot.
Don't worry, we had a new stuff today.
Garbage shot. That's a miss already. That's way up at the top. Stop.
We have the stones. Those stones, the gima is tiny. And that's what we learned from.
Garbage shot, Riser.
That gima.
Garbage
the stone.
shot. Hole in one. Can you say hole in one?
That gima is either kazayis or a tefa. So when you look at the Mizbeach, which I told him to take away, we don't need it for today. The outside of the Mizbeach is all lime. So if that's missing, like that little contest man, he drilled into the Mizbeach, that part has to be a tefach.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Like actually, the stone, even a mashu, a little tiny nick in the stone, the stones in this bath, the hole that they put into the form, that has to be perfect, without a single nick. But the lime on the
Let's see
outside,
what you're
even
gonna do here. That's garbage. Terrible shot. One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
At least that. At least the tefach or at least the kizah. Every shoichet must go show his knife
That's
to
a
the
miss.
chacham, and if you don't go to the chacham, risham kinenle.
Miss. Let's go in the water.
What does that mean? You can't
Thank you for going in the water.
You can't stand in the
God.
whatever you do for
Thank you for giving me this win. I'd like to get it. I'd like to.
You gotta get rid of it. In addition
No.
to the
you can get a hole in one.
I know you can, and I'm ready for you to do it. Let's see it. That's a miss. Garbage. Garbage.
And we announced
Garbage.
that it's a treifa. I said the story before, but it's in my Gemara here.
Nice miss, dog. Water.
And this explains a lot about my personality.
You can definitely get a hole in one.
Okay, it's in the DNA. The Stefanskys come from Switzerland. So my great grandfather, Yaakov Stefansky, was
I don't know why you think this. That's a miss.
Just said it.
That hit the side, dog. You're hitting the side. Everybody knows that. Hitting the side.
It's right on over here.
Hit the side.
3 months ago, but to the new guys in the pool. Nazara, right before the season.
Obvious.
Yeah. So
I'm in the perfect position.
We'll see if I add it a little bit, So,
garbage. Why did you take that shot?
I was trying to block.
So he found out this.
Baby. Did you like that? Did you like that?
No.
Did you like that? Yeah, you did.
Wow, you got lucky.
The store by the door, stood outside by the door.
It was
And
skill, dog.
As people came, so this is Thou Verkaufman Reif. Is that how you say it? Not like that. I don't know. Some who speaks this English over here? No, how do you say it? No, that's in Yiddish. Das ist Yiddish. Ich hab gesagt.
Isn't it amazing how short the days
Now,
are?
this guy got super upset. No one's coming in that day. So he takes one of his
You can't remember.
he rolls the front door. He said, listen, if you don't
no, don't.
So he said, listen, there's a thing that if you push it on,
It's amazing.
I'm trying to cycle.
So he pulled out his own knife.
Oh, now I remember. It's the one that if you do it, it has water. Like you could do it. It's really easy to water bump.
I didn't have a fighting chance. But it explains a lot of stories. It's not my favorite in the subway. Yeah. We could still leave this here.
This is a dangerous shot.
He made after us, he says, this meat is straight. No machloek. Kan kishin nimmt sakino yofa kan
Help me out, 10.
If you come afterwards and you find that there's a nick in the knife, that means all the shkins he did before and are traits. You gotta remove them completely. He's trying to be mindful of traitors. The veils and traitors. Remove him, and don't let him work against the shot.
1 in a row, actually 3 in a row. I'm at 3 in a row.
So what was his big sin? That he didn't go to the row. Okay, so he's Mavayish the rabbi.
Yeah, it is. Because we tied the last 2, and I'm going to win here. So that's 3 in a row. How is that not how it works?
Oh, this is unbelievable. What do? You smear it up with feces.
That's exactly how it works, dog.
And even a non-Jew would not buy it. Nobody's going to buy this stuff. No. Okay, so we have a video for this. You'll understand. You'll understand. No, if you were an artist, how would you do that?
Wait, but in reality, if you get 11 in a row or whatever your garbage statistics are, then I'm at 3 in a row.
I've been home at like close to 1 in the morning. They're laughing hysterically when this one's video.
Riser, did you know I'm at 3 in a row?
That's weak. No, you're at 1. It only starts on your route.
That's untrue. Now that is untrue. Because we don't even know if we.
I didn't start by picking back bonus with a bonus 2. I started from 0. This is like your.
No, 3 in a row.
That's not how it works.
It's exactly how it works.
My 3 or my 2
back. 3 in a row. Wait, okay, then we have to agree. Then you have to have your 2 at the end removed. Why do you get to count them, but I don't? That doesn't matter, dog. I'm on a streak now.
It goes like this. I believe I want like 1.
Dude, I don't want to hear this. I'm at 3 in a row. Accept the invite. Try to stop me. No, I refuse. I'm at 3 in a row. I'm at 3 in a row. You will never in a million years convince me of your iCarly logic. Joey Diaz knows I'm at 3 in a row. Jeanette McCurdy knows I'm at 3 in a row. Kevin Jonas knows I'm at 3 in a row. Everyone knows I'm at 3 in a row. Now accept the invitation. Accept the invitation.
Today we have special shoftim. They're not shoftim. They don't have well. They are our shoftim. They work in the stock market. That's it. It used to be that every guy, he had a chicken, he took a knife and he shot it. He learned to kill the shechita. It became an issue. So then every single person had to check his knife by the road. But today they said, no, that's it. These are our shoftim. We have 100 shoftim.
That sequence of 11 games
per community, for the whole Israel, whatever they are, they get a shtetl that they're good, they get to go, they never have to check the knife by the road. That's how it works. So, this culture.
Okay, right now you haven't gotten a solo win in 3 games. You haven't gotten a solo win in 3 games. Can you agree on that? Okay, there you go. Then you answered the question. I'm at 3 in a row at solo.
You only won a solo game to break my game. Means that your streak is out.
That's accept the invitation. That's unfair. That's unfair. That's unfair. They're my wins too.
I said all wins. I need to do me a favor. I need to figure out how to do
my streak of how many I can get back.
And exactly right. Exactly. And you haven't gotten a solo win in self-admittedly 3 games. Riser, just accept the invitation. We can fight about this in the game.
Why is the wife so? Why is the kid so?
I'm not going to tell you about
I will never play Scrabble with you or mini golf or any other game if you don't consider I'm up. You have not won in 3 games. That's how it is, dog.
It's a tremendous
No, we didn't hear.
I heard exactly what you said. It's iCarly logic. Listen. That's iCarly logic. You're saying that my ties count for your wins, but they don't count for my wins. And that's iCarly logic.
Because the competition,
Exactly. That's the competition. That's the competition right there. And right now, it prevented you from getting a solo win for 3 games.
Okay, you can go back and work.
That's the only way to look at it. That's the only way to look at it. Except the invitation, dog. Everybody's waiting.
He asked me to find a head guy. He's like, just doing the Rutzen of the rock. Because now, yeah, but you get that popped out for being an analyst, being sharp. It's important to show our nail. That's no longer
That's correct. Wait. That's correct. That's correct. That's absolutely. That's Riser. That's absolutely correct.
We looked at the other day. You cannot use Shinayim. You cannot use Tzipari.
That is how we count it. That is how we count it. That is absolutely how we count it. Now accept the invite.
We have 2 teeth, so you have the gap between the 2 teeth. That gap, the skin could push into the gap, and then it rips the skin instead of cutting it, or the simon. But you have one tooth. It's like a knife. And you never cash on nail. Oh, but Beres went in the nail is detached. Then it's Kuchita, Beres was attached to the body. Then it's Chubber, Rebbe Holt. Chubber is over. Beautiful pictures. As you can see, if you move this sickle from right to left, so you're not going to have any pulling from the blade. It's going to go over the blade. The blade comes nice. If you go from left to right, so every one of those points is going to pull at the skin and at the simanim, and that's terrible. So Mela, if he's walking with it from right to left, the end of it, the pointy part, the end, all the way on the left, that hits the neck of the animal first, and it just slices through the neck. They still say it's kosher. Now, when you read this, you say, what does kosher mean? I can eat it. What does kosher mean? So the Gemara is going to say, no. You can't eat it. Kosher means it's not metama. To remove it. It's been available, but it's not kosher. It's very, very smooth. If you're able to make those points smooth, so there's no back and forth, any direction that you cut with, it's going to slice and not pull, then it's a regular knife. Says Gemara, let's get this clear all over Klal Yisrael. Ask people anywhere you want. I saw this confusion in this particular halacha, and that is a dead cow that's a kosher animal by design that drops dead in a person's backyard gives off tumah the same way that a dead horse gives off tumah, the same way a lion gives off tumah.
I thought you were going with the sheep.
The same way a dead cat gives off tumah. So all animals give off tumah.
Why did you go through the sheep?
Doesn't have tumah. And that's a dead cow that was shepherded. A dead sheep that was shepherded. Those don't have tumah because the shechita removes the tumah. You no longer nevela. So says the Gemara, what they still meant that you use this sickle you see on the screen as a shechita device that doesn't allow you to eat it. Why? Because it's a dangerous device. What if you pull it from left to right? Then you tore the siman. I don't rely on you. I don't know who you are and what you are. How easy is it to shepherd? in a one smooth motion, one direction. Usually you go back, forth, three times, whatever it is. So you're gonna be careful. I know. And then if you're not careful, you're worried that you didn't do a good job in the sound, so you go, you take it back. Then you just ruined the shechita. You made it a trade. So you should eating, do not eat. But does it have tuma?
What do you mean
it
it does not?
That's all I said. That's all we still said. So you chiro entirely with the veila bachila surah. Omer about shidaikanami. I agree with you. If Tony Beishamai Poisno, we still machshir. When Shammai say it's possible, and they still say it's kosher. What's kosher? You should say, but if Tony Beishamai Poisno, we still matir. Mutter aser. I use this knife, it's aser. I use this knife, it's mutter. What's
guaranteed for, guaranteed for, guaranteed up for 4 in a row. I don't even need to play this last one. Guaranteed.
You're right. I can't be medayik at all from the wording of the Mishnah. It says kosher, it says mutter.
Guaranteed 4 in a row.
But what? Yes. So how does Rabbi Yochanan know this? Rabbi heard it from his Rebbe, heard it from his Rebbe, heard it from Beisila. Beisila never said that a sick makes the animal kosher. When I use this,
4 in a row.
It removes the tumor from the animal, but do not eat the animal.
That'd be two.
It's not 2. It's
We're
4.
going to see a fascinating story. I want to preface
you
this.
Know it's 4. I know it's 4. And then McCurdy knows that goes in the water. Obviously in the water, and then the pink shit. Water and pink shit.
See all the time. So again, we see a pickup. I call it pickup. We're able to
Perfect shot. Stop.
Yoshi. So to work around and do what? And for years I'm trying to find the Yoshi number 10. We interviewed many people. Get that kind of style, guy that knows how to learn, guy that has a sense of humor.
Give me it.
And a sense of the
Oh
nuances.
shit.
The stuff is funny, schmuck. Very hard. You gotta show him. The first phone call I ever made, first recommendation basically, Yoshi. Boom. The Hulu. I don't want to
That's
make
a straight up miss.
Every one of our humans, every one of our trips.
Oh no.
We had a trip to Morocco, and it was on the news. There's a whole
devastating
program
shot.
around
Oh.
Didn't even have matzah. Didn't have matzah, didn't have wine. People were fighting over schnitzels. They're literally hitting each other to get a piece of schnitzel for the children. People were starving. Ayin Shab. Morocco was a very difficult place to get food. We actually had an issue with one of the trucks that stuck at the border for 4 days. But that every single thing went so smoothly that by the Kiddush there were 50. Like Guzman said, everybody said I was magzim on the low side. There was 50 types of fish.
He left it short, folks. One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
That everything went. That nobody got sick. Nobody fell. People flew off the ATV. A few people fell. Then nobody got hurt or injured. And the chulu, Da'il Hakim Vermiza, but that everybody had their bathroom with the MDY logo on it, and then people, the shiurim, Baruch Hashem, there's a few snags here and there with the shiurim because of the internet, but everything went, and Baruch Hashem.
Oh, you fucked me.
Yesterday, so it starts from Shabbos.
Stop.
Learning, I just peeked at this daf. I said to myself, I gotta ask Benny. Organize a real life Kana because we're going to be learning right now about the Kana.
Fuck.
I need a real one.
Fuck.
Okay, fine, I'll tell him when I see him. Obviously, that didn't happen. It usually doesn't. So I saw him, but I didn't know about the Kana.
Give me the best shot ever of this whole Garbage. Terrible.
In the sitting waiting for the next flight. Everybody's talking.
Awful shot. Get my ball.
I don't have to prepare shear. And I'm trying to learn a word here, a word there. And then I bump into this Hana with the Kaiva and the whole Tabasa Gadol. What in the world? Oi! I gotta tell Benny. So Benny's sitting right there. Benny, you gotta get me
garbage
Hana.
shot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was phenomenal. That was new for you. Beautiful shot.
Even if you know something, you're done. You know what? Let me call. It's Blivovich, the guy that won the
hit the wall
raffle.
Drop down.
calls him up. He says, I'm in Haifa. Haifa. You happen to be by Shtachos. He says, yeah, I'm driving the shoftim. The guy just got into the van. We're leaving. It's closed. He says, listen, I need a kana.
Give me this.
He turns around to the shoftim and says, give me a kana.
Give me this. Get right in between his balls
I'm not driving
and the
give me a
wall.
kana. Give me a kana.
Fudge.
The trachea. Give me a kana. I want everything on it. Kids, the guy, they start looking for it. They look through the garbage. I said,
Devastatingly bad.
Give me a kana. So the guy goes,
Devastatingly bad strategy.
One head left. He goes to his machine that just chops it up. One head, the final head. He cut it open and brought us a kana. He's got a kana. You know, it's beautiful. No, I'm serious. It didn't smell. It's good stuff. Fresh. Yesterday, chef did yesterday. See, Abemis, he told us, he came to the shir last night. He says, you don't stand the same Shmaya. I happen to be that I don't drive these guys. It says once a week kind of thing. He called
After losing 11 in a row.
As I'm pulling away from the shot. We're pulling away. And because many times I see with the especially with the props, the difference you have to
I need one of the best shots
the
of the
feather
entire
and
game.
run from here to there. I just said it recently that you know I tried it later many times.
Oh!
It didn't work over here. Okay, here we go. It's very nakishma. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is a cow. This is massive. Massive. Okay. This is the air conditioning pipe.
What
This is what a cow agrees to. Very large. Very large. I was surprised myself. This is carpet, this white thing. What the Gemara is going to talk about is that the carpet is not a ring. Right over here,
I mean, I gave you 11 in a row. I gave you 11 in a row. I literally gave you 11 in a row.
Right over here is me. This, Rabbi says, is the Vesha. This red thing. I don't know how much it is. Anything to the shit. Ratings is ratings.
I was not trying.
This is what the food goes down. Right over here. This is the kind of vegetables. When they slice, the slicing, they have to slice simonim.
You know.
This guy did a fantastic. Look how beautiful it is. Right through here.
What do you think of this shot?
These are the.
You think that shot sucks?
Many rings.
Your shot's terrible.
Can you see that? We're gonna see a shita. It says you have to slice it in between the rings. You can't slice the actual ring. Right over here, there's the final ring.
Get there.
It's called the Vasam.
Nice. How about you blast my ball?
But it also has one thing that the other rings don't have. It goes around and around. It's a complete circle. It's a real ring.
Phenomenal Nuki shot. Phenomenal shot. Folks, that shot will be studied in the realms of history. It's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. Just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Give me one of those with all the arrows. Garbage. Phenomenal shot, Razor. One of the great shots in the history of the game.
This. If you notice, it goes downwards.
Would you rather have your shot or mine? Yes or no? I'll wait.
There's up above and there's a point.
That's not a yes.
This point is where things stop. This is what we call the Adam's apple. We have that little spitz in our neck. That's what it is right over here. Okay. So, I want to show you this exact thing of how Yossi did it. Beautiful. I mean, so now we understand. This is Tabasa G'doyla. I don't really have it here in front of us, but let's see it. I'm going to try not to drip on my Gemara.
Like a toilet bowl.
Okay, so that's what we just saw. I see the Tabasa G'doyla here. I don't know if you noticed it. It's a different color. but here we'll see it. Here's Tabas Agdola. Okay? So that's right over here. If you're looking at it there,
Amazing
it connects the other rings of the kana. Right? The kana is like a air conditioning pipe, mamish, and has these rings. It connects. There's one final Tabas Agdola, and then comes the kaiva. This is the kaiva, this piece right over here, and this is the point, the highest part of the mountain right over here. Okay. Take a look at this. Inside, I'm going to show you those are the people pointing at Tabas Agdola. Boys. Well, I'm going to run through these so everything is clear before we even look inside, and then the thing is going to fly. Here's that kaiva, this whole thing right over here. We see the water here.
That's in the water, big
the
dog. No doubt.
Tabas Agdola is just another ring, but if you look at it, and I'm going to show it to you clear.
Maybe you could have a good shot like I have. Look how good this shot is. Dog, look how good this shot is. Short. I left it short. Short. That's what you want to do. Riser. That's what you want to do. Did you see where my ball is? Do you see where my ball is? Do you see where my ball is? Riser, do you see where my ball is? Riser.
It's over. I didn't go in the water. On the other hand, this is the Tabas Agdola, the final ring. Take a look at it. It's completely enclosed from the whole side. Come on. What? Sheer in the world.
Oh.
Yeah, mamish ring. Now, take a look at this. These are different possibilities of shefting. Here he shefted in between the rings. Did you notice? Look at the green line. It's in between the rings. That's okay, according to everybody. I don't know how you get in between the ring. I guess you feel it. You have to feel it. What? You feel it in order to feel it.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, we're serious, dog.
Now, here's a guy shefting the actual ring, which is problematic. Right down the middle of a ring. Take a look at the line in the middle of the ring. Now
you need one of the best shots in the history of the game.
Agrama is that I'm going to cut.
That's not it.
But it's very dangerous to cut over there. Why?
Look at this angle, folks.
It's the best place to chef.
Look at this dog shit angle.
Somebody that cuts
not even getting it up the little. No, you're done.
And by mistake, he goes left and he hits the kaiva. That's called agrama. Because your shit has to be nice and
stop right
and
there.
Straight, right down
right
the
there.
If I
right
veer
there.
off, that's called hagrama. I'm shifting in the wrong spot. I'm shifting the kaiva.
Now what are you
area.
gonna do?
Throw this handle out. What if I shifted 51% of the Tabas Agdola? Then my knife goes. I make a sharp left turn. That should be okay. The fire did it right. Let's see how that looks.
Oh wow.
That's good. That's perfect. What did I do here? I left a sliver of the ring on both sides. At least on the side closest to the kite, I left the sliver. So that's not what you need to do.
Oh, you're done. Oh, you're done. Done.
But what happens if I do this?
Done. It's over. It's over.
You know, that's exaggerated. But the point is, I veered off.
That's all. No, dude, I got five.
He shifted already a right. He already had the right of the
Baby,
and
I'm
from there on,
the winner.
where is it going to be a chef?
I've won more games tonight than you have.
Underneath, that's okay. So happy. I'm happy.
You know I'm the best.
You know I'm the best.
And that's not going to happen until all. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen until all the kinks are worked out. You didn't fix it yet.
What Tabas are we talking to, Rabbi Rothschild?
No, absolutely not. Just fix those things. Only here
in the picture with the green line through it. That is the number one Tabas, the first ring, and that goes in a complete circle. He shifted it similar to this picture right over here. That there's here's.
You're not gonna fix it.
You're not gonna fix the entire thing.
No, I don't want to.
Shkita's a chair, that's a perfect shkita.
I have a question for you.
You don't need
on that for like an
the entire thing.
Has it taken?
All you need
Was it
is
that
like
long?
this green thing right over here, most of it.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty amazing.
Rabbi Shmuel Amrita value Allah Rabbi Yosef review the first of all we pass on Rabbi
What if you before you wait? What if you created your own
these
app?
are words that we're gonna have to come back to. So
I'm just
try to
saying.
remember this.
You did one game in like 24 hours.
He only said that this
If
whole
you did a
of
Play-Doh
Shefting
with
and everything is in the Tabasco.
like a generic version of all the major games, like Scrabble,
because it's complete
Dominoes,
circle.
and Connection, and all that, just like Play-Doh,
So if you just read it, like I read it in Paris,
except enhanced versions of it.
says over here the fire that the
Like the Match Monsters would be
in
like
this
5
part of the
cents.
corner. Let me see. I don't see it here. So
Do you think you could make money doing that? Yes
in
or no?
Tabasco you could chef. Let's get this off. But this white part over here, we cannot do.
Dude, very easily. Go on Kick,
What he meant to say
you
is
spam everybody. Just question.
In between the rings, that would be okay. They have to be a big
Okay.
in between the rings.
Okay.
Even I did it in between the rings. That was the
Sweet dreams, big dog.
Sweet dreams, big dog. Okay.
Peace.
No.
I want to go to the bathroom.
You don't have to. You can't do shkita in the other rings. What do you mean? Even this animal right here was shefted in the rings.
Fix it. If you add those things to it, then I'll play.
So shkita would be no good for shkita. Right?
Peace.
Look at the cartilage. You see the cartilage right there. I mean, obviously, he shefted the actual ring. To me, it looks like that. Okay. Says the Gemara, but I hear this review the Omer. Stop your test on the base. Pashoy, Kevishar, Tabo. He's here. If we stop here, here's the question. It says shefting in the other rings. These rings do not have a complete circle. Since there's a roiv, Rubik Kikula is good chef. If I make a left turn, I hit the koiva psula. What? He did the shkita on the tabasak doila, and then he veered off. He steered off into the koiva, into this part. No? This way? He veered off into this part right over here. That's no good. Hey, Rabbi Chanina, I think there's some grevis. And Rabbi Chanina said on this veering, Sheik Sheira. Says Rashi, even if you, Lamala means towards this way. So even if you are completely past the Tabas Agdola, provided that you're not at this point on, you're not by the Adam's apple on. If you get it in the Koiva from the Adam's apple to the left towards the Kana, then you're okay, even if you're past the Tabas Agdola. Tabas Agdola is here, you shifted over here, you're okay. Yeah, I don't know what a centimeter is, but yeah. Yeah, from the Adam's apple on the koiva, because the koiva is actually up to here. It's the Adam's apple. So from the Adam's apple to here, no good. From the Adam's apple on the koiva to this way is good. Even though you didn't touch any of the tabas hagdola. Why? When the Torah, Koshbok told Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai that agrama cutting into the koiva is no good. This is the koiva. We see it. I just need to make sure that we see this koiva perfectly. Oh, now I can see it. Right over here, this guy. Oops. It goes like this. There's like a slide. You guys see it perfect? I don't know if it's good enough. Oh, that's a better one. Right over here. From here downwards, no good. From here this way, it's cartilage. Yeah, this is cartilage moving. Very cartilage. Okay. Oh, so the question is that Rabbi Shmuel say that if you chef in anything, you look. Rabbi Shmuel say if you chef over here, it's mamish puzzle, it's treif. But here we see Bashir Mishar Tabois that it's a good. What these? No, but because they're not good tabois. They explain that it doesn't go around in a circle, whatever that means. It's not a corner. Fine, it's not a corner because look, it doesn't have cartilage all the way around. No, nothing to do with the grama. It's not. It's shifting a leg. You shift the leg of a cartilage. A grama. Okay, so yeah, exactly. It's not the place. But if you shift between the corner, it's okay. Fine. Says Gemara, Omar Rav Yosef, Omar Rav Yosef, Rav Yosef, read the Tardik Omar. There's two halachas that Rav Yosef said. Rabbi Shmuel is arguing with something. Rabbi Shmuel, we're only talking about one part of Rav Yosef in the Mishnah. Then what? One halacha is that if you chef most of the tabas hagdoila, we said 51% of the tabas hagdoila, you're good. Even if you did hagrama and you chefed it into that kaiva thing, you're okay. The other halacha that Rabbi Yosef talks about in the Mishnah is the other tabas. He holds the other rings, the rest of the air conditioning pipe is okay, and Rabbi Shmuel argue on that. That they argue on one thing and they agree with one thing. It's the Gemara of the lashon of here. Look at the lashon on Amud. You don't have to turn the page; it's right here. They're explaining what he said. It's one halacha they're talking. What do you see two halachas here? So this is what they meant. Halacha, we only agreed to one of the two halachas. They're pointing out one of the halachas because they only agreed to him in that halacha. We don't agree that you can do shchita in the other rings. He came up with a tremendous chutzpah. He was just spitting out stuff. But yes, they have to put him in his place. Turning to the global specialist in international financial services, Chaim Milrad, the Nishmatsi Mimarosi Frada, the Basi Spokola Shalom. Sir. Oh, you know what? I told him to do this. He worked on it. Why wouldn't they show this? Here's the koiva. Here's that spitz. You see where there's a dotted purple line? That's the point. Check this out. If you chef to the right of it, it's closer to the rest of the rings. Green is great. From that spitz downwards, it's all red. Perfect. Now I see it's great. That's great. I made him crazy at 11 o'clock at night to do this.
I think anyone should take on the screen.
Oh, thank you. That's your word. Okay. It's funny that I could just touch this, and this was in a cow's head, walking around yesterday eating grass, and I'm like, okay, when you don't know, you don't know, and then you can eat steak from it. Zog the Gemara. How long are we in? We're 53 minutes. Shachas is going to, sorry guys, I need to start. Shachas is be full. You saw Reb Zera comes to Yisrael. Let's think about this for a second. Reb Zera comes from Bavel. What do they do in Bavel? The boy said, what do they do in Bavel? They don't eat shkita over here. מה קורה? שלום עליכם. מה אתה? אמרו לי שתהילים, זה. בואו חייפה חוילם. Wow. Okay, you got me nervous. אתה עוד יותר בריא ממקודם, הוא אומר. מה היה לך? אחר כך. זה לא המקום. אוקיי. כיסולג רב זירה. That's it on my part. Kissel Reb Zera. Yisrael Rabbi Zera. Oh, I gotta tell you about this essay. Oh, I gotta tell you about essay. Oh. It's the best. It's the best line ever. Yisrael Rabbi Zera. I forgot what it stands for. Situational awareness. Situational awareness is more like a boy side. You get on a plane, there are other people there, you don't think I get food sandwich in front of everybody. There's certain things. Situational awareness. You don't flick your tits to people. Situational awareness. Once you know this matzah, then you oh, this guy lacks a little bit of it. This guy doesn't. So some situations he does, he doesn't. Okay? You were waiting a whole week to say about that. He was screaming at the screen. Yisrael Rabbi Zera, Ocham Ugremes Rabbi Shmuel. Ugremes Rabbi Shmuel. What's Ugremes Rabbi Shmuel? That they said that if you cut into the tabas, you go into the tabas, you steer off, you go into the koiba, no good. Arlay. It's another ring. Ugremes is not. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Made a mistake. You're right. Yesterday I said it well. Today not. Rabbi Shmuel says the other rings are not good. Even though it says mamish the words in my Gemara. Shark the boats. Okay. Omar Lahey, Arley. Lav Maasi, what's funny? So whatever. I get one off. Omar Lahey, Lav Maasi, the Rabbi Shmuel, I don't understand. You come from Baba. Baba, they don't eat from these rings over here. Shkidin these rings no good. You come there, so all of a sudden, you become a makel. I'm a little manamoro. Why should I care about that? Yosef Achia. Oh, he's not a medactic. He said, he heard it from somebody. He heard it one from Shul, and he said it over. It's as if you can't eat it from this part of the animal. No, I don't go with that. Shomar of Yosef, who said that he's not a medactic, heard about this. Said, Omar, I learned from everybody. I learned from the top of the top. The Talmud of Rav and Shmuel. That people speak of the Gabri Garis. He's so medactic, Rav Yehuda, that even if he forgets who told the name, he says over both names. Don't Rav Yehuda hear me by Rav, somebody said the Rav, somebody said the Shmuel. I don't know if I heard this. The famous Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Rav, Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Shmuel, all over Shas. Over here he says, Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Rav, Omar Shmuel. I don't know who I heard it from. So he's so medactic to say the Shmuel. So of course he's going to say the halacha itself perfectly. We had it on the Maral. If you have a firstborn male, it has a little mum, so then the coin benefits from it. Who decides if it's mum or not? Even three people. There's no okay, so you heard it either from Rav, either from Shmuel. Let's say you come from America, there's Israel. And in Myriv, they don't say Baruch Hashem Loyal. So what do? According to this well, I know you do, but maybe according to this Gemara, you should say Baruch Hashem Loyal. And then you should be mapping on the Birkas Kehanim, because do the Chumrah of Eretz Yisrael. Do the Chumrah of America and Shalom Yisrael. You got to do the Chumrahs of both. If you come from Nahar Dot to Medisa, from the Chayza to wherever, Surah, thank you, then you have to be mapping on all your Chumrahs from place to place. And from Eretz Yisrael, you come from Neivak to Yerushalayim, etc. Great. If you come from Chutzlards, in Eretz Yisrael to Babel, or one direction from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, then you have to keep all your minhagim from Eretz Yisrael. Babel Eretz Yisrael is similar to what we have today. Not 100%, but maybe more. You can say more Allah comes out from Eretz Yisrael, more of the Paiskim. So we, the Chutzlards, we bow down to the Allah of Eretz Yisrael. So when I come to Eretz Yisrael, I'm going to do exactly like them, and I'm going to eat from the shechita from this part. You could even go from Babel to Yisrael. What? Yeah. When it's only we have it today. People don't come from Aliyah; they just come for sukkahs or something. So if you have a mind to go back, then you have to be time all your minhagim. Oh, maybe that's mamish sugya that you have to keep 2 days off when you're in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because you think about going back. Well, Rabbi Zera, he made a full aliyah. How do I know he made a full aliyah? Because he fasted 100 tanesim, so he could forget how to learn like a bubble, Babylonian. He wanted to know how to learn like there's okay? So he's there to stay. There to stay. Pick up the Menogim only one day. Rabbanon who came from Achaiza, they're the ones who say what? That you're allowed to chef in the Kana Amr He says that it's kosher. That if you go, if you chef in most other rings, these guys right over here, it's kosher. So when you tell me that in Bavel they hold that it's not kosher, here it's a place in Bavel. Malay, Naharo, Pashte. What does that mean? It means that every stream has a different direction, a different flow, a different power. Also, human beings. Every human has a. I want to tell you a sad story before we go. One sad story. I think it's so sad, but it will have a. It could have a Toyela. Rabbi Ben Shushan told us a Maisa that maybe it's not for public knowledge, but it's too bad. I'll ask him afterwards. He's a real artist. He draws beautifully, and during class, he used to draw beautiful pieces of art. And one day his Rebbe pulls him out of class and tells him, "Let me see what you're drawing." So Punk that day he was drawing a picture of Parai and his bodyguards. And these bodyguards with big muscles. So he tells him, "Ben Torah doesn't draw muscles like that. What are you doing?" He takes his drawing, rips it up. And then he took every one of his drawings from his whole folder from the whole year, ripped them up into shreds. He said it was one of the most hurtful things. He says, Adi Mazeh, he has certain pieces of art that he made, and people offer him a lot of money. He says, "I'm not selling. It's part of a neshama, part of this." But then he finished off on a high note. He says his father transferred to another favorite. His father warned him. His father's Moroccan. His father said, "Listen, if you mess up, I'm going to cut your tongue out." So he really wanted to watch his tongue. He needed his tongue. He said it was important to have a tongue. So he comes to the new school, and he's very careful. But on day one, there's a test. And of course, he knew his stuff. It was day one. The guy next to him, who later on became his best friend, whispers to him, "I need the answers." He's like, "I'm not giving you no answers. I need my tongue." So I need the answers. Finally, so he writes down the answers, and he does one of these yawning moves, and the paper falls to the floor. The problem is the kid, his feet never reach the floor. He's dangling on the chair. He's trying to grab the paper with his feet. And meanwhile, the Rebbe shows up. The first day of school, the Rebbe shows up. There goes my tongue. The Rebbe picks up a piece of paper, opens it up, looks at it. Ari, got 100 on the test. Very impressive. Very impressed. And I want you to draw a whole thing. You gave him a whole thing. You're going to draw for me then. This Rebbe built him up. One lesson, he could have destroyed him. So instead of destroying him, he used the right cycle and built him up. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsored MDY.com.
Nobody has more fun than us on a Monday. Red Man's here. Right, Eagles is here. He's drawing tonight. After not including all their tour posters just went on sale this week. And Ryan J. Necessity for every diehard Kiltony fan. This is very exciting. Yeah, so that's cool. You hear it? Okay, guess we're just gonna keep moving along without making adjustments to that. So I'm excited to be here. Life is good. We're on the road again really soon. We're on the way up. Second show added September 22nd. That's a Sunday night. Hopefully this will you San Diego Kitties. Remember a nice night of fun. And then we go to Dallas October 3rd to Kiltony. An entire weekend of stand-up comedy. There are 4 shows in which I'm headlining. Some of your favorite Kiltony cast members. Sacramento, California, 2 shows October 16th and 17th. That's the road to Kiltony Mania because after that it's Kiltony Mania in San Francisco, October 18th and 19th. It's our biggest annual event. Basically a huge celebration. I know for a fact there's a couple of very special guests that are going to be flying in for that show. A lot of fun stuff happening there. And then we don't take a break at all. 6 days later, we fly to Brisbane, Australia for our first ever Australian stretch of a Kiltony tour. The next night, Melbourne. The next night, Sydney. A week later, Washington, D.C. being our first ever Kiltony in the capital of the United States of America, followed by an entire weekend of stand-up comedy again. And then, big announcement coming, I believe, next week in New York again. Exciting stuff that never ends. We're putting a big ribbon on our biggest travel year by far. Basically everywhere in the world. Gaining a lot of wisdom. Damn it, but getting older can also be a downer in one area specifically. 40% of my age 40 struggles with not being able to get and maintain a connection. I'm under 40 trying now. If you're over 40, you might know that Organs.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skin care, and sexual wellness. This is your special. This is your territory.
Morocco from the banging tree. Many say it was their nicest hotel they've been to in their life. Tonight is coming to an end. We will be, somebody's baby is screaming in the background. I don't know if somebody can talk to them. That's why. Is it Ari? So, we had a tremendous inspirational trip, but this is a trip from beginning to end. I'm just letting those that are not here do a little insight of what went. We had great times, we had inspirational times, we had very moving times, a lot of people crying, a lot of people. That's not over. Tonight we're going to have a Mouth right after cheer. We are in a, by the way, show the, this is not, I wouldn't put it by the door. Who they do is that? I know, but there's a, no. There's a glare. You sure it's not acting as a mirror? Let me see. Put it over here, please. Put it on my screen. Put it on my screen, please. Way up. Okay, yeah. Okay, next stop. I'm setting up. Do not put it in front of the glass. Next. Okay, so it also means that you guys like whatever flashes, that kind of stuff is gonna bounce and make Shabbos was very, very geschmack, great speeches from the Shushan brothers and Shushan brothers. And Beis Hashem, tonight, during Lag Malko, everybody's gonna get up for a minute or two. How many? No? 2 minutes, because it's a lot of people and it takes a long time. spill it all out. The more promotional, the better. Clear your speech during sheer and space out. Now, think about what you're going to say. And that's pretty much it. Just animals, just by a monkey, we had being animal background, Sahara Desert, descent, surfing, creek, easiest favor that I've ever been to, and a lot of people say is like being number one. Lala Sulika and the Kiss from Hashem that was on her yard side, unprepared, unbeknownst to us. Show up there the day before we found out it's her yard side. And with Amram Ben, you're on very inspirational place. Bakula, incredible trip. I mean, no hiccups, great singers, great Bali Shida, and it's famous. Can I say this again? I said it a few times. Wherever we went, great voices, great vibe, and sometimes we sing till 1 in the morning, and yeah, it was a good vibe. So I wish everybody was there. Praise Hashem, those who didn't make it this year, going the next. And Praise Hashem, we'll see you in Eretz Yisrael, hopefully. What do you got over there? Running speech? I'm going to skip the sponsorships, the covered Chicken and Tzibur, because it is late from the oil. We have to start at 11 now. It's already almost 11 o'clock here, so by the time we start, it's a little bit. So I'm going to go on a quicker pace, hopefully. Easier that sponsorships we'll try to insert later somehow. Here's the name of sponsored by Nana. It's an honor by Real Kramer on his double time birthday. We're so proud of you. MBZ. Special edition of New Shots. Dafür sein Igor Zimmerman in honor of our children Blake and Gabriel Zimmerman. May Hashem after them and guide them on the way of May. Weekly sponsored by Ruthie Markovich. Charlie's supporting the game in Spanish. Claimer of Yaakov and Lulu. The issues of Brisbane and Mill. The issues of Chaim Gedai and Shol and Shol. Rishon Dir. Mazel Tov Yaakov Schreiber and Sion. Maspus for you. Therefore, Shlemo for the summer by Shulamis in Morocco. Beautiful lounge. Check this out. We're waiting for a flight, but it's solid. Howard Wimmer is a weekly sponsor of this. Every Murray, time I've run the Malcolm, and in honor of Bernie Week that got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Mazel Tov Anonymous, Mazel Tov Uri Palovich. Oh, I know this name. Mazel Tov to Uri Palyavich. Something like that, Palyavich. He's a very, very famous. He supports 140 plus schools. And he loves kids stuff. It's unbelievable. I'm hearing a lot about him lately. One of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. Pashut. Yal Foundation team for the marriage of Uri and Yal. Liavich. Here we go again. And their children, Benjamin and Matt. So that you look that up. Yal Foundation, that's what it's called. Yal Foundation. I have to look it up. Anonymous. The merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka. Anonymous. Roshana Avrami Shaya Ben Slava Devora and Ripon Ben. You're the Yal Foundation. Yal Foundation team. Anonymous, 475 Romy Shaya Sedler. Daily sponsors Aaron and Caleb Muriel Stein and our 11-year-old son of Romy Stein, who completed his second week with Dafyomi. We're very proud of you. The Yaman and Sippy Kit. His Mazel Tov Mordecus, 14 from Woodmere, on your Siyam of Menachos with the Eli, and we are so proud and so Ruga, Yiddish words. So, the breath of the very bass with Henry Cole, how you live. Victor Rothschild, Stephen Toshim, Sam Gimel, in memory of the yard side. Peter Merker, in memory of my father, Bernard Merker, Eliezer Ben Yeshua Halevi, on his 57th yard side. Boyside, soon. Smear Sa'imer was the first had one business speak of produces one of the Israel and Leas in the first Lema. Official edition of the Orshat concept of Zevi Yal Shohov, Perek, the Benedict family. The Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition. The Masechta is sponsored by David Sal, a dedicated memory of Avi Murray of Shmuel Park. Very kind to see those of the Council Family Foundation of gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do is to support MDY. Anonymous. Peripheus. Ubigashmi is. And thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous. For the legal first name and a representative to Lev Assester, and the Yemen Daniela Roosevelt Julius the Sinfon. The monthly sponsors are Simon, and the first name will be Murray Park and Miriam, the Yemen Daniela Roosevelt, and also the Shefa. Royal sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the source for success of our clients. The Yemen and Daniela Roosevelt, Rocket Panalto. Innovations LLC as a source for Akiva Simcha, Ben Fego, Shkoya, and Ruki Yudis, Patsia, Amen, Bekoroi. Anyway, all right, man. The first name of your Tani the Bishop of Brocha. The first name of Mordechai Ben Esther. It's Ayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. I want to start off with a question. And if you learned today's daf, if you cheated, please don't answer. There was a Kufa in Klal Yisrael, a pretty long period of time, where Klal Yisrael was eating pig, chazir, dover apple. When was that? It was Beheter Gomer. You were allowed to eat chazir after Matan Torah. What Kufa was it? No? I'll give you a hint. It was for 7 long years. No? Have y'all seen what he said? A good plan? Oh, yeah. The first 7 years when they walked into Israel, they were eating chazer, trade chazer. They took the pigs from the Goyim and they had to have the food. Look at the Gemara. Start off with this thing, if you can see it. Those of you sitting over there, you might not be able to see it. But we learned in the Mishnah, Hakol Shoiftin, Lo'olam Shoiftin, Hakol Shoiftin. Might be a other thing in there. What does it mean? Hakol Shoiftin, Lo'olam Shoiftin, Hakol Shoiftin. So we're holding on Daf Yud Zayin of Adalov. Hello, Omar of Yosef. I want to tell you what Lo'olam Shoiftin means. What is Lo'olam? Forever you do shkita. It goes, Rabbi Kiva goes according to Rabbi Kiva. This sign, you have the family, the Mashiki Pasha, the whole lesson, Shmoy Shom, the Zalbachtam, of course, from the Seinfeld. You're going to come to time, and you're going to do Zvicha, you're going to chef. Kiva, you know, the back, possible, the lesson, the end, the sign of Hira. Says in the Kiva in the Midbar, we used to do something called an Akira. Does anybody know what an Akira is? No, but literally the Akira is like this. It came to Ram Shamrash, and I like the Pshat the most. It's doing Shechita instead of this way, going from the neck, from the chin, towards the chest of the animal. Cutting it this way, that's the Akira. You're saying shooting the head, I hear. So, that, according to Rabbi Kiva, that was literally the midbar. Well, that was also in the midbar. Fundamental of like is according to Rabbi Kiva, that's how they would kill the animal like that. They would kill animals and eat them. So the Torah says, hey, now you're not strong, but hey, let's do shkita. In the beginning, you like just the animal in the midbar, but that's learn this up. Once. Just lower it to the next one. Well, so once they came into the show, they said it's awesome. Mission Nicholas National M, Siren of Hero. What happened? What? You might want to rethink your double first. Mission Nicholas Lawrence, National M, Siren of Hero. Boxers should go all over. Oh, so we're giving things. In the midbar, they do the Thira. They come down to Israel, also the Thira. Now they went into Golis, Yochel Yachzu, like Torah Risha, maybe she could eat the Thira, cut it, slice it, do whatever, cut the head off. That's Shkita. Got Shanino, now I understand what the words are. La'olam Shkita. Shkita is forever. Shkita, you have to do Shkita, you can't go back to the Thira. Then I give Mifli, what's the approach? Then I give yourself a beside Taiva Lady to climb.
So you're standing there with 20 minutes in the back of the
So, talking about Basar Taiva. What's Basar Taiva? Basically, on the strip, we had a lot of Basar Taiva. 7 different types of Basar Taiva every single meal. But today's Kiddush. I gotta give it to the caterers. I don't even know their names. I know Shimmy Weiss from the Sea put it all together. But who's the caterer?
So, okay, so you're watching,
Tell me if I'm exactly. What? Yourself catering. From where? Oh. He's the guy from Brooklyn that he did he's in like Mishpacha magazine with his wife. That guy. Okay, I met him. What? The chef? That's the chef. I don't know if tell me if I'm exaggerating, but there's 50 types of fish today. Is it what? At least. What? What do you say? At least 50 different types of fish. I know I'm fixing his special wife for going heaven. Like the meal. So, just explain to people in second. I was like, Rabbi Rothschild said back in the day, you went on a trip and they had a salami sandwich in Morocco. It's like, wow, unbelievable. Not 10 types of fish, not 20, like 50 plus, all bought from the local markets here and made and produced here in Morocco for us. Unbelievable. So, that's what we could call Dag Taiva. That's Mamish. Taiva, Shiva Taiva. So, because of a kiva that was never awesome, it also reminds me that we're coming up to Shavuos now. Mamish, the week of Shavuos. And 50 minus 1. So we're going to Shavuos. And Shavuos is the one yontif that everybody agrees is the chiyuv of the chum. Is a chiyuv of mamish eating shmucking meat. And also the Mishnah says, why do we eat nefesh? The Mishnah says, because in the midbar, they were eating treif, whatever. They were eating without shkita. Then everyone works at shkita. So turn that all your kalims are treif. And then he asked, Mamash means Gemara. He says, but wait a minute. The Rebbe says the theories are okay. So he says, right, the Mishnah says, oh, what? These other problems, like blood and this, that, okay, fine. Yeah, some kids didn't have enough kalim and Hagala and this, so they milk. This is one of the pshat. Oh, Paul and Rebbe Kiva, some of us have to to cloud. I said, I'm not going to go off on tangents. Keep me in line over here. Maybe Shmuel Sava beside the here like Yishtri cloud. So the Kiva holds that Basar Taiva wasn't usher. And in the law, the Torah comes to say, be careful with Mechira. If Shmuel Sava beside the here Yishtri cloud, there was never much to keep Mechira. So when the Torah came, the Torah says, now you have to do Shkita. Mishnah, Shmuel ain't to say the Shafat has been a baka. So it's talking about a carbon order. It says Bishop is Ben Abba. When they're in the ice. When they're in the side, when they're in the midbar. Eller with Kiva, my Bishop, you're in the midbar. So you're allowed to do the fear. So what is Bishop? Culture shining. The Torah is telling you in the midbar you have to for bonus. You know what I mean? You can do the hero. Again, the hero, top to bottom, shoot in the head. There's no really small hand to see it outside the button shot in the head. Eller the Rabbi Kiva, Maya saying the button shot in the head. You're not going to have the button like Put your Kiva, they can slice. I want to show myself. He said that's why I'm not going to pull it. But instead of shifting this way, the neck, you shift this way. Just picture, yeah? Oh, I have a video. I was about to show you the video. So it's a little long.
Australia, San Francisco, Sacramento,
Now that we have a keyboard small.
Here he is, Justin Walker, everybody.
Gentlemen, ladies, how you doing? Sex robots, huh? Why are they making them better? I don't just make them better. I don't know, like if I get a sex robot, I think I'll get a sex robot.
You guys gonna be a millionaire.
I got one time I bet you killed me. So he doesn't shake your hand. He shakes your entire fucking floor. And I felt like all his fingers were wrapped around my head. And I'm pretty sure that all his fingers are shaped as big as my name. So, yeah, that's good, right? 15 seconds. All right. I just turned 33. Right? Don't clap for that. I
Thank you, Rabbi.
did 27, so I'm not going to be up with the grades. Like when I was a kid, I used to pluck the gray hairs off my dog because I didn't want my dogs to get old and die on me. And that was 3 dogs ago, so that was
Don't be small. You only have a carpet. You can't have your own bus tire.
I thought we were getting somewhere in the end. So, Justin, you've been on the show before? Yeah, what happened that episode?
the same thing that just happened.
You guys made it out of there in time, right?
But the kiwi could eat the sound of hero.
So Justin, welcome. You talked about you had a sex robot, you wanted to be a robot, right? Why?
Because when it's done sucking me off,
But you also said that your dick is smaller than shit. You're not just trying to fuck a robot. You ever done that?
Okay. So the Gemara, so why do you say the Lashon Shchita when it's for the you're allowed to do the Kira? That's just kind of open. Okay. The Gemara, the Kira Shalai is doing Shchita also. When it comes to Shchita, it means the Kira. Something small, and with the Snan, I show you the Snan to be a doy. So the Shchita, the Shchita, during the Shchita. A grandma. Allah, all the things that pass the Shchita, he ruins it. Noifer. It says the word Noifer, meaning you cut it from direction. Dama Akir pulls out the Simon and helps them with a facet. You don't have to do Kisei Adam. Now, Kisei Adam only applies to a Chaya and a Oy. You don't have to do Kisei Adam and a Chaya and a Oy. Eller, Kiva, my father and Chasois, if it's permitted to do the Kira, so that's part of the Shkita, that's what you do. So it's, you should, let's say a deer with the Kira, why shouldn't you do it? You see a down. So it's more holy than anything. You're right. He's talking about in our days. This Mishnah is saying it's the Kira happening in our days, where the Kira is also, so therefore it's not considered a Shkita. If I consider Shkita, you don't have to do Kisei Adam. And in the Midbar, they did have to do Kisei Adam, but the Mishnah comes after the Midbar. The Mishnah is saying, nowadays, what do you do? Before you don't have to do it, you take that. Here's the way we keep it the Oma Arbus. I have a little cloud. I can see. I'll show you offers and see. According to the Kiva, you're always allowed to eat for Sar Taiva. What does Sar Taiva mean? Again, Sar Taiva means you're allowed to eat chef an animal like you do today and eat the meat. You don't have to chef
You've seen this show before. Have you ever seen a Mexican drum off before?
carbon and have an excuse why you bring a carbon or shlama and then you eat the steaks that are left over. You stop chef an animal. So Layla, I didn't see kasher, you offer some sweet b'sa'ayel. You're allowed to eat this sweet, this deer when you're tamei. Change their clamor. That's how, just like you did then, today also you should continue eating this basar taiva. Hey, Rishmael, see, I have you have a started. But according to Rishmael, there's no such thing as eating a deer in the mikveh. Why? Because the only time you can eat a deer, any animal in the mikveh is what according to Rishmael? Only a carbon. And you can't bring a deer as a carbon. So there's never a massive of eating a deer in the mikveh. So what does it mean? Just like you ate a deer in the mikveh, so you're going to continue eating deer in Bar Park. Doesn't work like that. You also have mono. Says the Gemara Chiddush. They did eat deer in the mikveh as taiva. Why? Because the behemoths they didn't eat. Why? Because you could bring it as a carbon. You bring it as a carbon, you're not chefing stamps for your own stuff. Since you can bring a deer as a carbon, so you could chef the stam and eat it. Interesting question here. What happens with meat that gets stuck in your freezer in two different periods of time? See, you chef an animal, you cut it up, you shoot it in the head, you package it, put it in the freezer, and it's geschmack. You're allowed to eat it because you're in the mikveh. Then you don't get it. Then you don't let it destroy. So you have all this meat that never had shechita, and now you have to do shechita. Are you allowed to eat the meat or not? That's the question. What's now fixed now thinking to ask? Well, fixed wants to ask, we might have to eat it. We're not in the middle. We're not going to destroy. So Rashi answers that you're right. Great for Kabbas car. Can't get a customer. But it's a cool question. It's a very interesting question. You had exactly. You had meat that was mamish muscle for you, but because you want to change the rules of how meat is and how the hechsher is, and then also we have to chef. I didn't have to chef yesterday. So when I bought it from Benny's Meat or whatever it was back then, it was great meat. It was kosher meat. Now I'm not. So it says, Amos. Let's just read it. Every design of hero. You cut up this animal, you didn't even chef him, you just chop them up while he was alive. Shekhnisi Israeli more than others. And they brought it. Why don't you go to work? Now. What's that like? Amos, tell me exactly when this happened. He didn't have a Shekim Shur. It's the 7 years that when they went into Israel, Ashton Dover. Oh, may Yishter, the lad eat Chazir. So why are you saying Chazir? Say a lion. Say something that's not as disgusting as a Chazir. The Gemara says, see, what in the name killed? When we're here, Rabbi, who's still the Chazir? You smell the fat of the Chazir that you speak. Huh? Pork loins, pork rinds. Get your bacon. The famous mic I say once in a while, I gotta say it again. There's a big Mr. Hospital here. Somehow we'll find it. A parts goes over to the Jew and says, I want you to eat that pork. He says, no way. He pulls out his knife. He says, listen, if you don't eat the pork, I'll chop your head off. He says, okay, well, what do you want me to do? He says, here's the plate. Lick up the leftover. He goes, taste it. Then he tells the person, listen, I'm very upset with you. If you're ready to put a knife to my neck, why don't you give me a piece of pork and I should start? Don't give me a little thing. The idea is that a lot of times we do mitzvahs when mamish filled with force. Yid that's a maimin and he has a muda pshuta. The whole truth is about a muda pshuta in Morocco. Yeah. Pork and knife. No, that's a show. I don't want to eat pork. The Russian said, no, I'm not looking for excuses. Put a knife to my neck and then I'm going to eat the pork. But use the knife in the shop. I'm not looking for excuses. I'm looking for really sorry for what it is. Huh? Lalo Sleeper. What about Lalo Sleeper? Oh, yeah. She had a way out. Lalo Sleeper, the big part of the story is that she had a way out. She didn't even have to convert. All she had to do is what? Oh, yeah. They said, act like Esther, Karkavalma, and Smutter. And she said, no, I'm not looking for pain now. I'm not doing this, and kill me. That was so powerful. A young girl, 17-year-old girl. Don't give tomorrow, beside the camera, boy. I'm sorry. Remember, if you're letting chazer, so beside the camera, boy, of course you can eat a cow that was killed incorrectly. If you're letting chazer, you're letting eat a cow that didn't have a good streak. A lot of them. So we're talking about these members that good freezer, or like they pickle this meat really well. So we went from the midbar 8 years into our G-Strong. No, even in the first 7 years of Kippur. You still know. Only when you grab the chazer from a goy are you allowed to eat it. You do know history, but if you want to try to eat it in your freezer, if nothing ever gave you a heads for that, maybe take your, I don't have a great answer to that. Omar Rabba. Shanesa Akon Shoikatim, Uloilam Shoikatim. Again, going back to here. Akon Shoikatim, we already said means even chicken. Uloilam Shoikatim, we said B'sar Nechira. There's no header to ever eat B'sar Nechira in the future. You're always going to have to do shkisa. Now, I need to know what's missing on this list. Akon Shoikatim. What exactly? It means all these different utensils with the stone, with glass, with the Kumishan. Oh, wow. A lot of good stuff. Okay, we're gonna have to go. Okay. We're getting into technical things about the night. Bishmaka stuff. She says, wait a minute. If you go back to this list, so Bakol Shoitim has to be similar to Bakol Shoitim Loyal. And what's that? You're saying that you're talking about the animal, not the device. You're talking about what that has to be chicken, even chicken, and a regular animal you have to do shkita to. But even the animal shkita, all three things on the list have to be referring to the same thing. If you're talking about devices, so then you're talking about the thing that does shkita work. You do shkita with. So then the top two also have to be talking about the knife. If you talk about what is shechted, the animal, so then the third one on the bottom also has to be talking about an animal. Just told me, no, it's talking about a piece of glass, it's talking about a piece of this. You're talking about animals now. What? Exactly. Pick a lane. Love it. We have to be consistent. Be consistent. If the two on the top are talking about a certain thing, so there's one on the bottom also. Can't pick and choose. So therefore, says the Gemara. Hello, Marava, Shoftim, Fadol, Asikuti, the Suishon moment. He says, Akol Shoftim is referring to the Shoftim, not the animal. We're not talking about chicken. That a chicken eats shkita. We're talking about that even a kusi could do shkita. Even a Yisrael momer could do shkita that we have the sugis. Again, referring to Maybe Yom, maybe Laila, maybe Rosh God, maybe Rosh Sfina, top of the roof, on the ship. He said, it might be a desire on both of them. But maybe true, maybe spoken, maybe further. So these are all not for the animal. These are all technical things of how to do shkita. You do it with a rock, you do it with glass, you do it with a reed. Chutz mimazel kotzer. So it was mentioned a bunch of times over Shabbos that I made a promotion on the bus. We were driving in the hills of Morocco, a beautiful landscape. And I noticed, because I just learned that I was preparing that piece down, in the Maybach, thank you. And then I was thrown out from the Maybach, and I went into the bus with the rest of the island. I was already preparing, so I really didn't need it then. And so I'm in the bus, and I'm looking out the window, and I see a guy. I see the guy with the sickle. He's going like this. And I go, a sickle! And I take a picture. It would be unbelievable. Like that night, I could show sickle in Morocco. And like 5-6 minutes later, I don't know what it was, and Avi Kaliansky, he sees the same thing. He sees a guy with a sickle. And he says, stop the bus! Oh, stop! The driver thought that he ran someone over or whatever. He almost went off the cliff. Huh? Oh, Cinco. Kids are... But it was a kiss from Hashem that, when we're learning about how often do you learn about a sickle and see a sickle in action? First of all, I've never seen a sickle in action, period. Ever. I'm thinking about it now. I saw it on YouTube, but I never saw a guy without a tractor. I need to do this by head. Who was that? It just so happened to me. And if you would say that I made it up, Avi Kaliansky also saw it. You saw the guy. It was like a stick, and it wasn't a round one. It had not like the Gemara, like the pictures of the Svarma. Okay. So you're not allowed to do shkita with the magal katsu, the amagera with the saw. Says the Gemara, an interesting thing. Abu the Shmuel, pagam b'shada. He took a knife. I don't need this, so I might as well not get ready. He took a knife and made a nick here, a bunch of nicks, sends it to Israel. Don't be shot on nick one, on nick two. He did this a number of times. He kept sending knives. Rashi says each player had a bunch of different demons, different types. We're going to see different pictures of what a demon looks like. Reminds me that there's a few stories like this, but in Israel they're trying to figure out whether or not these nuts, those stuff, so they send them pieces, and they put on different fake blood and zachin, and they're messing these people up. Is this kosher one? Yeah, where it said it. And in one of them they took blood from a cow and they put it on, and he said, tell me, what is it? And the guy wrote back, don't be a behemoth or something like that. He hopped right away. They're but anyways, they're doing tests, but this is you really want to learn. You want to learn what a behemoth. What a behemoth is not. On Rabbanon, here we go, Rabbi Rothschild, Baruch Hashem, that we have crazy, brand new pictures. Even in our Gemara, in the official edition Gemara, we have nice pictures. You can look at them. There's even more in it. When we get there. Yeah, we'll get there. Sakin Shir Giro is hard to Kidin Kumagera. If it has a bunch of nicks all over the place, you gotta treat it like a saw burger. If it only has one Pima, but Geras Psula. This is a mice, I hope I can say this well. A guy goes to get a test for Shkita, and he comes in and he says, the rabbi says, what's a Geras? He says, no, that's a girl, it's a 12 and a half. He says, oh, so then what's a big Geras? That's a dry date. He says, oh, really? So what's a Gregaris? He says, that, I wrote it down, that's like a suffix zocher. So then he says, so what's the date? No, so Gregaris, he says, that's a a chicken that's on an egg. She says, what's it? Oh, get it. Yes. She says, the gears over here, it switches like, he says, oh, that's like a suffix suffix. She says, a suffix suffix. So what's that? Regular. She says, oh, that's the Yama Gogo. She says, what's the Yamas? She says, that I don't know. She says, oh, you're out of here. You're out of good. He says, what? Just because I don't know what the Yamas is, that's why I can't be a shortcut. So I guess the point is, like, for you guys, fess up to it, I messed up, show me show. We'll keep on going. It's much better for the Israelis, no? Boy Garris. Then, so basically, drove us to stop there. Okay, fine. So we have like this. Revenue. Garris was here saying what it is. Boy Garris, Sefas Shera. What does it mean? Arm alone, the Garris which they refer. You followed it. You know, basically, it's a V shape. So, if you think about it, I didn't see all the stuff that Yoshi did. I know the fun. Okay. Here you go, come in soon. We're working on something. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. Check this out. When you have a V shape, not a saw, not the V shape like this, but an inverted V. Yeah, let me show you again. This. In other words, a piece of the knife is missing. So what happens is, if you go in slow motion, the knife softens up or weakens up the skin. And then, when it hits the second part of the V, that is going to rip the skin. And that's the problem. The problem is ripping of the skin, not a smooth cut. That's all. So let's see it in here. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a saw. That's a Megara. Okay, so we don't have that yet. Right? You see the pieces falling out, meaning it's not cut nicely. Says the Gemara, oh my Regilozo, Geras Mishtirucha. It has a V like this, and it's missing the metal from here. So it hits the skin twice. By the time it gets to this corner, it hits the skin, gets to the corner, it rips the corner. Sefas Ruach. Yes? It only has, it doesn't have a real V. It has a little, one dip, not two dips. It's not like this, it's just like this. Just one. Let me see the Gemara for saying how he did.
She made it all the way to LA. Detroit to beautiful Los Angeles.
Nice size picture.
The weather has been incredible lately.
So, says the Gemara, what happens is the first.
New songs every week.
If I could maybe take a laser. This part right over here weakens the skin, and this part over here cuts. Says the Gemara, the second one rips the corner to a Hakastami. So too, if you only have one thing like this, Sefas, you only have one. So what happens? Over the Zakina Maklish, think about it. The knife cuts very deep into the skin. By the time you have that one little guy, like what's a great way to like a hanger, like a cliffhanger, like a This indentation is gonna grab. You could literally see how this knife is terrible. It's going once it hits this piece right over here. This piece is going to pull instead of cut. It's going to pull and sever the rip. It's going to rip the simanim instead of cutting the nose. That's all gonna. What's the difference as the Gemara if it has 2 or 1? It's the same exact idea. So the Gemara, if Marisha the Sakina, let's see if we have it, or maybe that's it. Oh, here we go. It's at the end of the night. But by the time you get there, nothing happens. So I don't care where it is. So it's all the way down. It's right over here. Great. But when it gets there, that's going to pull and rip the simon. Says the Gemara, he started. He went forward with the knife. So in other words, that little hook at the end never touches the animal. If he went back, then it would pull the skin. But he only went one motion forward. Here, I'll demonstrate it. The finish that you're allowed to use it. The finish is that if it was 2, it would be a problem. If this is where it is, this is where the problem is. So he's going, and this is the neck of the animal. He goes forward like that. But if you would pull back, that's where the issue would happen. Then this would pull on the skin. But all he's doing is one motion. Let's catch a flight from now. I found it. No mistakes, hopefully. Zog the Gemara. What are those ducks? Frog. Zog the highly Euro. So if you have a long enough knife, you don't have to go back and forth. You do have to go back and forth on short. On this kind of knife, yes. But I'm really long enough. So what he said? You're going to try to blade. Okay, now we're going to. Omar of the shoulders is beside it. If it has this indentation of V, and you shoot it with the charge, but as soon as you do use it, this of Seth has. It only has one pull on it, one thing. You shouldn't. Here, this is the finish now. In Shavash, he does it, you shouldn't use it. But you could do a workaround and try not to bump into that thing, okay, but you shouldn't use it. No. If you have something like this in a knife, it looks at the shape, then the Gemara might be a little nicer. It's easier to, yeah, but it's not going to be nice in this thing, is it? Okay. No, there's no shadow. The shadow is this little, whatever. Okay. If it goes up and down, not a problem. I guess eventually all knives are going to have, not this is an exaggerated one, but we do a lot of sharpening, hashkaza, thank you. I guess, something happens. That's not a problem. On the one hand, Rabbi says, if you have this indentation, it's possible. On the other hand, Rabbi himself says it's possible. Like that. Go back and forth. It's a problem. It's going to grab, but if you only want in one direction, it's fine. What if it's like, I don't know if you ever had the privilege of holding a piece of grain in your hand, not the grain, but the whole thing, the little whispers that come out of it. So it's very like tiny little thorns on it, or like it's very, very not smooth. So What if the knife is very not smooth? She says, I'd love to have such meat from such a shmita. It's great stuff. In other words, it's perfect shmita. What do you see checking of a knife in the Torah? Shaul said, he takes up the knife and he says, this is what you're going to look like this. It seems like when the pasuk goes here, like this. So the Shulchan Aruch brings over here, goes there, it's 12, and he says that a knife has to be 12 tons. 1, 2, 12. And he brings like a raya from this Bazeh, like the Gematria Bazeh. And the Ramah says that if a shofet doesn't know that halacha, he's passing the shechita. Even the Pinaka, what do you need a pasuk to ask the knife? If the knife has a nekev in it, a bima in it, it's pulling and ruining the simanim. That's not shechita. I don't need a pasuk telling that. Even the Pinaka trained by Biko. What do you see in the Torah? They have to go show a Talmud Chacham, a red. What do you mean? You don't need to show the Rav. It's only to give him honor. So the Rabbanon is there. Some Ramo told me that the Rabbanon kind of thinks that they have to go show the Rav, and the pasuk is only in a spot. This is mamish. This is going to grow some people out. You would take the knife and put it in the sun, and then you look on the ground. You see the ground. This is not going to grow anybody else. The next thing coming up. Let's see over here. He's showing it this way. Rashi says in the shadow. You look at the shadow on the ground. I'm doing it right now. Okay. Let's see, maybe. That's the second channel in Rashi. Very good. So like that, you can see. What's next? Maya. That's one shot in Rashi. Put it over the thing. I like the second shot better. Let's see the same shot. Yes. Put a drip of water on the top. Oh, very, very good. So that's how you do it. Now let's see if he has the third way to do people. No. Otherwise, that would be schmack. So let's see inside. I have a volunteer when he wants to do it, so get ready. They use the salt. They use the water. Get over here and show us how to do it. Does anybody want to show us how to check the knife? Barry, you have to left your tongue for a reason. Can you imagine you put your tongue on the edge of the knife? Even for ratings, I'm not asking to do it. Yeah, we're getting there. Ravaka Bar Yaakov, what did you put the sorrow? Yaakov, Bar Yaakov, what did you put the sorrow? Take a little here and run it down and see if it gets stuck there. If you're going to chef meat, Bisra B'Mitzvah, then you need to use meat to see if it can cut meat. In other words, you have to use your finger to see if you can check that animal. You can't use here. You can't use other stuff. No, it doesn't go. You go do it smooth. They're not good. They go like this. They go very, very smooth. You see, if it disturbs you, it's very smooth. I tried it out tonight. And it was very smooth. All right, Papa. No, I didn't. Sricha Bdiko Abisro says Rapapa. You need to check it a few ways. Abisro on your finger. Vatifra on your nail. But what's the Ruchasa? I was going to do it over here for this time. I'm a little nervous. Okay, let's see it. Okay, fine. Anyways, you have to check it on this side, check it on the spitz, and check it on this side. So that's 3. So says the Gemara. But let's do it. Somebody saying your name. The Arab's name is Shmud Rav. You say the name of Rav. You need to do a bdika on the meat, on your finger, on your nail, and on 3 sides. So that's 3 times 2. That's 6. But you also have to go back and forth. So it's 12 bdikas. So what's that? Here again, you have the 3 sides. Huh? Oh, okay. I know it happens to everyone. It even happens to me. People annoy me when I'm about to go on stage or I'm coming off. You know what I mean? Like when you want to focus and it can bother you. It does all add up. It's enough to get me all stressed out. Thanks to BetterHelp, it doesn't happen that often anymore. BetterHelp access your needs and how many times did it happen? How many times did it happen that your father started playing the collar with your own side of the knife?
It's not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It is professional counseling done securely online. There is a broad range of expertise in BetterHelp's counselor network, which may not be locally available in many areas. The service is available to clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your counselor. So if you're on the road or you're at home and you need to talk to somebody,
Oh my leg, I've been through
you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions so you can talk to right on your phone.
I've been out there rapidly. But no, but that's what was also there. She said, no. They said in my name. I've been so me. I said, you should use your finger. I said, you should use the nail. But I didn't say you have to check 3 sides. One side is enough. The department. Take it out, rabbits, yes, you're right. I said you have to check it on your finger and on your nail and on all 3 sides. The Rabbi, I never said in the name of God. Somebody else, not the name of Rabbi. I second time the Rabbi the book. So he brought it up to Rabbi, said, check it out. Oh my lady, the Rabbi, big stuff. So Rabbi passes it on and says, you check it. I want to see how you do check. Let's go. So he checked it. I took on his nail. That bitch is for me. That doesn't work. That's a long piece. I mean, Yisha has perfect. The pain on Marakani, he passed the test. I took about this for 3 bucks. You need to check your, you need to use your nail and your finger. I brought you a bunch of next week, but I'm not on 3. We were on 0 on the Shmuel. We've been stopping the shop. But she does say, Shayra, I remind you this famous case. Yeah. He takes a knife. He puts it in the fire. He makes it red hot. And then he goes, Shkita. So what was the most problem with that? Remember? Burning the esophagus and the trachea with the sides of the knife. Before you finish up the Shkita, you're going to make a tray by burning. What is more? Say no. It's not always. It's taut, and the sharp of the knife goes in first, And before the side of the knife has any chance to touch the side of the convection, it pops open. It's like it's beginning to expand. As soon as you cut, it pops open. So in Mela, you say the sides of the knife never touch the cut in the vessel. It's only the sharpness. So the point checking the sides of the knife. And with that we finish, let's just read it inside. Leave inside the shikha, but shikha does it share. Shikha do the because the sharpness goes in before the heat. The catch is on a week, it's done. We ask, but what about the side of the knife? We're gonna put. I really shikha made the face of shikha made of raba. It expands, it pops open, doesn't let you bounce off the nami. It's a shikha made of raba for a box. Have a wonderful day and have a great time at the Milano Malta. We'll see you. Everybody have a safe trip back. Sean, I'll see you inside. Thanks for sharing.
America's Swift is spreading terror throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
6 days ago. Wow, congratulations. What's your living situation? Wow. I guess I'll talk about it. I don't know. Yeah. Half of my belongings are in my car right now. I live with my friend's uncle and aunt. I don't know. I don't really know. They're cool people. It's all about respect over there. First Armenian. It's the first Armenian I've actually ever met. So apparently it's stereotypical Armenian though. It's all about respect. That's what we need all this. Yeah, he does. Respectful people I know. So respectful all the
Shabbos Rabbi live Morocco, the Banyan Street. The nicest hotel that I've ever been to. MDY, capital top, yes, flying. Only the best to tell you that. I want to mention our unbelievable caterers, the ones who organized the whole trip. The Nasia Travel, Shbef, Bashimi Weiss, and all the guys that are working very hard and tirelessly. So wherever we went, we had 3 singers in a band, and for Shabbos we have 5 singers and no band. It's just incredible. We have 2 of the top speakers in Israel today. With Aaron Yossi from Shushan. Together they managed. Yesterday we had I said it already, shit. I can't believe it's just spontaneous, good vibes, good it was unbelievable. And wherever we go, of course, it's Torah right now. We're just a couple of hours before Shabbos, and we're sitting on Torah. It's morning, here for an hour, and it's Torah. It's Chatzi Lachem Chatzi Lachem. It's a lot of dashmias and a lot of ruchnias and a lot of habershas and bonding and seeing great clips. Things I'm doing, it's just it's unbelievable experience, unbelievable. And we're very much looking forward to Shabbos. Shabbos Kodesh, it's going to be unbelievable. A few things. I want to remind all of you since serious owners, so depending on where you are, what you are, this might be the day. This might be the day. Serious owners, if there's like money business, because this is money disruption. But Leah estimated for Shlema. Go, I have to apologize. I want to be selfish. I want to be able to see the view. That's pretty much my only chance today or this trip. I was really counting on going after this year. It's going to be 2 hours and we're going to go. And then the next car and we put it back up and fix it. This we saw yesterday. These are the security guards. They me. And then and now you have Benny's son, who's Benny's thought that his father is real, and the AI says the message is very well. He says, here it is, folks, maybe look at it. ממש מעולה. Heavy duty, the trainers. Yeah, because of that, it's very interesting. Sean Brucker Rebellion, I'll try to keep short. Stuff on that base, 67 days, which equals 2,000 days straight of Torah. The emails that say I've never missed a day are definitely a professional accomplishment. With Cephas is incomparable to fragmental learning. At the same time, however, even if one can't say they can never miss a day, if they're still in the young mentality, each day stands alone and is better no matter what happened yesterday. Thank you for 2,000 days. See my email from November 24th, 2020. Yaakov subscriber, he has a friend with his son, come Shabbos son with my brother-in-law, I thought it was a ruin in Hebrew shir. I didn't get this period. Makes no difference. So this I thought was very interesting because I got in the same day, very, very behind in emails, but instead of some good ones, 2 of them from a yeshiva buffer and a fellow guy. So the mainstream, so to speak. I'm a buffer in yeshiva, Baruch Hashem, I'm successful in my learning. However, during my breaks, I started getting into watching movies and TV shows. One of my friends suggested MDY, and at first I brushed it off, saying, nah, what do I need it for? I'm fucking yeshiva. I love it. So fucking yeshiva, but movies are okay, but that feeling is terrible. I learned MDY, I learned MDY is for Balabata, but he insisted saying, I would love it, it's interactive entertainment says. So I decided to join the cool. No, I shouldn't speak too soon, but since you started, it changed me. Instead of going to my room at breaks to watch movies, I now go to watch the shit. Even though I'm learning this part of food in the class already, learning at a whole new level, I really hope it goes to your phone. There's a packet, T-A-K-K-E-H. Goes, well, maybe I'll continue with the pirates. Thank you so much. Hatzlacha G'dayla. Dear Rabbi Rothschild, my letter is not like all the other letters. My letters looking for our letters. Baruch Hashem, I learn in total all day, truly enjoy my learning and have tremendous satisfaction from it. In the evenings when I no longer have the concentration to keep learning, I enjoy watching the shiurim, reading just the videos, and it gives me a real sense of satisfaction. When in parentheses somebody says I usually just watch the videos, that means I watch the shiur at one speed from beginning to end, not even at 1.2 speed. That's usually what it means. That's code. That's my code. I've spoken to enough people to know that that's what it means. Well, and sometimes he does Charzara 3 or 4 times. But he's a fellow guy, so he says, listen, I don't always watch one shear. A lot of times it's just the videos. Right? And about Bus says it, but Bus tells me, listen, I watch the shear. And well, that's code for I see my friend's status once a month, maybe once every 2 weeks. I saw that Shmaka video of 30 seconds. That's what I mean. As always, that's the Yisod. So, thank you very much. I wanted to point out a few things. There's a video about sending the Shara Abishtaleh, and it appears that the lottery box is made of gold, or specifically says it was made out of wood. Like the Arufa, yeah, they did a machal with water, and that also means a hard rock. Shkoyach. This is from a woman in Eretz Yisrael who says, I have to let you know, I've been davening for my husband. He's a great guy. He's a yeshiva product, and he tries to learn whenever he can. We tried here and there. It didn't really work. And I'm davening for years. And finally found the shear. It's mamish a treasure under the bridge. The kind of the Buddha things, he says. It's mamish here close to where we live. We met a beautiful atmosphere, blah, 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 good challenge. All right, Rabbi Rothschild, the official edition, MDY Shots, sitting right next to me on my left. Mesafta, Zev, and Yal, Shohar, Peretz, the Benedict family. We're working, Noam and I and our staff, because it's a full-time job, this shop. We're working on that. Meyer is going to come to me one day. But in all seriousness, now he's going to say, yeah, now also, no. But he really comes and says, listen, that's the best in my life. Mamish, I got a great deal. That's what we're working towards. It's going to happen soon. Daf Kazan by Rabbi Yaakov Blayach, remember my father, Ruben Ben, with fried fish is kind of rough. So he just did one. You plus back or something? Okay. David Salmon dedicated memory of every morning with small bar for flying speed dogs from the rough. Foundation of gratitude to the consortium in the alliance, then only do support MDY. Now, I'm just working with Gashmis and thank you for Chief Benny. Anonymous is really first time on every summer to lay back. Cecil, Yonan Daniel, Rosenfeld, Jesus Simcha. The only one that we're giving share that are okay. They're in the spot right now. Okay, so we go. That's it. Whatever they decide to do, they do. Irish Simon with the first name of Mary Baruch Damir, Yonan Daniel, Rosenfeld, Baruch Michelle. Butcher Roofing Marketish, our weekly sponsors, Kali supporting of Yomi in Spanish. First name of Yaakov Malulu, Machine Diaz, Mazel Tov, Yaakov Schreiber, August. See you. We're going to discuss for you and first name from the final pass rights. Howard Wimmer, this was everybody final run the Malcolm, and in honor of Bernie Vitas that got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Bernie the birth. Anonymous. Mazel Tov to Uri. How do you pronounce it? Puliavich. Mazel Tov to Uri Puliavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. I heard a lot about it. All right. Anonymous, the merit of Shidduch for Sorry Golda Pass. Daniel Khan, the love memory of Hannah Bassis from Moishan. Third side, Yom Yerushalayim. Mayor Dambi, oh, we missed Mayor, where is he? This one's for Yokim Getzel, Ben Yitzchak Alevi, Raymond, Jason Tzadik Nebracha. Anonymous, Roshem Avram, Shaya, Ben, Slava Devora, and Rabbi Rucham Ben Yehudis. HYK Ventures in Skills for Success. A ball, Eric Klein. Young Daniel was a Bracha B'Voros. The co-sponsor. Did I say it? Those are the co-sponsors. It's okay, though. Everyone can sponsor money to the Major Love Series, especially for the Simple Tega. And reviews, that's Avakara. It's a big split for us. That Marty Rubin. And everything going around. He's here, learning with us. This guy doesn't have social media. What did I say? Sorry. Here, bring that over for a second. I've always said, just as this beautiful road. Check this out. Check this out.
Oh, the right side's fits most.
Rabbi say next year, next trip, Yossi Klein is going to do a custom-made rope for my official. They're going to come 3 months before. with 4 different sizes because you go up or go down and wait. The official edition robe. What I said, this right here is Skinny Man's edition robe. Oh, but look at the fabric. Look at this. It's not good. This is high end. You want to bet? Great. What else do we have? MDYR month. Mr. Yonatan is the man, Bashep. This is a big split for us. I was saying that Morty Rubin got on a plane and came just for Shabbos. He did an unbelievable job of just all the stuff that has to do with Morocco and the history and different things and the hugging and just upon him. He spends hours upon hours, and he spends hours upon hours on our website. He just showed me brand new app, MDY app. So you should go there to thank you for enhancing my Shabbos. It's a big surprise. You should have more. Turning of the dot. Not there yet. Okay. What did I didn't? Which time y'all that was a bet? Oh, you're right. I wonder why. MDYR. Before Shlemi Yohanan that Itam Ben Bashavu Bracha. Before Shlemi Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Tayel Daniel Zeh Ben Ayel Esther. Guys have it? Design on that. I'll show you the book name. She doesn't share it. Well, very interesting series as usual. School and mama's turning out to be fascinating. If somebody chefs with a wheel, with a machine. So here's a picture. Here's the book. So there's a wheel, but the wheel itself is not what's doing the cutting. There's a knife on the bottom of the wheel. It's a little sideways, but okay, you get the idea. And you put the animals this way, and it checks. By you pushing some lever, which turns the knife, which cuts the animal. Says the Gemara, it's a good shechita, even though it's on a wheel, it's like a machine. Mukni is like a mechana, like a machine. But it says somewhere else that we even mentioned it. The shechita is possible, so you use a machine is possible. It'd be great. Imagine you put a knife on a machine, and all the shechita has to do is move animals past the machine. You don't have to do anything instead. They got you. Beside making pepper, there's a machine they used to use to make earthenware. Today, I know that they have these machines that spin the earthenware, and with your hand you mold it in certain ways. Maybe that's what it is. I have no idea. But they used to use a machine, and that is considered prayachada. It's the power of the person, the human being, pushing the pedal with his foot, with his hand. It's human power. Like a bicycle. A bicycle would be human power. You go like this, and you're powering with your legs. Oh, God, the sound of the mic. When you have what is this called? English? A wheel that turns from the water. The water wheel, okay? A water wheel, it gets all its power from doing zero intervention at all. And that turns and spins a knife. That's no good. Now, there is one situation where a water wheel would be okay. Water mill. So that's the mill. It's not a mill. It's for shechita. What is the case where a water wheel works? And it's okay. When you open up the water, and the initial gush of water starts the wheel to spin. That is considered human power. Why? Because with your human power, you open up the water, and the water came, and So William, you're showcasing 5 seconds later, however many seconds it is, 2, 5, it's already no longer human power. That is already from the water. A great example would be you're on a plane, you're on